has now become a part of the writing workflow for thousands of writers around the world. And in today's talk, that's exactly what I want to talk about. The joy of building something to solve a personal problem, but then watch it impact thousands of others around the world. My name is Prashanth Udupa, and today I want to give you the story of Scrite. Now, when I was young, I wanted to be multiple things. How many of you have had these fascinating ideas of being a rickshaw driver? I wanted to be an auto driver. At one point, I wanted to be a bus driver. And for a long time, being the umpire in the cricket match fascinated me a lot. But everything changed in the year 1995. That was the year my father bought us our very first desktop computer. My talk is full on nostalgia. And then I'd help my father write documents on Word and spreadsheet because I have to justify that he bought this computer and I'm not whiling my time away. And that's how I was spending most of my time. And then in a couple of months, my cousin brother, who was also the vendor of this PC, came home and then installed the Windows 95 update. And boy, it looked gorgeous. In just a software update, the same desktop looks so cool. The same MS Paint looked so cool. And that's when I decided that I want to learn how to write software. Specifically, I wanted to learn how to build GUI applications. I got fascinated by it. So I started learning how to write code, and like most people, I started with BASIC. Now pretty soon, I found a copy of Turbo C. Anybody remember this? Ancient software, yeah? Turbo C was this IDE to build horrible C programs, but it was a great IDE back then. So I started with Hello World and some of the usual suspects. Then I was getting impatient. I wanted to build the real software, I'd not even done data structures and pointers, but I wanted to write GUI app. I wanted an MS Paint myself. So I kept looking out for resources that would help me build these large applications. And another dose of nostalgia, I found this book, C Projects from Yashwant Kanetkar. Again, anyone? Yeah? A lot of ancient people here. Huh? Yashwant Kanetkar's book was a potload of ideas to build big projects using C. And one of the projects was a GUI application. And he explained how to build this using the graphics library in Turbo C. Now, I started building that project and then used up all of the concepts that I learned in this project to build my very own MS Paint app. Of course, this is not an actual screenshot. This is an AI mockup again. I don't have the source code, unfortunately, but it looked a lot like this. Every single GUI element in the app was drawn in C code. And when this program got made, I was so proud of it, and I felt so happy. And I felt that if I kept writing GUI apps, life would be great. Fast forward to 2001, October. I was in my 5th semester of engineering. I'd just come back from my computer graphics class, and our professor had told us that we should develop a CG project as a part of our course. Now, in this project, we had to demonstrate that we had actually understood all the 3D math and geometry concepts that he had taught us. And this is what I was thinking of building. It would show a wireframe model of an aircraft and a bunch of controls to zoom, rotate, and pan. Now, I can't use Turbo C for this, right? It's the new millennium, and I'm doing engineering and all. I have to actually build it on a real desktop platform, and I had not done that before. Now, chance encounter, one of my juniors walks into the room while I was thinking about frameworks to use for building this. And then he tells me about Linux, KDE, and Qt. Qt is this, anybody heard of Qt here? Qt is this cross-platform C++ GUI development API. It lets you write C++ application that runs on multiple platforms. I installed Red Hat Linux, launched kdevelop, and wrote my very first Qt app in a couple of hours. I felt right at home because a lot of concepts were similar to what I had built in my MS Paint application. Not only did I finish my project for the semester, I also started to build more apps in Qt, and I would look at the Qt source code. I promise I learned more about C++ looking at Qt code than I did by studying all the textbooks they told me in engineering. So I became a fan of Qt, and I kept using it for all of my other projects. Now, the game-changing time was in my final year. I did my internship at Wipro, and we developed this project. This is a photograph from the project report I found in my house. This was an app that system administrators would use to construct a visual representation of their organization app tree by dragging and dropping nodes on a canvas. Click on a node, configure properties, and dictate how much bandwidth should go to that node. And then at some point, you can ask the app to generate a shell script, and when you run this shell script on a server, it would implement the bandwidth distribution policy. This was a cool product. I really loved building this. I don't know if Wipro used this. I really loved this myself. At its core, it was a document authoring tool. And for UI, it offered a canvas, it offered nodes, a bunch of connectors, and a property editor, and a document generator of some sort. Now, while I was making slides for this talk, I realized something, that I have been building the exact same app for over 2 decades of my life. Much of my work involves document authoring tools, and they all have canvas, nodes, connector, property editor, and a document generator of some sort. Some of these projects have become open source. Many of them were done as a part of my paid consulting gigs. Now, for instance, in my first job at Kolkata, my boss called me to his room and he said, hey, why don't you build this bunch of data visualization modules for this customer project using VTK. Anybody heard VTK here? Another cool open source, Kailash knows it. Another cool open source product. It's a C++ framework that lets you build 3D visualization modules. Let me take you through a very quick description of it. Suppose you wanted to visualize a cone in 3D that looks like this. You'd write a VTK C++ program, and all of these programs essentially have 3 parts. In the first part, you create instances of algorithms from the library. In the second part, you configure properties on these algorithms. And in the third part, you'd connect them to create a pipeline. And voila, you get some 3D output. Now, it doesn't matter how complex your data visualization is, you'll always construct a pipeline that consists of one or more of these guys: sources, filters, mappers, actors, and renderers. Now, at work, I would build C++ code using VTK, combining different kinds of these algorithms to create various data visualization scenarios. After a while, it stopped being fun because it's kind of rote coding. You're doing the same thing over and over again. Besides, this is where the talk gets interesting. I began to see this as a document authoring problem. How come we don't have a designer that gives you a canvas where you can drag and drop these nodes, construct your pipeline, and then get the app to write the C++ code? So I kept looking for apps which would help me do that, found nothing. So in the 10 days of Durga Puja holidays at Kolkata, I decided to build one for myself. Anybody from Kolkata here? Yeah. Durga Puja is the most beautiful festival I've ever been a part of. So during the day, I would write the code for this project. In the evening, I would feast on all the mast food that Kolkata has to offer during the puja. And then 10 days later, the very first version of VTK Designer was done. Now, this offered the dream. It had a toolbox, a canvas on which I can drag and drop algorithms, connect them to make a pipeline, configure them, see the 3D output. To this date, my son just doesn't understand why do I have to show this dead face in the screenshot, but that's the only screenshot I could find of VTK Designer 1. And this app would then generate the C++ code. Now, I would take this app to my office, and I would use this to create all the data visualization modules for the work. Definitely a productivity boost for me. And I wanted to release this open source. I didn't know about SVN. I did not know about CVS. I didn't know SourceForge. And I didn't know how to create pre-built binaries for distribution. The only way of distributing software I knew back then was the humble zip file. So I created a zip file and a web page with detailed build instructions. And for announcement, this is 2004. We don't have social media back then. So mailing lists were your best bet. So I announced it on KDE and Qt mailing lists. And I found people wanting to download, build, go through the pain of it all, and even send me nice feedback and bug reports and pat on the back once in a while. I got really encouraged by this. In about a year's time, can you believe it? 50 to 75 people used the app. I thought nobody would. So by all of this encouragement, I continued developing this app. Eventually, I figured out how to make, binaries for distribution, and I started distributing it on SourceForge. So by around 2006-07, this is how the app looked. Every once in a while, I would notice that people would include a screenshot about VTK Designer in their blogs or paper publications. They'd mention it somewhere. How many of you have built open source work, and then you'll spend every day during coffee Googling your name and project? I've done that. I've been guilty of doing it. And that's how I'd find out people are mentioning it. It's not like they would send an email to me. At one point, Professor Vijay Natarajan from IISc, if you're from IISc, you'll probably know him. I heard that he was telling his students to make use of VTK Designer for a few scenarios. That was such a cool thing to know, And Linux for You published an article about VTK Designer. This was a huge magazine back then. I don't know if it's still circulating. And they also included VTK Designer source code in their CD. And that drove up the adoption. About 15,000 downloads happened around this time. And that was a big deal. One delightful surprise was this. I think my brother Praveen here will recognize this. The new edition of the VTK textbook came out. I bought the textbook. On chapter 3, there was this glorious screenshot of VTK Designer. What a beautiful day that was. I was jumping in joy. This was a book from which I learned about VTK in the first place. To come to think of it, this product was built purely to serve my personal needs. And it was creating a lot of value. So I did what most people do when they start seeing a product that's making good value. I wanted to monetize my FOSS work. Now, I never figured out how to create, sell licenses of VTK Designer or create it as a subscription thing. So I was thinking of ways to monetize it. And it so happened that I would start getting consulting offers. People would want me to freelance and help them build products similar to VTK Designer. So I quit my job in 2005, came back to Bangalore, and I decided to pursue all of these consulting assignments. And I started to look out for conferences where I could participate. I gave my first conference talk at FOSS.in 2007. I looked for that one photo where I was present in FOSS.in. I don't have Ente configured, so I just couldn't figure out where the damn photo was. So I have a stock photo from FOSS.in 2007 in honor of both Atul Chitnis and Pradiptu, who was heading the KDE thing back then. Bhushan here, anywhere? Yeah, hi Bhushan. So he'll know KDE folks as well. So I give a talk on VTK Design at FOSS.in. For those of you who don't know, before IndiaFOSS, this was the yearly pilgrimage for the FOSS people. And we'd go there year after year. I have like mugs for every year of FOSS.in I've visited, and I keep drinking coffee from that to this date. My talk on VTK Designer was very well received, and it opened a potload of opportunities for me. I'm going to be eternally grateful to this conference for that. One of the people in my talk was Till Adam, who was part of the KDE project. And we spoke after my talk, and he said, hey, how about you come to Academy and present a talk there as well. Academy is this conference for KDE that happens in Europe. So the next year I went to Belgium and gave a talk, not on VTK Designer, but on something called GCF. It was a component framework that I had built on top of Qt, which would provide a COM-like infrastructure to create reusable components. And then you can construct a bigger application by stitching together these reusable components by writing very simple XML files. It was a very cool project. So this talk on GCF at Academy was very well received. And in that conference, people gave me ideas. Hey, why don't you license it? I came back thinking, yeah, maybe I can license it. So that became another monetization opportunity. So I came back, and by that time, there was some money flowing in. I was able to assemble a small team, and we started building applications that looked a lot like VTK Designer using GCF to solve problems in various different domains, be it medical visualization, or EDA, or construction monitoring system, or FPGA. They'd all turn out to be document authoring problems for me. You see where I'm getting at? I was used to seeing almost every problem statement through the perspective of canvas, nodes, property editor, connectors. So this is the, this became the hammer and nail for me. And this built a lot of monetization opportunities as well. While I could never directly monetize BTK Designer, I could do so in indirect ways through the freelancing work and GCF. So that's why one clear thing is solving a problem for yourself is probably a good idea, because you never know, it might solve a problem for a lot of other people. Now, as I kept building this, there were problems with the monetization model after a while. So we had to wind down that adventure. My team moved on to different places, and I moved on, took a break for a while. And this was early 2017. This was a property we had in Bangalore, our family had, and we used to stay here, one or more of us, and that place had become so noisy and so commercial that we couldn't stay there anymore. I used to run my office out of this place. My older brother, Praveen, who's here, and I would meet in this place regularly, and we would brainstorm ways to make good commercial use of this property. And while brainstorming, we'd come up with a lot of ideas, all the usual suspects. What if we get someone to open a cafe? What if we get someone to open a restaurant? Both of us were freelancing. We wanted an office space. Maybe we can put together a co-working space. But none of these were very exciting for us until one idea came on the table. And that got us both really, really excited. And it had something to do with films. Films. Don't we all have our own history and relationship with films? Now, I remember in the late 80s and early 90s, Doordarshan would beam a Kannada film every Sunday. Remember those days? That's how I got my dose of Dr. Rajkumar films, Dr. Vishnuvardhan films, and all the great Kannada films. And we would watch these films as a family. Back then, all of these films had a very nice quality. They would all evoke a sense of, ethics, dharma, bhakti. You watch these films, be impacted by them, and around dinner you'd have conversations with your family and talk about how you felt about this film. This kind of an intimate film viewing experience was a very big deal for me as a child. Now, I'm sure my parents took me to the cinema theater, but probably I slept through it because I was too young. My oldest cinema theater experience was in 1995. Interestingly, the same year when my dad got my PC. Now, this was when Mani Ratnam's Bombay was released, right? Maybe you guys remember, you watched this in the cinema theater, and I watched this in Urvashi Cinema. South Bangaloreans here will know that this is a big deal. This was a very good theater, it still is. I remember coming back from this cinema feeling extremely moved. The film was great, but the experience of watching this film in a dark room, on a large screen, with hundreds of other people, with great sound, that made a huge impact on me. Now, I'd go back and watch more films in cinema theaters, and I'd come back home and think, how come watching films on the TV is just not that good? Back then, the sound on TV really sucked. Maybe it still does. I couldn't wait to start earning just about enough money to extend the humble living room TV with a 5.1 audio setup, and I would watch all my films on this setup. It was definitely a considerable upgrade, but it was still not a theater. I wanted a home theater. And when I got married in 2008, my wife, she was used to watching one film per year in the theater. and she gets married to a film buff. So I convinced her, hey, we should blow up all of the cash gifts we got at our wedding reception, add some more from our own pockets, and upgrade the 5.1 audio setup we have, buy a projector, get some acoustics done, and convert this 11 cross 12 feet room we have in our house into an entertainment place. And then we'd watch every weekend some film here, and we'd have friends over and cousins over and neighbors over, and we'd watch films in this place. I've watched some great films in this mini home theater. Peaceful Warrior, Captain Fantastic, The Matrix, Udidavaru Kandante so many times. And we would talk about this film to eternity. I am sure I've discovered more theories about Udidavaru Kandante than Rakshit Shetty has himself, right? And this kind of a private, intimate cinema experience was deeply meaningful. So no wonder when my brother and I were speaking about the films, yes, no wonder when my brother and I were speaking about various ideas, I came up with this idea and I said, hey, what if we build a mini theater, 10 to 15 seats, and get someone to do professional acoustics, audio, and projection setup, have a private lounge outside, and this would be a kind of place where people will get to watch their own films with their own people, with their own food. Private cinema experience. And in September 2017, we launched Teriflix. This was the value proposition when we first launched. We thought, at the very least, we'll have a cinema theater for ourselves. Now, when we launched Teriflix, the adoption was underwhelming. 4 bookings per month, roughly. That was until filmmakers caught up on this place. They were looking for a small, cozy place to host pre-release screenings of their upcoming films to private audiences. And when they got to know about Teriflix, the bookings expanded. 30 odd bookings a month. And we'd have celebrities come over, filmmakers come over, and that's how I became aware of the entire filmmaking process. Now, of this entire process, I got fascinated with one part, and that is screenplays. I'd request filmmakers to conduct screenwriting workshops so that I can learn screenplays myself, and then we'll also have an event to do at Teriflix. And that's when I picked the first few basics of screenplays. You see, screenplay was something that fascinated me a lot because as a developer, I write code. As a developer, I'd write code and people will get to watch the thing on the screen, on the monitor. And as a screenwriter, they'll write code, but then what comes on the screen is the film. There was an audio here which is not coming, but that's okay. So you'll notice that even screenplays have syntax and proper formatting and structure. Now, at the most fundamental unit of a screenplay is a scene, and each scene has a bunch of things, very well-formatted paragraphs. There's a scene heading. Action paragraphs describe visuals. Character dialogue describes speaking. And then there is parentheticals. And then there's a transition paragraph which tells you how scene goes from one to another. Now, there's a very important reason why the format is in this way. Because when you write screenplays in this format, you'll notice that each page of your screenplay roughly translates to a minute of screen time. And this is a useful metric for the filmmaker to do a lot of things, budgeting, scheduling, and things like that. So I'd start writing screenplays. I would read books on screenwriting. I'd ask filmmakers to give their screenplays. And I started to use a lot of these screenwriting apps. Now, naturally, I was used to looking at all document authoring problems as Canvas, Nodes. And I kept looking for apps that offered the same kind of interface, Canvas, Node, Property Editor. Nothing really existed. And maybe I thought that it is not a good way to write screenplays. But then I bumped into this video from Christopher Nolan, where he talks about how he visualized the story structure of Memento. Now he's presenting this idea of creating the story as large canvas, plotting up the scenes on a large canvas, visualizing the connections, and then constructing the story using this method. So if Christopher Nolan thinks that this is a great way to build films, I thought maybe there's a good value to it. So during the pandemic, I thought of working on this idea. And this time I decided to use the QML framework in Qt, the declarative UI, but to build a desktop platform. They were advertising it as a platform for building UIs on the mobile phones, but this was a desktop thing. About 3 weeks later, the first prototype of Scryte was ready, and this is what it looked like. You could create these scene blocks on a canvas, and then capture your synopsis, type up your story, in the scene as a formatted piece of text, and then you could drag and drop these scene blocks on this timeline below and construct how the scenes flow from one to another. So it will also show you the shape and flow of your story. Now, if you have Rashomon loops, you can drag and drop it again, and then it will create these loops. Now, I had this story idea for something that will unroll in 3 tracks, one for each set of characters, and the story will intertwine. I was able to easily visualize this on this large canvas and also generate a PDF file directly from within the app. Now, once I had gotten this far, I requested some of the filmmakers who would come to Terryflix to take a look at this and give me some feedback. And they gave me some great feedback, kept working on it. 2 filmmakers in particular, Abhay Simha and Adarsh Ishwarappa, both of whom are award-winning directors and writers, they offered to create podcasts about the value of the Scryte approach to writing screenplays. And that was very well received. I'd get more feedback. And as I kept getting more feedback, because it was QML, the turnaround times was better. So I kept creating more and more and more updates.
In a matter of weeks.
And the app started to look and function better and better.
UI, building new features, making the app look.
And in a little while, I found the first 2 members of our team who offered skills that were complementing my own. One is Surya Vashishta, who is right here, who's an actor and director himself. He has designed all the user interface and visual design of the app. The one on the extreme right is Puneet Tucker. He used to work for Shikya Entertainment under Gunit Monga, who won the Oscars in 2023. So he offers perspective of Scryte usage from a production setup. And he has helped with the marketing and promotions. And in addition to these 2 people, I'd find a lot of partners in our users as well. One such user group is Paramva, Rakshit Shetty Studio. These are people who made Avnish Srimanarayana, Kirik Party, and other cult films. Now, once they got to know about this, all the writers at Paramva started to use Scryte, and they would offer me great feedback. Rahul and Pooja, who were 2 filmmakers from this unit, also wrote their film and credited Scryte in the rolling credits of their film. Rakshit would himself spend a lot of time explaining certain key features he required in the app, like the structuring features. So all of the templating and the structuring mechanisms available in Scryte are a direct result of his participation and his mentoring and support. Sanjay Sharma was part of the Screenwriters Association Mumbai. He was a committee member. He offered a platform to demo Scryte to screenwriters all over the country, and that's how the news of Scryte kind of spread across outside of Karnataka. We'd receive a lot of love letters on our website. People would appreciate how much they love the app, and some people would privately send love letters with loaded emotion. That's also another way of expressing love. Some of them will scold you, some of them will want your phone number so they can privately bother you, but it's all great ways of expressing that they love the app, and they care enough to even talk about it. Roshan Abbas and Mayur Puri spoke about it. Mayur Puri is a very, very senior writer and songwriter in Mumbai. There was a very strong word of mouth for the product. A lot of films that you have watched in the last few years are probably written in Scryte. Many senior filmmakers like Hemant Rao and Raj Shetty and Sunil Raghavendra, Pradeep Verma, a lot of these folks have been using Scryte and promoting it. They've put their weight behind Scryte. We've had people do reviews on Scryte. None of these are paid, by the way. The media has covered Scryte, most recent one being from Money Control. We also have an active Discord community where more than 2,000 writers constantly give us feedback and help make the product better. Now, I realize I've not shown you how the app looks today. This is the home screen of the app. You can start building your new screenplay from a template or from any of the existing screenplays in our library. This is the structure tab. All these scenes are now represented as index cards like the way screenwriters want. You can stack them, tag formal story structures, and see how the pacing is on the timeline. This is how the screenplay editor looks. You can capture characters present in every scene. This is very useful for scheduling later on. We have a very comprehensive notebook where you can capture character and story notes. The PDF output is up to industry standards. We have many pre-production reports. This is a character report which lists dialogues for all characters, for a specific character in your screenplay. Now this is available in most apps. What's probably not available is something like this. This is a one-page statistics report which gives you a very nice visually appealing overview of your entire film, including the pacing, how the character's presence vary throughout the film. And all of this is open source. Scrite is built on the same open source code that is there in GitHub, minus the API keys that we use for accessing our web servers. I've given multiple technical talks about Scrite at various Qt conferences. This is from one such talk, where I dive deep into the technical details and implementation of the app itself.
Large desktop applications. Not only can we build cool-looking UIs using HTML, we can also build the kind of UIs
So we have a relationship
and traditional
graph where you can capture relationship between characters like that, and a place to see film and screenplay scrolling together.
Walk you through some of the best practices that I have discovered, highlight why model view thinking is so important, walk you through parts of the source code of a free and open source desktop app that I've been working on, to highlight the various ways.
So all of these talks are available on our website, and we have user guides in both text and video also available on the website. Now, since its first public beta release in April 2020, close to 45,000 writers around the world have used the app. Many continue to be active users to this date and have also become paid subscribers. Now, 45,000 looks like a small number. You have to see it in context of the number of screenwriters too. You probably have 1 million screenwriters around the world. Filter it out for professional ones. That is closer to 250,000. That's a 2% market share, right, for a brand new open source product. Now, in India, Screenwriters Association probably has about 60,000 registered users, and we have 30,000 writers from India who have used Scrite app, and many continue to do so today. We launched paid subscription plans in January this year, and after that, these were the plans available. Close to 10,000 folks have used it on trial, and close to 1,500 folks have subscribed and paid for one or more of these plans. And it's doing great. Now we have a product, we have a market, we have a product market fit, and there is some revenue trickling in. It's time to get a little ambitious. In the coming year, we probably want to attack some of these problem statements. We want to build production tools. We want to reimagine Scrite, not just as a story writing app, but as a tool that the entire production unit can rally behind. And we want to get into some of these aspirational tools like script review, maybe AI-assisted pre-visualization, writers community, and we definitely want to build an active contribution community as well. And that's one area I want to transform, because in my previous open source projects, I've terribly failed at that. So I want to close with this. Sometimes solving a problem for that itch you have is maybe a good idea, because you never know, it might solve a problem for many people around the world, and there is enough monetization opportunities. So if you're looking to go after that one idea, go for it. Thank you very much. My name is Prashanth. This was the story of Scrite.
We'll do one question. Any questions? We'll do just one. All right, Prashanth is going to be around, hopefully both of the days. Catch him around. And yes, he'll introduce the next speaker.
Am I audible? Yes. Hello, everyone. So at FOSS United, we organize various free and open source conferences across the country. And we do it by learning from people, individuals, communities across the globe, not just India. This year, I attended ConfConf, conference for the conference organizers. It was hosted by FOSDEM. FOSDEM is the biggest open source conference in the globe, and I was super excited to meet them. I met various communities there, and one thing we wanted to do here at how can we grow in a way that we don't lose our quality and the content that we have been doing at IndiaFOSS and various open source events in India. This year you'll see dev rooms, you'll find a lot of booths here, and we draw that inspiration from FOSDEM. But we thought, why just FOSS United? Or I should learn about it, right? So we invited Richard Hartmann, or Richie, from FOSDEM. He has came all the way from Germany. So he is going to speak about FOSDEM here. So to give a little brief introduction before he joins us on the stage, he works at Senior Developers Program Director at Grafana Labs. He's a maintainer of Prometheus and also part of various open source conferences like CCC, KubeCon, and of course FOSDEM. So a huge round of applause for Richard to speak about his journey with FOSDEM and help us to learn and host more open source conferences. Welcome, Richie.
Thank you. Yeah, just leave it. Oops.
Okay. So, welcome everyone. Is this loud enough? Is this better? Test, test, test. Ah, that's good. Thank you. So, welcome everyone. Let's talk a little bit about what FOSDEM is and how we run it and how we make this magic happen. So, for those who don't have seen pictures, these are a few impressions of FOSDEM. The upper one is the main room during the opening talk, and then basically all the hallways are just filled with people. We completely fill a university to capacity in this one weekend. Like, this is, as far as we know, the biggest event in this university all year. So a little bit of the basics about FOSDEM. FOSDEM happens in the Université Libre de Bruxelles in Brussels in Belgium. It happens every year in basically at the beginning of the teaching year, or right before the beginning of the teaching year is when we get the university, and it has been happening for 25 years by now. We have zero commercial angle. It's all about open source, and it is run almost exclusively with open source. We don't have any paid staff. It is all volunteers who do this stuff. And it is actually the largest open source conference on earth by several different measures. So how do we structure the content for a conference this large? We have different types of content which we either self-organize or which we let organize by other people just to scale out the work. The main track, we have basically talks which we select, sometimes we invite. It's similar to here. We have lightning talks. We also handle the lightning talks because lightning talks need to be relatively strict and fast to make them work. But then we have dev rooms. As you just heard, you also have dev rooms here this year. Dev rooms are basically conference as a service. We give people a room, we give them an infrastructure, we give them videos or video team, we give them the software, we give them the scheduling, we give them the time, and then they can apply with topics. We select the topics, and then they run their complete own conference within FOSDEM. We also have booths, we also serve here out there, also kind of obvious, and we have fringe events. Because over the years, more and more people came to FOSDEM, and it has become the thing in open source. A lot of people travel to Brussels during this time And as they're all there anyway, a lot of companies started doing their offsites around FOSDEM. A lot of other conferences started to spin up. There's database conferences, there is configuration management conferences, there's open telemetry, there, for example, Red Hat used, or maybe they still have the global senior engineering offsite right after FOSDEM, because all the engineers are at FOSDEM anyway. So a lot of getting together and a lot of getting some of the best people in the world together, and this is why we have a lot of fringe events by now. And this is something we encourage, because it means more and more and more open source can grow around around FOSDEM. And for those who have been and complain, we don't have a beer event since COVID anymore. So largest on earth, how do we fend the statement? This year we had over 1,100 talks, 38 of them lightning talks. We had 1,184 speakers. We had 70 tracks and dev rooms with a total of 217 dev room managers, 70 stands and booths. I mean, you can read this yourself. 43 birds of a feather, which is basically we give you a room and you talk about a topic which interests you. Again, this is basically a conference as a service, and then people can make what they want from this. These days you would maybe call it unconference as a service for the birds of a feather. And we do all this with 170 volunteers and 28 staff. We call them staff, but they're completely unpaid, just to be clear. We just call ourselves staff. Yeah. So why do we do all this? Well, A, we're a little bit stupid, and B, we don't really believe in sleep. But at the core, and this is also why you are here, is we believe in open source. We believe in the commons of software. We believe that by making software available for everyone, we help uplift everyone, and we can actually make people's life better. We give them more freedom, we give them more choice, we give them more opportunity, and it is just how we want to see the world, and this is why we try to get the world more in this direction. So how do we run all of this? As I mentioned, we have FOSDEM staff. Those are basically the people who have been working over multiple years and also who work under the year. Just recently we had the kickoff. We are going to do a lot of work over the next half year until FOSDEM. This is basically what defines staff. You have been doing this for a few years and you do work under the year, and then you, at some point, maybe you get invited. Dev room managers, they are the ones who basically are responsible for the complete conference in a conference, from talk selection to monitoring the room to making certain everything is okay, from announcing people, taking care of code of conduct, all of those things like is on the dev room managers. Then volunteers basically do everything else. This might be getting codes at the code check-in station. This might be carrying some paper from A to B because we maybe need some new signage. It means cleaning, it means everything in between. And some of them have been doing this for years and years and years, but that work is mainly during the conference, not so much during the year. We have a very strong training on the job aspect. We have a lot of people who have been doing this for some time, and basically by taking motivated people and just taking them by the hand and running with them, you can train them without really having to train them beforehand. And this is very important for us because as we don't pay them and as we can't really pay for travel for all volunteers or anything, we just don't have the funding for any of this, we don't have the time for any of this, we basically have to train them while the conference is already running. So there is a very strong element of basically training people on the job and just putting experienced people into the right places, and then just let the chaos happen, let itself organize on top. I talked to a volunteer just last week, and she commented that no one really told her what she was supposed to be doing, and it seemed as if things just happened around her, but it was always clear to her how she could help. How she could, when she had the time and was assigned to an area, it was always clear how she could actually make a difference and get stuff done without having to be too detailed in writing down or too strict or anything. We try and make this in a way which allows people to self-organize, because otherwise, honestly, we wouldn't have the time and capacity to run after every last thing. This needs to be distributed. Same as open source. How on the software? We also have all of this or most of this on GitHub, so you can also just, I'll have links later. For call of papers, we use pre-talks. Important point here, FOSDEM basically has set the standard of how, at least in Europe and the US, how schedules are being done on the API level and what formats to use. So we actually, like the software used to use, we had to write our own connectors to use our old format because everyone under the sun is using that format. But we did it and it's fine now. Navigation, we have C3nav, which allows you to have a map on your phone or computer or whatever, and you see how you, where is what, how you can walk from one place to the other. Super useful in particular for first-time users. And the bigger the venue and the more complex the venue, the more important it is. Chat, we have Matrix and Element. It's an open source chat solution. Little bit like Discord, a little bit like Slack, sometimes a little bit less convenient, but it is open source, and that is a huge bonus. And also we can improve it, hopefully. For inventory, we will hopefully be using Event Infra soon. Event Infra is a European non-profit organization, and they basically buy and collect old hardware, and then they give it to conferences. Loan it to conferences so you can run conferences without having to buy all your own hardware and all your own stuff. This is a model which is very, very successful, and at least within Europe it is super well adopted, and even some commercial events start using this service, which is very nice to see, and also gives more funding back in donations to Event Infra. Obviously, Europe is relatively small and relatively tight-knit, so it's easier. APAC and India is larger and has maybe more distribution and taxes when you cross borders and everything. But still, I can highly recommend doing this kind of thing and basically loaning each other hardware so the cost of everything goes down. And you don't just have it sitting there for a year and then you break it out. You actually get use out of it. We are also going to see something about this in a second. Point of sale is currently not open source, but we are working on this. So the video box. One of the most things about conferences is to have video. While there's quite a few people in this room, not everyone who ever is going to see this content, which I'm currently producing, is currently in this room. You must have video. Of course, video is what allows you to advertise the conference for the next time and allows you to externalize this knowledge to people who could not attend for whatever reason. So we have a quite good video team, and we give video to every single dev room, to every single room. Video is expensive. Microphones, cameras, everything are super expensive. And mixing takes a lot of highly trained people who need a lot of experience to do stuff. So what we built over the years is a video box, and you see photos of the video box here, which basically we can put 1 to 2 in every room, depending on the specific setup. We can grab stuff from the laptop, we can grab stuff from the camera, we grab the microphone, we get all of this information, and we can put this into streams, we can put this into on-demand video, and we can steer almost all of this centrally from one single room during FOSDEM. So we don't have to have one highly trained person per room. We used to actually, in former times, we used to have 1 to 2 weeks pre-FOSDEM workshop just for video team to onboard all the volunteers and to fix everything. Now we don't. We just put the box in the room and it does the job. I also have one of those boxes here because we try to aggressively push those boxes into the world and loan them to people to enable them to basically take one of the most important aspects of conferences and not have to pay so much money for it. We are going to have this box, I believe, at the IndiaFOSS booth upstairs. Yeah. So if you want to look at this box during the conference, just go to IndiaFOSS booth. Also, you can scan the QR code if you want. All of this is open source. It's open hardware. You can build it yourself. We can support you. We can explain stuff to you. If you want to run a conference, we can try and get you a box, or maybe you can loan this box or whatever. Like, we are really, really keen on trying to spread the knowledge and the processes and the hardware of FOSDEM to everyone else and to everywhere else who want to take it. So we can replicate this model of open source conferences running at scale for everyone and allowing more and more people to come into open source. Yeah, so the video box, as I said, is fully open source. It's also fully open hardware. again, more than happy to help you adopt it. I'm not part of the video team, so I know the basics, but not the details. But more than happy to connect you to the people who make the video happen. And I thought it was used as this conference. It is not. I didn't fix the slides, I'm sorry. But that means you get to see it, because if it was being used, you wouldn't be able to see and touch it. So maybe that's consolation. So then this is the video render farm. We basically just grab a bunch of ThinkPads and we put them in a room and done. We put some software in it. All of this is also open source. And this is how we transcode the videos for streaming. We actually do all the transcoding at the streaming from on-site because we have really high bandwidth. And then we basically stream into a distribution network from there. But we can do everything on-site. And again, if something breaks or so, we can fix it relatively easily. It also, I mean, the cloud is nice and Kubernetes and everything. I work at a cloud native company myself. But sometimes it's also just nice to have really clearly defined problem domains and be really like, you have the UPS built in, of course it's laptops, you have a screen, a keyboard built in. Using a few laptops for this kind of workload is really, really good. It's so much more resilient than a cloud connection. So, timelines. And I was actually asked, what is the point of this timeline slide? And the point is, as you see, I'm not going to read through everything, but as you see, over the years, by aggressively reusing, by aggressively going towards video boxes, by aggressively having hardware in the right places, sometimes even leaving the network hardware at the university under the year, by reusing the same configuration, by going to RIPE NCC and getting the same IP addresses for the conference every single year. We were able over the years to massively reduce the amount of toil of just work which you just do and then the value is gone, massively reduce the toil. So we can actually focus on sleeping a little bit more, but also on just making stuff work for the audience and having a fun time at the conference instead of working until super late. If you look at the 2015 network, Saturday, 5 o'clock, I actually had one time where literally for the opening talk we had two sets of slides. One with here's how the network works, and one with sorry we don't have network. And I literally radioed the person who was standing on stage to go with the we have network slide deck. So it was this bad. But over the years we improved and improved and improved, and I can only implore you to keep on learning and to write down the learnings and to build on top the next time. Don't toss everything away. Try and build on your last success, on your last conference for the next time. More timelines, same story. You will be shocked and surprised. Over time we got more sleep. And sometimes, and this is at least important to me personally, sometimes we even get done days and weeks before the conference with certain aspects of the conference. And this frees you up so much during the conference, so you don't have to run in circles all the time. Financing. We have almost zero benefit for sponsors. Like we do have sponsorships, and without the sponsorships we couldn't be running FOSDEM. But for example, they do not get a booth. They do not get a talk. They do not get anything. They get almost nothing. So things which they get is they get the logo on the website. They get the logo on when we still printed physical stuff. We had on the physical stuff. We thank them during the opening and the closing talk, and that's it. They don't get much, and still companies, big companies, actively want to sponsor because FOSDEM has such a good name and such good reputation that even by just supporting something which is completely non-commercial, they still believe they get the value. Super important, and just to re-emphasize this, they have no input at all on content. We actively go as far as having separate people who handle sponsorship and who handle decision on content, just to avoid even the appearance of any conflict of interest. Not always possible. Sometimes people from the outside make different interpretations, but spoken from the inside, there is zero influence on content from the sponsors. To be clear, this is a position of privilege because we are the largest on earth. We have been running for 25 years. We just do what we do, and if you don't like it, you can go away. Very easy. It's harder when you need to spin up a conference initially, but still, once you allow this breaking into the content selection, the sponsors will never let you take this away again, or it will be very hard to take it away again, because they will always tell you, well, you give me less, so I give you no money or less money. It's a very hard discussion. It's much better if you're able to not do it from the beginning. And if you need to change, be very deliberate and talk with the sponsors early. And also we sell t-shirts and hoodie and sometimes other stuff, and we just sell stuff and get money from this. We also get individual donations. I forgot to write this down, so basically a lot of people donate to us. Sometimes people complain that big companies are sponsoring us, and we're like, well, if you donated more, we wouldn't need to. So we actually want to try and experiment with a program of try and match this donation level, and we just get rid of a sponsorship slot. We'll see if that works. And also on the hardware reuse, we used to just resell the laptops right at the end of FOSDEM. So we could buy a voucher during FOSDEM, and at the end of FOSDEM, we just give you the laptop with all the video streaming and rendering software still on it. It's Debian anyway, have fun. The thing is, this also allowed us to not have the money locked into hardware, which we only use for 2 days per year. We could actually get the money back. We stopped doing this because newer ThinkPads have weird stuff with USB-C power, and so we need this one specific model now, but yeah. You can clone the conference. If you are interested in this, just take a photo of this. Also, we will have this somewhere on the proceeding website, I guess. I'll just give people who are currently taking photos a chance. I'm also going to take a photo of the audience. If you don't want your photo in a video, if you don't want your face in a photo, which I'm going to not share with anyone, now is the time to hide your face. Now is the time to hide your face. Yeah, you can clone the conference if you want. Also, how can you get involved? If you want to attend FOSDEM, feel free to find me, talk to me about stuff. More than happy to. Like, it's really hard for us to do any travel funding or anything, to be very clear. But if you want to know how it's run or anything, just find me. We also have time for questions in a bit. If you want a booth for your conference or for your project, I cannot promise this. We have to reject over 50% of all applications for booths every single year, because there's just so many people who want to come. Sometimes they only even get half a day, because we have so much contention for space. But in particular, if, like, for example, IndiaFOSS, yeah, we are more than happy to help build connections. On the help build connections part, as was mentioned, we also started running ConfConf, which is a conference about running conferences. Again, QR code goes there. We didn't actually publish all of the proceedings, I believe, but also it was more of an unconference, so it's a lot of notes of people. But we have many, many connections between conference organizers as a direct result of running ConfConf even once. Given the attendee distribution at ConfConf, we are actually considering to maybe move it into Asia for next year. We don't know yet, but just, maybe this is news to you. So maybe also India, I don't know. Like, we want to try and move the conference around to enable more people to attend without having to pay a lot of money for travel and maybe visa issues and all the usual. So we'll see how this goes, but we are very, very interested in keeping ConfConf a thing and helping enable it over time. Yeah, and that's it. I deliberately tried to be really quick, so we even have 4 minutes left on the clock, and I can get a few questions if you want. And also, I was told we have even extra time for questions, so even better. Also, I don't bite, so ask questions, like really challenge me here. This is your chance to get direct information on the largest open source conference on earth, so do ask questions if you have them.
So, like 1100 talks, that's a crazy amount, crazy number of talks. How do you even approach triaging the CFPs that you get? So,
oh, actually, I forgot also you just reminded me, we also have a review platform, which is also open source for the video. So, how do we handle over 1,000 talks? Well, basically, through this conference in a conference system, which I talked about. That's the only way to scale this. I mean, these days with cloud native, blah, 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 everyone is talking about scaling anyway, in particular in Bangalore, obvious. We horizontally scale the workload of looking through the CFP, because we as staff, our base load line for the ones who are fully responsible for content selection, it's maybe a few hundred submissions which they have to look through, which is still a lot, but it is not that much. But for the dev rooms, all the dev rooms do their own CFP and they go through stuff. Speaking as a dev room manager myself, because again, we don't believe in sleep, so I also run a dev room. For the monitoring and observability dev room, we reject more than 50%. So the 1,184, or what I had in talks, actually we have much more submissions than what we actually accept. And the only way to scale this out is to basically put the load onto a load of different people. 217, I believe, was the number we had this year. Yeah, 217. And the other thing, for the video review, we also we send speakers email, we send the dev room managers email about, hey, this is how you can self-review the video, and then you click a button, we do re-encoding, and once you're happy, you click another button, it's being uploaded and everything. But still, this takes a lot of time. Like, we spend weeks and weeks and weeks on the CFP, even though we scale it so much. And sometimes it takes several months to get the last few videos out. If there's some issues and such, it can be really icky in corner cases. Yeah. But maybe as a number, and this is maybe a good indication, we had 2 weeks of content out, like published and finished, roughly 2 weeks after FOSDEM. So actually at that point, if you were to start watching video at the beginning of FOSDEM, you could watch 24/7 for 2 weeks. Like, that was the pace we put the video out. So yeah, but we need to scale this. Any other questions? Again, now is your chance. Okay, thank you very much. No, I'll just put it up, I guess.
Whose laptop is
This is ours. This is the backup. Yeah, put it up. Do we have the connector?
Yeah, HDMI.
Okay, cool.
Hi guys, so the next talk is, I think, the most exciting one. So if you have any of your friends outside, or if anyone's going outside, just please sit for this talk. I think it's going to be great. So yeah, so the next talk is by Tejaswi, who's a professor at Arizona State University. And what he made is basically, you guys, does everyone know what motion capture is? So it's like Avatar. Let's say, how do you create the Avatar movie? You put stuff on your body and you motion capture it, and that is one process of it. So in order to make a motion capture movie, initial investments would take around, let's say, $20,000 and above. So what Tejaswi has made reduces his cost to up to $600. That's like 97% reduction, and which makes it more accessible to a larger audience, which is great. A normal guy can also do motion capture maybe. So yeah, so I'll let Tejaswi continue. I feel this is going to be a really exciting talk.
thank you, everyone. Thank you, everyone. Is this? Okay. Thank you, everyone, and thanks for inviting me. So I want to present an open source motion capture system. First of all, why do we need an open source motion capture system? First of all, as in the introduction, thank you for the introduction, that was really nice. It costs a lot to set up, and you need like dedicated studio space. So what we are trying to do with Mesquite is motion capture in the wild. Okay? So here are the technical problems that we need to solve in order to do motion capture. So basically, it's a problem of digital twinning, right? You can think of it as a problem of digital twinning. So you need to take the human body and twin it in a 3D environment, right? So any kind of 3D engine, Unity, Unreal, Blender, whatever it is. So the problem, the core two problems are you need to track the orientation of rigid bodies within the human body. So by that I mean the bones, right? The bones are rigid, they can't bend. But the bones are attached to each other through joints. So we also need to be able to like factor that into our orientation tracking or the angles of the bones. We also need, of course, the human body can move. I can move around the stage. I should be able to track my 3D position as well. So traditionally how it's done is like using optical tracking systems. So also, like if you look at orientation tracking, if you look at like the tech history on it, so it started with like you needed to track like the angle of a plane. So traditional Wright brothers stuff, all you really need is like roll, pitch, yaw, or the Euler XYZ. What is the problem with this? The problem with this is the gimbal lock, right? So you cannot, you can fully express the angles of a half sphere, of a hemisphere. But when the problem begins when you have to like track the full sphere, right? So to solve that, there are quaternions, which is kind of beyond the scope of this class, scope of this talk. So I am going to, like how is orientation tracked? By onboard sensors, like accelerometer, gyroscope, and magnetometer. So your quadcopter uses these three, right? As you can see, the quadcopter fuses these three with a sensor fusion algorithm. And what it does, it gives you full 3D orientation. For a quadcopter, of course, not only do you need the orientation of the quadcopter, the gyroscope to balance the quadcopter, you also need to know its heading, if you will. So for example, if I want my quadcopter to go to Mysore, I need to know which way is Mysore. So ideally, like by that I mean, I need to know which way is north, right? That's where the magnetometer comes in. And then, of course, is the position tracking problem. So position tracking, of course, we all use GPS with our maps, and it works pretty well, right? When you're actually using it to travel. But it has a resolution of 1 to 2 meters, right? That's not good enough for motion tracking, like tracking the human body. So you're all like familiar with like VR headsets now, like they somehow track your head, right? So one way to do that is like HTC Vive uses IR lighthouses. You can use optical markers to track it, right? Or you can use some time of flight algorithms using UWB or light, something like that. So the nice thing that has happened more recently is this problem is generally called SLAM, simultaneous localization in motion. It has been solved by XR headsets, right? XR and AR headsets. What do they use? They use visual odometry. So most of the cameras have, most commercial phones have at least 2 cameras. Some have 5 or whatever, right? And the headsets have 16 cameras. So you can use that to actually reconstruct, it's called ego motion. You can create a ego tunnel from that camera. As you go around, it can map its environment and it can know where it is, right? So we use one of those solutions. We use the WebXR SLAM, which is an open source solution, to track the position of the human body. So how does it all come together? if I'm able to track every bone's orientation from a known position, and if I'm able to track the position of the hip, I have a full motion frame. And if I'm able to do that 30 times a second, I have a motion capture, right? So how do we solve this in the Mesquite system? So let's take a look at that. So the existing solutions, of course, as was said in the introduction, is mostly done with OptiTrack, right? OptiTrack is the gold standard for Hollywood. And that costs about $50,000 for a 2 meter by 2 meter area. So you need a dedicated studio space. And the software called Motive that comes with, that makes OptiTrack usable is a $30,000 a year license. So it's a very expensive system. So it is not it is not something that research labs can use, and it's not hackable. You get the data that you get from OptiTrack, and that's it, right? So let's say I want to study like the square cut or something in cricket, and I want the linear acceleration. It's very hard to hack that into that, right? So all this all this motivates the need for an open source solution. Again, this whole project started to scratch our own itch. We needed this for our dance program, so we started developing an in-house motion capture system. So this is again repeating the same thing, which is like why the motivation for it, because like the existing solutions have high startup cost, they have closed formats, they're not hackable, they're not extensible, and basically, what does it all come down to? It's not open source. So we need an open source motion capture system. So enter Mesquite Mocap. So here is the open architecture, if you will, of the Mesquite Mocap system. So you have these Mesquite pods that you can attach to your human body, to the rigid bodies of the human body, the bones. So using these MEMS IMUs, you are able to track the orientation using sensor fusion from the gyroscope and accelerometer, as I talked before. OK, I'm able to track the orientation of every bone, and I can reconstruct the motion. But I also need the body's position in 3 dimensions. To do that, we use the WebXR SLAM. Also, you could use AR Core or AR Kit. Again, it's extensible and hackable, so you can plug and play your solutions. Also, this is entirely built on open source web technologies. So all the communication is done over WebSockets, and you have a dedicated LAN, a travel router, that creates its own network. So you don't have to be on the internet, it's offline. And the dongle, which is a Raspberry Pi Zero, also serves a web server, which is served onto the consumer phone, which uses WebXR SLAM and sends back the position over WebSocket again. All this comes together into a web app, a progressive web app, which can be accessed at mesquite.cc. Right? It's an app that you can access on mesquite.cc. The dongle sends this data, aggregates this data, and sends it over to the website or web app over web serial. Okay? So, and using a WebGL 3JS environment, we are able to fully reconstruct human motion in real time. Okay? So this is real-time motion capture. You can record it, and we have implemented recording in a BioVision hierarchy format, which is the standard format that Blender, Unity, and Unreal support. Or you can stream it in real time, anywhere in the world, and you can grab that and then reconstruct motion at a distance, if you will. Okay? So the basics. So this project, so it's all on GitHub. There's an organization called Mesquite Mocap. There are many different repositories, many different tests we have done. But the 3 important repositories that you need to replicate this are these. The website itself, the web app, mesquite.cc, is in the repo mesquite.cc. And we call these individual nodes that you wear on your human body Mesquite pods. So these pod code firmware is in the pod MCU code. And then you have the dongle, like the dongle code that you have to install on the Raspberry Pi. All this comes together. So this is how it looks. So it's all open hardware. It's built on open hardware. And as you can see, there are several problems we had to solve. Basically, one of the problems is there is there's a frame of reference for each of these sensors. And then there's the world frame of reference. And then there is the frame of reference of the human body itself. So how do you put it all together? We call that the calibration step. So to do that, what we do is we need two things. We need to be able to get the still calibration, or we call it the box calibration. We need to be able to get the accelerometer and gyroscope biases before you wear it on the body. So we do a box calibration and then wear it on the human body. The way it is designed, it's magnetic. So you can take the pod, let it calibrate still, let it do the still calibration, and then you can pick it up and wear it magnetically. So once you do that, you hold the T-pose, and then you get that value as well. With those two values, with the correction of those two values and the real-time value, we are able to fully reconstruct human motion, as you can see. So again, this is very simple quaternion math. All you have to do is like there are two things, right? You need to get the T-pose and the box calibration and the raw value. That will give you the local frame of reference of every bone. But here's the problem. The human body has joints, just like a robot arm does, right? So if I went from a T-pose and I put my hand down, if I just map the local angles that I'm getting from the IMUs, the model will look like this. Why? Because this pod has also moved 90 degrees when I put my hand down. But it has only, this particular forearm has not moved at all. The movement is because of its parent bone, right, the upper arm. So you have to factor for that as well. So you have to factor like how the parent is moving, so as to know in the global frame what the bone's movement is, right? So once you have adjusted for these two things, which is very simple, you can then construct a full human body. You can construct the full orientation of the bones. Well, if I just had that, and if I was walking, it would look like I'm moonwalking, right? It will look like I'm in the same space. So to get the full 3D position, I will need the position of the hips, and that's enough for me. So to get the position of the hips, we use WebXR Slam. And the WebXR Slam, the web app is served from the dongle. The dongle acts as a web server as well. And and using the standard WebXR that's available on Android, you can bring it up on a Chrome on an Android phone, and then start the WebXR session. Once you start the WebXR session, it starts tracking the world position for you. And that position is sent back over WebSockets. And all that comes together to give you the full motion frame. And you do that 30 times a second, and you have a full motion capture. And when it all comes together, it looks like that. Right? And it allows you to record, it allows you to stream. So once you record it, you can bring it into your favorite 3D engine and use it like, you can skin it however you want. And you can use it to make films, you can use it to make animation, NPCs in your games, VR heads, VR full body tracking for VR experiences, of course, sports medicine. There's many, many different uses, which is kind of why we want to aggressively replicate. We want to get people to replicate this for their own applications, and that's kind of where we are right now. And that's kind of why we are presenting this at the conference as well. And what we're really proud of was like we took the $80,000 to $100,000 setup system, OptiTrack, and we compared it against this. So as you can see, it's the same person wearing both suits. Orange is Mesquite, blue is OptiTrack, and you can visually compare the two. But we also looked at the data, and it's like the difference is between 2 to 5 degrees, depending on the bone, as you can see. I could not align the starting points for this demo, but you get the idea, right? Yeah. And these are the graphs. As you can see, it's very close. It's 2 to 5 degrees variation at any time. So I think seeing is believing. So I'm just going to do a very simple demo. The system is completely configurable. You do not have to track the whole body, or nor do you have to use the system to track the human body. You can track a robot arm. You can track like anything that is moving, right? Anything that has rigid bodies that are fixed together with joints. So the app, like I said, is a it's a web app, and you can go in there, and then here I have my dongle, my router, and give me 1 second. Everything fits in this bag. That's how it looks when it's done. Fits in one little tiny bag. What I have to do is like I'm now plugging in my dongle. As you can see, I'm going to plug it in, and it connects over web serial. So, oh, thank you very much. Can you all hear me? Can you hear me? Okay, cool. So as you see, okay. As you can see, can you hear me? Is it good? Can you hear me? No? Can you hear me? Sound check. Yeah, I can hold it up. Can you hear me? Okay, good. So I can hold it up. So as you can see, this is a website. I'm just clicking on it. It brings up all the USB. So I connect to this my stuff, and as was shown in the slides, I have to go through the calibration procedure, right? So I have to do my still calibration first. So what I do is like I turn on my pods, and I'm only going to show like one limb, right? I'm going to show like my right arm, and it's just more of the same, right? So I'm going to turn this on. Oh, come on. What? One second. Oh, come on. Okay, here we go. And then I'm going to turn these guys on. What is that? Weird. Okay. I might have it open. One second, one second. Give me 1 second, sorry. Okay.
Two.
Uh-oh. It's acting super weird. Give me 1 second. Okay. Okay. As you can see, the data is coming in for my right upper arm, right forearm, and my right hand, which is all I'm going to track for now. So this data is coming in. You can actually see like how much bandwidth, how much, and then what the delay is. So we have found that delay, depending on environmental conditions, is anywhere between 15 to 30 milliseconds, right? Which is kind of acceptable. And okay, now I have this. So I go through this box calibration. So it takes about 30. We record the gyroscope and accelerometer biases for 30 seconds, but we give it 45 seconds just in case. So that should do that. Okay, there we go. It shows you how you're supposed to place your pods. And all this is getting served from that same repo that you saw on GitHub, over GitHub pages, right? So it costs us nothing to host this app. So once I'm done with this, right, now I can put this on. So this is my right hand, so that goes there. And this is my right up arm. And this is my right forearm. And all I have to do is hold my T pose for 5 seconds. Okay? Once I'm done with that, so that's what I got. Right? Now, that's just some robot moving, right? Like, how is that useful? Well, we record it. You can record it in BioVision hierarchy, which is a standard motion capture format that Maya, Blender, Unity, everybody supports. So I do something, stop my recording. It gives me the BVH file. And that's how it looks. So now I can skin this into any character I want. So, and like I said, this only gives me what? The angles of my bones, right? And if I just had this and I had my full suit on, I would look like I'm moonwalking, like I'll be in the same spot, right? Like on a treadmill. So to get the body's position, we just use a commercial Android phone. Again, you could use an iPhone with ARKit, it'll work the same. So what is happening here? So all I'm doing is the dongle is creating, the dongle has a web server. It has a hotspot, so I connect to it. It serves a web page through its through the web server. So it brings up a web app, if you will. And oh, come on. Okay, good. Give me 1 second. I'm just trying to make sure this loads. So I'm just basically going to its local host. And so it serves. So it's just a very simple web page. It looks like that. So I start, so I can get my WebXR slam going. I start a WebXR session. And all these are attached via magnets. And as usual, I set my T pose. Okay. Now, if I move around, it tracks my body. And as you can see, the hand is not doing it right? That's because I'm not wearing my spine, my chest pod. And it doesn't have information about the chest. So if you want to see the full demo, I'm doing a workshop at 2:30. And then tomorrow there'll be a booth as well, so you can test it out. I have 2 prototype suits. And in the workshop, you will get to test it, program it yourself, and work through the technologies. So the workshop is basically we're going to go through web serial, the IMU data, how to access it, and so on. We'll just go through the 3 different repos, how it all comes together, and we'll go from there. Yeah. So that's kind of what I have for today. Thank you all. Yeah. Oh, one more thing. This is also a progressive web app, so you can install it as an app. You might see when you go there, you can just install it as an app. So it is completely offline as well. So you do not have to be connected to the internet. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Yeah. Yes. And any questions, please? Yeah, I would love for you all to like test it out on your own and on your own time at the workshop and at the booth. And what I'm really interested in is like for you to find applications. So we can think of a dozen applications like on the that we think will be useful, but this is what we do in our lab. So you know your application best, and so I would love to for you to come find me. I'll be here the 2 days of the conference, and I'd love to like brainstorm different applications for this technology. Yeah. Thank you all. Any questions? That's it? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Tejaswi. That was amazing. I mean, that was really cool, I'd say. So one thing I like to point out is this came out of academia. He's from the US, from state of Arizona University. But we usually don't see a lot of FOSS coming out of Indian academia, I feel. So this is definitely a great inspiration to take from, yeah. Then, yeah.
This is a work of 14 students over like 5 years.
Will that go on there?
Just one.
That's great to hear.
Okay, but this
Okay, so give me a sec. So next, so usually what happens is a lot of people, let's say from India, usually go out of India to work on impactful FOSS projects. So next we have Laurens, who's actually my colleague at Ente. He is a Dutch guy. He came to India to work at Ente. And yeah, now he has an Indian girlfriend who's also here. And yeah, he even prefers eating from dhabas compared to normal restaurants, yeah. Okay, so Laurens initially started as a user. When I was working there, Laurens was a user, then he was very interested in working with us, and now he's a ML engineer at Ente. So Laurens will be mainly talking about private ML that we do at Ente, and why private ML is needed to be built at Ente is, so Ente is an end-to-end encrypted service. We have photos, or we have a few apps. So we basically don't have access to your data. So whatever ML processing needs to be done, it needs to be done on the client side. So which is something that someone else has not solved before, and we could not take reference from. So it'll be an interesting talk by Laurens on how he did it. Yeah.
Thanks, Ashil. So, have you ever wondered if your personal photos and videos are being used to train AI? Kind of a scary thought, I think. But what do we do about it? So in this talk, I want to talk about how at Ente we came up with a fully private ML system. One disclaimer before I start, I'm saying ML here. At another point I might say AI. It's all the same thing. Please don't get confused. AI is just more marketable. That's it. Yeah, hi, I'm Laurens. I'm the ML engineer at Ente. I think what we do at Ente is pretty cool. I realize I'm very biased when I say that, but I was also a customer before I joined, so I feel like I have some cred to say that. Anywho, let's get into it. I'll briefly explain what we do at Ente, what problem we're trying to solve. Then I'll get on to how we're solving that problem, especially when it comes to ML. So in one sentence, Ente is a private cloud for your personal photos and videos. So unlike Google Photos, we're completely end-to-end encrypted. Unlike Apple Photos, we're accessible on all platforms without any vendor lock-in. And unlike both, we're fully open source. So we started Ente because we think there are quite a lot of problems with storing your very personal photos with Google and Apple. I will actually not get into any of these because over the last 2 years, there's another problem that came up, which is that AI is getting really, really good at understanding and analyzing your images, right? And I think, or we all think at Ente, that maybe not everyone is aware yet how big this problem is and why it's a problem. So to kind of educate and show people, we created this side project called They See Your Photos, where we use Google's own API, its own Google Vision API, their own models, to just showcase how good these models are and what like scary stuff you can do with them, basically. It's a website. You can try it out yourself with your own photos after the presentation. Please do, but for now I just have an example. So here's a dad with his 2 younger kids. And before we even get to the AI part, I think already we should realize that there's a lot of data inside photos, right? There's so much metadata, like where's the photo taken, what time, from what device. There's already a lot of stuff there. But then once you combine it with AI, it starts to become a bit scary. So AI is actually able to capture, I think, everything that's inside an image, from the tiniest detail, like the G that's tattooed on the dad's arm here, all the way to the biggest factors, such as the facial expressions, the emotions, how the dad clearly cares for the kids. All of that is captured by the model. And this is still just only one image, right? So now imagine, instead of one image, you analyze an entire photo library. And you analyze all of the photos and you stitch all of that information together. That is kind of what you're enabling, in a way, when you give your photos to Google. But AI is actually not the problem. AI is not evil. Technology is not the problem. It's the use of technology that determines the morality of it. And at Ente, we actually are very driven to spark joy using AI and to drive meaning out of your photos and to make sure that everyone is able to relive their most precious moments. And for that, you do need AI. But nowadays, it kind of feels like you have this choice. Do you want all the benefits of AI? Do you want all the nice goodies? Or do you just want to maintain your privacy? And it feels like you have to pick a choice. You have to make a choice. But at Ente, we try to come up with a system where you don't have to make this choice. You can have the best of both worlds, remain fully private, keep the sanctity of your photos intact while still having all the nice features. So in the rest of this presentation, I'll be guiding you through how we did that. In terms of the technical details, please don't get scared by this diagram. I know it's a bit chaotic and messy, but we'll just dive into the separate parts and I'll explain what we're doing, and hopefully by the end of it, it's all clear for everyone. So let's start with the upper part. So basically, all the users' photos are encrypted in our server, right? So to start with, basically the solution is on-device ML plus end-to-end encrypted sync. I should maybe start by saying that. It's on-device ML plus end-to-end encrypted sync. So how it works is that all the photos are encrypted on our server. Then we actually take an encrypted image, we pull it to the user's device. There we decrypt it, then we process it, then we run the ML. Then those results we store locally, but those we also again encrypt, and the results we put back on the server. So about the imaging, the image processing. This actually is very dependent on the model. Each model will have its own pre and post processing based on how it was trained. And this is kind of an area when you're just doing normal AI, it's kind of trivial. And when I say normal, I mean when you do it centrally in one place, be it your desktop or your cloud. But when you're doing it locally on device in such a distributed way, it's suddenly not so trivial anymore, because you don't actually have access to all of the nice libraries in Python that you're used to having. So we had to rewrite a bunch of these libraries to Dart and TypeScript, which are the programs that we use, the languages that we use for our Flutter apps, Flutter mobile apps, and for our React desktop app. And we had to go down to the tiniest detail, because garbage in is garbage out. So every pixel actually matters. So we had to go all the way down to pixel interpolation and rewrite everything. So let me give you an example of what we're able to do using this system and how it works. So we have semantic search. The basic idea is the user can just use natural language, use some query to get the photos that they want. Say they want some photos from a party, they can just type like party or get together and get those photos. So the idea behind it is there's a model that we're using called, it's a derivative from a model that's called CLIP, originally introduced by OpenAI, where you have two encoders, an image and a text encoder, which both take that data, the image and the text, and then encode it to an embedding. Now the interesting part is they encode it to the same embedding space. Also, for those of you who don't know what an embedding is just a mathematical representation of the data. But the idea is that both of these encoders encode it to the same embedding space. You can actually compare these embeddings. So how it works is that first we take all the images from the user and we have to analyze and index them. So for each image, we use the encoder to get an image embedding. We store that on the device locally. And then whenever the user actually wants to make a search, we take the query, say in this case get together, we encode it using the text encoder model, and then we use a cosine similarity to compare it with all the image embeddings. And the ones that are actually most similar, which will also be the images that are most likely about the get together. We also have face recognition. Again, this depends on indexing, so we first have to take all the images and index them. All of this is happening simultaneous, by the way. We do the face recognition indexing, the semantic search indexing, all of this is happening at the same time. So for each image, we first have to run face detection. Now if there are no faces, then we're done. We just store that information and move on. But if there are faces, then there's a bunch more processing we have to do. So we have to do some geometrical transformation to get rid of any of the variations to make the faces as similar as possible, so the only thing that stands out is the identity of the person, right? And we also have to check for other things, like is the face blurry, can we actually use it, all of that stuff. Once we have that, we will then also encode the face to, again, an embedding using a facial recognition model, which is trained in such a way that similar faces will mean similar embeddings. So the idea then is if you then take all of these embeddings that belong to faces and you cluster them, every cluster will correspond to a certain person. That is the idea. But this clustering is actually also quite a hard challenge because you don't have a ground truth here. What might work for someone's library actually doesn't work for another. So there was a lot of experimentation to make this work. Now on top of this, we have to work with a lot of constraints here. First of all, we don't actually know how many people are in this library, right? So we can't use something like parametric clustering because we don't know how many clusters we'll need. Secondly, we need incremental clustering. So when I say incremental clustering, I mean that if you take half of the embeddings and you cluster them and then take the other half and you cluster them, the results of that should be the same as when you cluster everything in one go. And this is very important because if you have clustered everything and then the user takes another photo, you don't want to go and cluster everything again. You just want to focus on that new image, do that quickly and move on, but still get the same results. And maybe the last big constraint is it has to be efficient because you can't just go and compare every embedding with every embedding. Say a user has like 60,000 images in their library, which is not unusual, and say on average there's one person in each photo. That means 60,000 faces, 60,000 embeddings. If you then want to compare each with these, that's 60,000 times 60,000 for an embedding that's 192 floating points. That's a lot of comparisons. And that will take too much time. So we had to figure out some way where you don't have to compare everything with everything, but still get good results. And we ended up with some kind of custom algorithm that we call linear incremental clustering. That works pretty well. You also have to figure out how do we actually run these models, right? Because we have to run everything locally, again, on the user's device. There are a lot of inference engines that say they do this. We have tried out almost all of them. But a lot of them didn't work for us because either it was not mature enough, it might not work for some model, or it just didn't work well enough. But in the end, we really liked and we settled on ONNX and ONNX runtime. So for those of you who don't know, ONNX is an open model format maintained by the Linux Foundation. It's really cool. The idea is that any model that you train from, say, PyTorch or TensorFlow, you can just export it to ONNX. So it kind of becomes this open standard and everything becomes interoperable. So we can use any model trained on any framework. And then you have ONNX runtime, which is a runtime maintained by Microsoft, which makes it really easy to run it on every device. And it actually works on every device, which is very impressive, I think. And it not just works, but it works exactly the same. So you'll get the exact same results no matter where you run it, which is also very important because you might have an image embedding that is coming from a mobile device, and then you will compare that with a text embedding coming from a desktop. Now, if those two platforms are doing things in a different way, you get different embeddings, and you don't know why, and you'll just get weird results. So everything has to be exactly the same. Now, in terms of which models we used, because we don't have any user data, we can train our own models. But luckily, there are so many pre-trained models out there. There's so many models that are publicly out there with so many open data sets. There's a lot to choose from, especially when it comes to vision, which is such a well-established use case, I think. But then we always try to take into account to use like models optimized for mobile, preferably. And then we would further optimize them by doing something like quantization to make them even smaller, but still remain the same accuracy. So then we're back to the same diagram, but now I think we've covered the top part. But so we've talked about the processing, about the pipelines, we've talked about clustering, but we still haven't talked about some of the sync. We don't know what this person entity is, we don't know what this feedback is. So let's quickly talk about that. Because when we find these clusters, we really prompt the user to just save these groupings as a person and assign a name to it, assign like information like a date of birth that we can then use for nice features such as like just a simple birthday notification. But more importantly, we really try to make the system in such a way that the user can actually make changes. Like say there's a specific image which is, because ML is a stochastic process, right? So maybe some image is actually misclassified. Now that's not a huge issue as long as you can then have the user fix it very easily. So we made sure that the user can make manual changes wherever needed. And then on top of that, we added suggestions so that to make it even easier for the user to improve the system further. And now the important thing is all of these changes that the user might make are also synced. So it's not just the indexes, it's not just the images that are synced, it's also all this person information, all these changes, all of this is synced, fully end-to-end encrypted, so we don't know what's happening, but we'll still have that same smooth experience for the user. And this has many benefits. Every image only has to be analyzed once. When a user logs into a new device, they don't have to do any of the indexing again, they immediately get the same experience because we just sync all the results and immediately show the same features. But also, again, everything has to run locally on the device, right? So say there's a certain user which has a quite old phone and it takes some time to run this ML or like it's not capable. The user can just run it on a different device. It can run it on his laptop or something else and we'll sync everything automatically to his phone. So even on his phone, even if it's a really old phone, it can still use the same ML features. Again, back to the diagram. I think now we have covered everything. So again, say that user logs in on a new device, we'll just take the encrypted indices, we'll decrypt them on the device, and we'll store it in the database. And at the same time, also any persons that are saved, we'll just pull it to the device, they're decrypted, and immediately show it to the user. So in that way, we're actually able to give the same kind of experience that the user wants, but still guarantee privacy. Which is what we set out to do, and all of this is great, we're very happy with this, but it didn't come easy. There were some challenges to doing this. So I think the first two I kind of already mentioned. There's limited compute, you have to take into account that it has to run everywhere, and you will end up rewriting some stuff that other people can just take and use. But probably the most important one is that indexing actually has to happen first before you can use the user can use these features. Usually this is totally fine, because what will end up happening is whenever the user subscribes, at that point in time, when the user is importing all his images, at that point we'll also run all of the ML analysis. So by the time everything is imported and the user is using the app, everything is also already indexed, so for the user it will feel completely smooth. The only tricky part is what now if everything is indexed and the user is happy, now we want to introduce a new model or a different model. We haven't run into this scenario yet, so I can't tell you how we'll do it. I can give you some of my thoughts, which is if it's just an improved model, improved version of an older model, what we can do is actually there's some theory around this. I haven't seen anyone do it in practice, so I don't know how well it will actually work. We'll have to find out at that point. But there's theory that says that you can basically take the old embeddings and together with the new model, you can kind of transform the old embeddings to the new embedding space that belongs to the new model. So you can kind of keep the old embeddings in a transformed way without actually having to reindex and then use the new models going forward. And Another way is we could also just do the re-indexing using the thumbnails. We also have thumbnails instead of the full image, right? That will also save a lot of time, and then it will also be actually very quick. That's probably what we'll end up doing if we introduce a completely new use case. So another challenge is background processing. Again, everything happens locally on the device when the user is also using the device. So you want to make this quick, you want to make sure that everything works, you want to do this analysis, but you also don't want the user to kind of see any of this. You don't want the user to see any lag when this is running, and you don't want to slow the user down. So, and you also don't want to use a lot of the battery, you also don't want to heat up the device. All of these things you have to take into account, and we built some safeguards around that. And then the last thing I also already mentioned, the results have to be the same across all platforms. So using this system, we were able already to introduce a bunch of features. I talked about people search and natural language search already. We also have curated memories where we give basically memories to the user that we think the user will find most interesting and most precious, and we'll show those to the user. We do smart albums where we automatically add photos to an album based on the people that are in it, and we make it easier for the user to clean their image library by taking out the images that are very similar. But we still want to improve this further. Right now, the improvement that we're making is we want to make everything more efficient. So actually, if you think about it, a lot of these processes are still happening in Dart and JavaScript, TypeScript, which is kind of amazing, honestly, because this is not what languages were really, they're not designed for like heavy computation, but it works. But we do want to speed things up. So for that, we are moving to Rust in order to really speed things up. So we actually have already introduced the VectorDB, which will make embeddings comparisons much faster. We are going to move the image processing to Rust as well. And then other things we're exploring is nowadays you'll see that more and more OEMs are actually bundling interesting LLMs and VLMs into the OS. So we're trying to see how we can use that to maybe not for the cases where we're doing indexing, but for the cases where we just want to do one-off computations, we can actually use the OS. And in general, there's so many more models and use cases that we want to add, like OCR, text recognition, pet recognition. So much more fun stuff to do. But in general, so far, our approach has been on-device ML plus end-to-end encrypted sync gives the same features that the user wants, while at the same time guaranteeing privacy. But this is not something we're dogmatic about. So we are also looking at different technologies that we might leverage in the future to give the same or even cooler features while still guaranteeing privacy. So I think these two, homomorphic encryption and private cloud compute, are two that I'm personally very interested in. The first one is not mature enough right now, but maybe in the future. The second one also right now for us is not that relevant, but that might change very soon. And that is kind of it. I have 6 minutes left, I think, not bad. I skipped over a lot of details, but luckily we have a white paper up at ente.io/ml. So for all of if you want to learn more about this, you can go read the white paper, you can scan the QR and go read it. But you can also use this space to ask questions right now at the presentation, or you can approach me afterwards, or you can actually approach the Ente team. We're all around here and everyone is very happy to talk, so come talk to us and yeah, have a conversation. So thank you for listening, and please let me know if you have any questions.
Hi, Laurens. So, hello. Yeah.
I can hear you.
So, on top of the VLM that you use, do you also use classical image recognition model like Yellow or FaceNet?
Sorry, the last part. Could you repeat the last
Yellow or FaceNet, do you use classical image recognition models?
Yes. So for instance, for the face detection, again, this will be in the white paper. There's more detail there. Okay. But for instance, for the face detection, we're actually using YOLO, which is originally an object detection model, right? But then we purposed, like object detection and face detection is in the end kind of the same game. So this is actually a model that's then been changed to work for face detection. So we're using the YOLO architecture to detect faces. Yeah.
Yeah, and what is the stack you are using for inferencing it?
Sorry?
What is the stack you are using for inferencing? Inferencing stack. Inferencing.
It's ONNX, right? It's basically, we're using ONNX.
Okay.
An ONX runtime. So ONX is just the model format, but ONX runtime is actually the inference engine that we're using.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So you're running everything in JavaScript and the ORT. So the Rust stuff is going to compile to WebAssembly. Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah, it might. We'll figure out. See, first right now, all the Rust stuff that we're actually doing has only been so that vector.db. Right now, we're only doing in on the mobile side yet because we're still exploring this, right? So on the mobile side, we have just created. There's an ability to generate bindings, and those are what we use. For the web, we might go to web.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but like Flutter is basically like web apps, right? Like web apps.
Flutter is mainly they have web. Also, I don't think it's that mature. We only use Flutter for mobile apps. For mobile it works quite well. For desktop, we have React. We're using React.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi. So, since you don't have the data, how do you improve your models, and how do you know that it works? Like the newer model are working.
Vibes? No, that's a bad joke. Testing it out ourselves. At least Neeraj found it funny. Testing it out on our own library is kind of all that we're doing right now. We don't really have, because we don't have any user metrics, right? Absolutely not, because you want to maintain full privacy. So it's not just in ML, it's all across our app actually, where we just depend on, I think, user interaction. Like we have a whole community, we have a Discord community. We are very vocal on GitHub, and we just want to talk to users and figure out like what's working, what's not working. We're basically just listening to your user, because at the end of the day, we have no metrics, even when it comes not just ML, but everywhere in the app. We actually don't even have metrics to see like what is being used and what is not, because we don't want to peek into that. We want to find it out, but we'll find it out by talking to the user, and we want to maintain maximum privacy. So that's kind of the way we're doing it.
How do you get data to improve the model itself?
So we're not really improving the model. Like we're using like we're not doing MLOps as of such. I guess if you could maybe say like we're not using the user data on the fly to continuously improve the system, right? Because again, we don't want to do that. So we try to use models that are pre-trained or that are based on like public open data set that are good enough, and that we test extensively, that we optimize, and then we deploy it. But we don't continuously then go and there's some, like when it comes to the clustering will work better as you go. So as the user gives feedback, the clustering will actually become better. So there's some improvement there, but the models itself are kind of static in that sense, from one day to the other. Yeah.
Thank you.
So, hi. I would like to ask, like, how did you end up with ONX? Why didn't you go for the other alternatives? Like, in the white paper, I read that you had a whole journey of discovering why you ended up with ONX. So, like, I want to ask why you chose ONX and why you are sticking with it.
Right. Basically, because we tried a bunch of alternatives and we found ONX and ONX runtime to work the best for us. Like we really extensively tried out TensorFlow Lite, we tried PyTorch Mobile, we tried GGML. None of them really worked for us because we had quite a lot of constraints. Like we want everything to work on all devices, and we also want to make sure that whatever we end up going for, if there's a new model that comes out that we want to use, we should feel confident that we can kind of incorporate it into our existing structure. And ONX has this kind of breadth-first approach where that really works very well. On top of that, they're very mature and they have kind of this guarantee that results are the same across platforms. So all of those combined made it for us kind of an obvious choice. That's why we still kind of really like them and recommend them. At the same time, much of the exploration did happen. Like, things are a bit changing. Like we do want to try out, for instance, we tried TensorFlow Lite. We didn't really like how it worked. By now, I think it's rebranded to LiteRT, and like, things might have changed. So maybe we'll actually try it out again at some point. But we've tried out a lot, and we found ONX and ONX runtime to work the best for our constraints and use cases.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi, Laurens. Very nice talk. I'm just curious behind the motivation of going with JavaScript and TypeScript for implementing your libraries. And why didn't you just use the Python or C++ implementation that's already there? Like, why reinvent the wheel there?
Because we didn't really have access to Python, right? I know like there's some way like we could go, we could create bindings to C, C++. Like I'm not saying there aren't other routes to it, but we are already very familiar in these languages, and we were kind of exploring at that point, and things were working surprisingly well. So the nice thing about going that route is we didn't really have to. We kind of reduced complexity a bit and could just focus on getting things working. Now things are working well. Now we want to improve the system, make it more performant, right? So that's why now we are actually switching to Rust, so that we have, first of all, one code base, one source of truth. We don't have like this Dart, JavaScript, TypeScript thing. We just have Rust for that. That's what we'll end up going to, like, for all the heavy computations. And that will be like pretty much as efficient as it gets. So we found that this, for us, this approach worked the best.
Makes sense. Thank you.
I think I'm also out of time, but oh, I have 5 more minutes. If anyone has another question, I see a question there, but we have to get a mic there. He's
Hi.
I think it's working. I think it's.
Very interesting talk. Just wanted one question to be answered. So you mentioned about the syncing indexes part. So what happens to when there is a concurrent indexes being altered on multiple devices? How do you handle that scenario? Were there any challenges that you faced as part of it? Let's say, for example, I'm offline. I've made some changes and the embeddings have locally altered, and you're trying to like sync across to other devices. Were there any concurrency challenges that you faced?
Right. Oh yeah, it's working. It's working. You can hear me, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Yeah, in general, we have thought about this. There's some code in place to make sure that, like, if the desktop is uploading a certain encrypted embedding related to a certain image, that mobile then doesn't overwrite the same thing like 5 minutes later. That's there. In general, the idea is that the models, the embeddings are actually, it doesn't matter where they're coming from, right? That's the whole point. Like with this kind of distributed system, you just got to make sure that everywhere, no matter what platform you're using, the embeddings will actually be the same. And then it doesn't really matter that much. So as long as we do like version the embeddings, of course, if say we bring out a new, use a new model or something, or update something, that we know like what to scrap basically. But in the end, the most important thing for us is just making sure that whatever platform you're using is the same embedding. And then like the worst thing that could possibly happen is maybe like two platforms will end up doing it at the same time and one will override the other, which is like a bit redundant. But we have some rules in place to prevent that, and in general it happens very infrequently. So yeah, that's, I don't know if that answers your question. Thanks, yeah. Any other questions? Otherwise, feel free to approach me or the Ente team after, after this presentation. They're seated right there with the nice white and green shirts. So please come say hi. Okay, thank you.
Wow, that was quite a lot of questions. Yeah, great talk. We got a lot of questions. So next up is Rucha from Frappe, and she's the engineering lead at Frappe. And if you've purchased tickets for this event, so the whole thing is built using Frappe. And Frappe is also heavily used internally at Zeroda, etc. And yeah, Frappe is a prolific creator of FOSS software. So she'll be talking about a open source low-code visual app builder that she built at Frappe, and she'll be demoing it, diving into how she built it, and share what's coming next. So, on to Rucha.
Hello. Yeah. Good morning, everyone. I'm Rucha Mahabal. I work as a product engineer at Frappe, and I've been building Frappe Studio, which is the visual app builder for the Frappe framework since the past 1 year. So for those of you who don't know Frappe, Frappe is a open source tech company based out of Mumbai, and we build apps across all domains. So it's cloud, productivity suite, there are developer tools, business apps, and if you have ever heard of ERP Next or Frappe HR, so Frappe has built those products as well. Can I get a show of hands for who all have worked with the Frappe framework before? Okay, quite a few. So we all know that Frappe framework has a powerful backend, right? It comes with all the things that you need to build a web app out of the box, like the database, getting all your CRUD operations right, having a form out of the box for every model. There is background jobs, Socket.io, Redis, everything that comes with it. But when it came to front ends, the front ends were not so intuitive. So in Frappe, we have a concept called as doc type. So whenever you create a doc type, it creates a table in the database and also generates an automatic view for you, which is a form basically. So here you see a sales invoice generated out of the box when I create a sales invoice doc type. So the framework was being built when we were building business apps, our flagship products like ERP Next, Frappe HR, which have a consistent UI everywhere. And there is not much control when it comes to UI. It's auto-generated by the framework. Then after some time, we took some steps and we started building next generation apps, which are written in Vue. So this is CRM, a Frappe CRM, Game Plan, which is our discussion tool. And while we were doing this, we saw a lot of repeating patterns or components in all of these things. So we built a Frappe UI library, which kind of has first-class primitive components, be it like badges, buttons, or more smarter components like tabs, list views, all of it. And at the same time, I was working on Frappe HR within Frappe, which is 100% open source HR and payroll software. And this is how the dashboard looked like. Although the CRUD UI that was generated out of the box worked for most of the use cases, I found myself needing more custom views. So I used to add HTML, CSS, JavaScript into built-in forms like these inside the desk. But most of it was not reactive. You had to write a lot of code to get around things. And there were certain limitations, like the views were tightly bound to the backend. So your database table, how you structure is it exactly how your front end will look like. Then composing views with multiple tables or data sources was hard because every route is dedicated to one single doc type. And the user was like forced to switch between screens to run one single cycle. Let's say for a ERP user, it might be a sales cycle, purchase cycle, where you would expect better UX. So that's when we thought that let's build an app builder on top of framework, which is a visual app builder, which brings together the framework, the Frappe UI component, and a free-flowing canvas to help us compose the UI. So I was looking for complex problems, and I wanted to make HR's UI UX more user-friendly. So I stepped in to take up this product 1 year ago. So enough of talking now, let's jump into the demo. So we'll see a point of sale app creation here. So for those of you who don't know what point of sale is, you might have seen it in medical stores, cafes, everywhere, where basically your billing happens. The customer's items are checked out and your bill is generated and your inventory is consumed. So I create a new app, give it a title, and this is what my editor looks like. So on the left-hand side, I have my pages. So I've created an invoices page. I can configure the routes on the top. So let's go to building this. So this is my canvas. I'll add a containing layout for this. So on the right-hand side, you can control styles. Left-hand side, you have the component panel from where you can drag and drop components. So I need a sidebar for this, another containing layout, and I need a header for my screen. And since this is a point of sale invoice list, so we also need a list view. When you click on a particular component, on the right-hand side, you can edit its properties. So I can edit the props for my sidebar. I just have two links, point of sale and invoices. And headers can be configured to just show the title. Now for the list view, I need data coming from the backend. So now I have to connect it to some data source. So you can go to the data tab and click add new data source. Now the data source is the Frappe backend itself. So I can pull in a document list for the doc type invoice. I can select all the fields required for this. As soon as I add it in the data sources panel, you see an object browser. So you see all the data coming from the backend here. You can browse the format. And now for the list view, I'll set the columns as I want. And for the rows, I have to dynamically set the rows I just fetched. So I say invoices.data, and my invoice list is ready. So the next important page is the main point of sale page. So we won't go through all of it again. We can just duplicate this. And this is a rough mock-up of what it will look like. On the left-hand side, you have items from your backend. And on the right-hand side, you have customer name, billing items, and then you do the checkout flow. So this, I created the basic page, and I added a split view for the left and right side. Now if we are out of primitive components that are available out of the box, I can build my own layouts. So in this case, let's build the item card here. So I can draw a container, set all the styles required from it for it from the right-hand side panel, adjust padding, layouting. I'll need an image view for my item and also text blocks. So one for the item name and another for the rate. So I'll adjust the gaps between the containers. When you select a text block, you have predefined tokens for the font weight, line height, text color, so that it's consistent throughout your app. This comes from our internal design system, which is called as Espresso. Now I'll set some background color for my card, add some raw styles to make the cursor a pointer when I hover over it, and add some styles to highlight it when you are hovering on it. Now you made one card. Now you also need to connect it to data, and you want to repeat the card the number of times you have items in the DB. So for that, you can go to the data tab and add items. So I can select item code, item name, the description, image, and the rate. And I can also set filters on what's coming from the backend. So I only want items grouped under the cafe products group. Now, once I do that, I can go ahead and right-click on my container, and I say repeat block. So Once I do that, I have a dynamic value selector. I select the items array and my items are repeating now. Now I have to go ahead and map individual blocks inside a card. So I map it to data item.image, the name and the price. So think of it as a for loop, and at every iteration of the for loop, you have access to that item with the prefix data item. So our item list is ready. We can adjust the styles for it. Now when we are building scalable apps, you often need reusability. So Studio also allows you to save components, save layouts as components. For example, sidebar will be used on every page in this product. So you can drag and drop it from the custom component panel on the left-hand side. You can also go one step deeper when creating components which kind of accept inputs from the page. So I'll create a component called card. And I can go ahead, right-click, and go to the component editor. So I can edit a component in isolation. I can build its interface, so all the inputs that it will accept, be it text, number, checkbox, types of inputs. So I add one for mapping the title, one for subtitle, and one for image. And then I go ahead and map the internal blocks to the inputs that I get from the. So think of this as props you pass to a view component maybe. And once you do that, you would want to test the interface if your wiring is working correctly. So you can test inputs right from the interface panel. Yeah, so everything works as expected. So as you would expect, this is the card component. Now I don't have to keep wiring the inner stuff. I can just pass all my inputs at the parent level and it will do the needful. And I can create multiple instances of this card. So dynamic style. So in this case, I have added a custom field in my item doc type, which basically tracks if the item is veg or non-veg. And I've drawn a small indicator for indicating this. Currently, all of them are green, but I want the color to change based on what type of data is coming up. So I can select that. I go to border color, and for style, I can set a dynamic value. So I can say if data item's custom type is veg, then you keep it green, or else you switch to red. So you can write any kind of JS expressions here for dynamic style evaluation. I do the same for the inner circle for the background color this time instead of border. So if I zoom out, you can see egg items are marked in red, others are green. So this is how you can wire dynamic styles. Now enough of layouting, you need code also when building real world apps, right? So now what I want to do is whenever I click on an item on the left hand side, I want to populate it in the billing items list on the right hand side. So for that, I can go ahead and add a variable to track my billing items. And it will be an empty array in the beginning. And I already have created one layout to save time. So the billing item layout will look like this. Now I select the card, and under the event tab, I'm wiring an event on it. So whenever I click, I want to run a script saying if that item is already present in the billing items array, then increment the quantity, or else push it to the billing items array. And now this container here should repeat based on my billing items variable that I just added. So you can also add some empty state when your cart is empty here. Now let's preview how this will work. So as I click on the cards, you can see the billing items being populated on the right-hand side. Other small scripts like wiring the increment decrement operations in a cart. Now you need reactivity where you want to observe a certain data source and make or run a function based on that. For example, for calculating totals of my billing items, I have to always observe the billing items array, and as it changes, I want to keep recalculating the total. So that's where reactivity comes in. To wire that, you can use something called as a watcher. I've added variables for total quantity and amount and wired it to my text blocks over here. And now I can go to the code panel and add a watcher. So I'm watching the variable billing items. And whenever it changes, I'm basically recalculating the amount and setting it in my variables. So let's see if this is working. So as I click, you see total quantity and amount being calculated on the fly. Now, at the end of the billing, you want to check out, right? You want to create a POS invoice. So to do that, I've already added a text field to capture the customer name here. And now I can drag and drop a button in my container. So I'll change the label of this button to checkout. And basically on clicking the button, you want to insert a document on the Frappe backend. So I'll select the doc type I want to insert into. It will fetch all the fields of that doc type. So I have to map the variables and the fields. I also have access to what should happen on success or failure of insertion. So on success, I might have to write a script to basically clear the cart. So I want to clear the customer field, and I want to clear the cart as well. So I set the array to empty. And I have some utility functions like showing a toast message in Studio. All the auto completions are built into the text code editors. So I show a text message for successful invoice generation, and I can give a type for color coding how my message will look like. On failure, I'll leave it to the default handling where a default error message will be shown. Now let's see the whole app. So I also built a search input using watchers. So I can add all the items, increment, decrement quantities here. As I do that, my total reflects. I can set the customer name over here. And when I press checkout, you see my cart is cleared and an invoice is generated. So if I go to the Frappe backend, you see the first invoice generated here, captured from the front end. And I also have the invoices list where it will reflect. So this was the whole quick app creation process. You also have an option to export the app to an existing Frappe app. So you can do that. So all your apps you can contribute and basically maintain them on GitHub. So how does this happen under the hood? So under the hood, we are using Vue, TypeScript, the Frappe UI component library, and the Frappe framework. And I solved some interesting problems while working on this, so I would like to share and talk about them. So the component props editor, when you select a particular component on the canvas, you can see all the options being populated on the right-hand side. For example, the theme, size variant of the button. And hard coding this is a bad approach because as you introduce custom components and more Vue components, it's not scalable to keep writing this. So I needed a way to automatically extract what all options are available for this. So in Vue, we write types for all our options. So like themes, these are the acceptable themes. This is the size variant. And the problem is TypeScript schema is wiped out at runtime. So I needed a way to save it. So I used a TypeScript to JSON schema generator. Basically what it does is all my types are converted to button props enums. like this is theme array, what all are the probable options, size. And when I'm generating the editor layout, it tries to find the component and its JSON schema, and this is how the selection is wired or the options are wired. Another problem is when you're creating Vue or any React or any app for that matter, you know by default what all routes would be there in your app. But in this case, it was completely dynamic. Like every app can have its own route, and inside the app, you can have your own page routes as well. So for this, I could use Frappe's website generator utility. We have a Python backend. So basically, whenever I create a document inside the Studio app doctype, it is extending the website generator class, and I get an anchor for all my app routes. So point of sale newsletter, whenever I visit the URL, my app will know what to respond with, or my backend will know what route to respond with. So we pass this context to the front end, and while creating the Vue app using the Vue router, I am mounting it on a dynamic route coming from the backend. Also, Vue router allows you to add the routes on the fly using the router.addRoute method. So on the first render of the app, you will see all the apps are registered. That's how navigation between pages is possible. One more interesting problem is building apps on the fly. So when you are building things on the canvas, you have like 20 components available, but maybe you are only using 5 of them. And earlier, the editor and the renderer, app renderer, shared the same build. So that leads to unnecessary bloat. So we wanted it to be performant. So how does it find out? Basically, it parses all my blocks on the canvas. It gets all the components I'm using. So I'm using list view, image button, all of these. Then it finds the sources I have to import them from. So the first 2 are from Frappe UI library. Other 2 are from Studio itself. And then it will generate a temporary renderer file, which is like my entry point for the Vue app. So in that file, I'm only registering the components that you are using on your canvas. And then I called the Vite build API to generate or build the app on the fly. So all your app builds would be performant using this. So yeah, more problems like these, because we all know how using frameworks versus building one looks like. So what is the future for Studio? We want to build fun apps. For example, when I started Studio, this was the first app I built as part of my POC demo, which was a music app. So you are not limited to just business apps, business software, B2B, but the canvas is free-flowing and wide, right? You can make anything, build anything when all the extra steps are cut down. And we want to build journeys, not forms. So for example, this is what an email campaign looked like in ERP Next, which is just 2 doc types, 2 forms. You can't make sense of any journey here. But with this new app being created in Studio, I have more control on how the user interface will look like. I have more denser data, more doc types talking to each other in a single view. So this is the repo. It's completely open source. You can go and track all the developments going on here. And you can scan this for any links, social media links, as well as the GitHub repo. That was my time. Thank you. Also a small announcement. So Frappe has a booth outside. So if you have any questions around Studio or any other app that Frappe is working on, please feel free to reach out.
Does anyone have any questions? We have time for Q&A.
So the UI is very great. I just want to know that you are also doing the database operations. So it is just a basic CRUD operations, or you are actually optimizing without writing code? Like if I have a huge data and if I wanna optimize it by sharding the data and all, so is it also possible in by Frappe?
Yeah, so currently Studio only handles the front-end part, but Frappe framework has all of this built in, like all the database part, APIs, everything you can write and make it exposable to the front end. So you can explore the Frappe framework for all of these things. It's available. And we serve a lot of customers, like 15,000 employees running their payroll on apps built on Frappe. So,
thank you.
Any more questions?
Hello. Yeah. So you mentioned that you converted the schema of these components using TypeScript, right? So is there a chance that you can open it up using tool calls for LLM so that people can give commands and build the UI like that?
yeah, so I don't want to completely build an app using a prompt because I think it will give you the initial prototype, but you need more control. But Studio has plans to involve LLM and AI wherever like small tasks can be automated so that you don't have to do all this mundane stuff again. So currently also it has a command which you can run to generate, pass the component and generate the schema on the fly. So
cool, thank you.
Yeah.
No more questions?
Hi. So can we use Studio Builder in Desk also?
No, so that's a separate route because a desk is, you will have, the routes are configurable. So desk is /app and Studio, you can configure what route it renders on. But basically you can add links to it from your desk app, from the workspace. So you can build custom front ends with Studio. But it can't generate desk pages as of now.
We cannot use like the Studio component in Desk.
No, this is like an extension of the framework where you might not need like composable views everywhere. Only the places where you want, you can plug in Studio to improve the UX. And
like something like in custom block of workspace, we cannot use, right?
No, right now no, because this is a completely different build process. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Absolutely brilliant trick with the white build, by the way. I have not seen any low-code framework do that. But I have a question. You talked about being able to export the app out. So imagine I'm working with a client. We're brainstorming. We designed the UI, packaged the app, and now I want to ship it to a production instance, but I do not have access to it. Like, is it possible to like upload it as a thing because you're already having access to the the build stuff and all of that?
So that relies on the Frappe backend. Basically, we have the site and app structure. We have, whenever your site gets migrated, all the Studio apps or pages that you have will get auto-synced. So you can keep the exports on your local development server, and you keep pushing to GitHub, and then on your cloud or wherever they are hosted, you pull the Frappe app and the UI will be synced to those sites.
Understood. Thank you.
Yeah.
Anyone else? Yeah, I think it's done. Yeah.
Thank you.
Rucha. Yeah.
Huh?
We have 2 minutes.
I'm not speaker. You can leave it here. Good afternoon, everyone. I have the pleasure to invite and introduce the next speaker that we have. All of us here are here because we are interested in free and open source software. Maybe we have contributed, maybe we have created, maybe we maintain free and open source software. And one of the things that I think all of us rely on, but it's not clear to me how many of us understand this and fully internalize it, is how much we rely on the existing legal judicial system, right? Free and open source software is built on, and the social contract that we have is built on the licenses that we use, right? Like whether it's a permissive license like MIT or a copyleft license like GPL, all of us rely on the licenses and the fact that these licenses can be enforceable, right? Are enforceable, and if we need to, and there have been cases where the free and open source software ecosystem has had to, we've had to rely on the judicial ecosystem to be able to enforce the licenses that we have, to ensure that the social contract that we are built on top of stays together, right? While all of us rely on this ecosystem, I don't know how many of us actually understand this ecosystem. I don't know how many of us are able to appreciate the perspective of the judicial ecosystem. It is quite important for us to understand how intellectual property works. It's important for us to understand how the judicial ecosystem looks at free and open source software. In that respect, it is my pleasure to introduce retired Judge Yatindra Singh. He is a senior advocate in the Supreme Court, and he was retired judge of the Allahabad and the Chhattisgarh High Court. He was instrumental in getting free and open source software adopted by the Allahabad High Court and the Chhattisgarh High Courts. He's also been a prolific speaker and an advocate for free and open source software in the judicial system. He's given multiple talks both within the legal system in India and also within the free and open source software and software ecosystems in India, trying to ensure that this gap that might exist between the technical space and the judicial ecosystem does not exist. Personally, it's great to hear from voices who have been deeply embedded within an ecosystem and how they have, independent of us, right, independent of the FOSS community, been able to drive adoption. I don't know how many people know this, but the judiciary in the country is one of the largest adopters of free and open source software. So in that sense, it's my pleasure to invite retired Judge Yatindra Singh. Sir, please, stage is all yours.
Namaste and a very good afternoon to all of you. I'm nervous. You know, in front of all these coders, one of the most brilliant people, I am a lawyer, and if you don't get admission anywhere, you get admission in law. So I am nervous, so if I stammer, if I stutter, or if I forget something, do excuse me. Linux, read General Public License. GPL is a cancer to whatever it touches. So declared Steve Ballmer in the beginning of the century. He was the CEO of Microsoft. But within 20 years, Microsoft had to eat its words. In 2020, in a conference at MIT, Brad Smith, the president and the chief counsel of Microsoft, said, we are on the wrong side of the history when open source was exploding at the turn of the century. Today, Microsoft, well, courtesy Satya Nadella, is the biggest contributor to open source. Bigger than Google, bigger than Facebook, bigger than Apache, and bigger than almost anything else that you can imagine. In this year, US federal agency, they carried out a statistics, a survey, and they said 6% of the people visiting their website, they have Linux desktop. StatCounter, the web analytic company, says 5% of the people visiting US, they happen to have Linux desktop. I don't know if this kind of a survey is undertaken in our country or not. If it is taken and it's to be sort of further broken down, that how many of them from which sector, believe me, chunk of it, or the most of it, would be from Indian judiciary and Indian judicial officers. But before I tell you how this revolution really happened, let me tell you how the courts in India are being computerized. See, every high court, every higher court has a computer committee. The computer committee of Supreme Court sort of computerizes Supreme Court. The high court computer committees, they computerize the high court as well as district courts. In Allahabad, it was formed somewhere in mid-1980s and started working with UP DESCO, a nodal agency that was providing IT and IT-enabled services in the state. Well, Allahabad High Court started working in computerization. In 1990, some technical posts were allotted, so slightly sped up. In mid-1990s, the government of India decided to computerize the courts, and they started working through National Informatics Center, NIC. In 2004, the government of India formed an E-committee to lay down the guidelines and the policies for computerizing the courts. Now, it also works through NIC. Now, all three of them, they work together. But sometimes the differences arise. At the turn of the century, all courts, NIC, Government of India, courts, were into proprietary software. But at the turn of the century, the Allahabad High Court decided to go FOSS way. And there, we fought with them. And slowly, we turned them around. And this is a story that I'm going to tell you about. I purchased my first computer in 1990, desktop. It was a Zenith. Zenith was the first brand of desktop that came to India. I don't know, many of you remember. And there used to be 6 months waiting. I mean, you had to wait 6 months to get a desktop. And I got it, and I became a judge on 5th of February 1999, and I purchased 4 more. Total, I had 5 computers. My first one was on DOS. I kept on updating them, and I also, in between, experiment with OS2 Warp Connect. Just raise your hands, how many of you have heard about OS2 Warp Connect? Just raise your hands. Oh, 1. Okay, OS2 Warp Connect was an IBM graphical operating system for personal computer. It was much better than Windows. But had IBM were not so stupid to give everything to Microsoft, you would be working in OS2 Warp Connect. It's a much superior one. So I experimented with that. I experimented with Linux. But then there was no technical help for these two in Allahabad, so I stuck to Windows. When I became a judge, I realized that we have more desktops in the High Court than we had licenses for MS Office Suite. The state of UP wouldn't give us the money. They didn't have a budget for that. It's so expensive. So justification given to me was that at a given time, less number of MS Office Suite are open than we had licenses. Now, this is absurd. You can't have one licensed software more than on one laptop. This is wrong, illegal. High Court was doing something wrong. I thought it must be corrected. And I didn't have to wait long because the solution was already there. Before I became a judge, High Court had purchased certain computers. There was some kind of a defect, some wire missing here and there, and the High Court didn't pay the money. The supplier was actually begging us, please settle the matter. As a matter of settlement, he offered to give us more desktops. And he said that if you buy a Linux desktop, we'll be able to give you 1.5 times more. Now, this was a golden opportunity. With 1.5 times more Linux desktops, we could give one computer in every office, in every chamber, in every courtroom in Allahabad High Court, and I gladly accepted it. And we installed them. But it was not a very easy job. You know, our office was used to Windows, MS Office Suite. Sometimes they will not put on the printer light, and they would say that, oh, printer is not working, it's a Linux desktop. Sometimes the connection would be loose. It would not print a page. Linux desktop, they're useless. You know, all kinds of problems they would create for us. But our computer center did an excellent job, removed all their doubts, and slowly and but surely, everyone started realizing the importance of Linux. It was cheap, it was stable, it was virus-free, and the best part was there were no computer games. A distraction for our office staff. Whenever you go, I used to go to office, they were playing games. Solitaire. I don't know how many of you remember Solitaire was a cards game, you know. And they were playing that. I said, what are you doing? You should be working. They would do that. And the judges and the employees their kids were into the desktop and they're playing computer games. I don't know how many of you played Prince. It was one of the biggest hooker of the games of that time. Well, almost everybody, even I was hooked into it. I played Prince. So they started requesting us, please install Linux in our home computers. And we gladly did it, because they wanted their kids, swaying away their kids from this. So this happened around about 2000, at the turn of the century. 21st century started with 1st of Jan 2001, not 1st of Jan 2000, as many people think. So at the turn of the century, we were the first court in the country to have Linux. We had Fedora, we had operating system, we had OpenOffice, that's the word processing, and Firefox. It didn't stop there. FOSS made further inroads in Allahabad High Court. You see, at that time, all websites were managed by NIC. Is there any NIC people here? Any NIC sympathizer? They are the most incompetent people in the country. They don't know anything about it. We would ask them, they used to manage our data, they used to manage our website, and we tell them, give us a report of this kind. Sorry. I said, you change our website? Sorry, we can't do it. This is the way the Supreme Court wants it. We can't help it. I said, my foot, we are not subordinate to Supreme Court. And they would not do it. And they were the most incompetent people I have ever come across. I thought I knew more about computers than them. Then, one fine day, we decided to do away with the problem. We sent a proposal to the state government. They sanctioned us the money, and we established a server in our court. And it's about 2003, 2004, and we're the first court in the country to have our own server. This server is installed in our premises. It is on Red Hat enterprise version, and our all data, this is managed by, web server is an Apache Tomcat, and Apache Tomcat, HTTP is the technical term that you will understand better than me. I don't know, but probably the Tomcat is where you can work the Python programs into it, something of this kind, I don't know. And all our data is being managed by MySQL, Postgres, and Linux Oracle. We were the first court also in the country to have our website and a server on a Linux server. I remember that they used to come to me and they wanted to establish a Windows server, and I would just throw away the file. I said, I will not sign it. Till they got me a proposal for a Linux server, and then I signed it. We were the first court anywhere in the world to implement RSS feed technology for our important judgments and for our administrative decisions. It's something very common now. When I told my computer staff and IC staff, we have to implement RSS feed technology, they said, "Ye kya bala hai bhai? RSS feed, what is this?" So I explained to them what is RSS feed. Of course, once I explained to them, they implemented it. And NIC people didn't know a word about it. But don't think our computer center and IC people were idiots. In 2006, there was a global conference of Sun Microsystem in your city, in Bangalore, the IT capital here. The people all over the world were here, and I was invited to give a talk on FOSS. And this was a very serious talk. It was a kind of a talk, interaction between intellectual property rights and FOSS. Very serious talk. And when I did tell something about our website, RSS feed, and after I finished my talk, do you know, for the first question they asked me, what is RSS feed? I said, huh? Global Conference of Sun Microsystem, they don't know RSS feed? Of course, I explained to them. So this was something very new. And the second question I remember was, they asked me, what is the difference between free software and open software? I'm just trying to tell you that was a time when the concepts were not clear. These are two different things. We talk about FOSS, but FOSS and open source are slightly different. OSS contains FOSS, free software, but free software doesn't contain OSS, something of this kind. So I explained to them. There was some very serious question as well. But I just told you the difference, what kind of era it was. Let's talk about how at that time, of course, rest of the country, courts using Windows. Our fight with the e-committee. Now, I'm sorry. We liked FOSS so much that we adopted as a policy. At that time, there used to be a frequently asked question page which was linked to the website. It is no longer linked, but if you check FAQ, you would still find it there. And look what this FAQ said. Would somebody from the audience like to read it for me? Would anyone like to read it for me? Would anyone from the audience read it loudly? Top of your voice. Here it is. Thank you. This is on our website, and believe me, we were the first government organization anywhere in the world. Again, I repeatedly say anywhere in the world to openly declare that open standards and open source is our policy. At that time, every website said we look best on Internet Explorer. We were the first one to say we look best in Firefox. Let's see how we influence that. 2006, 2007, the government of India thought that every district court should have a desktop, courtroom. So they gave a global tender, blah, blah, blah. They, one fine day, and they decided as a pilot project to give one desktop to every court in a district where the High Court was situated as a pilot project, or where the bench was situated. So in UP, it meant Allahabad and Lucknow. So they did it one fine day, then I comes to me, sir, we are going to computerize your district courts. Can you install, we may have your client permission, blah, blah, blah. That's the legal language goes, you know, all the formalities, use the formalities, timing things. I said, very good. Yeah, while I was saying, what kind of a software are you using? The Windows. The Windows. Oh, I can't accept it. Why? I said, it's against our policy. We not accept Windows desktop. And can you imagine this? But nothing can go wrong with Windows. Why do you don't want to accept it? I said, it's against our policy. And then I see people became very angry with me. And they said, okay, if you don't accept them, your state will be backward. You will not be computerized. That's a threat you should never give it to a judge. Well, we have a contempt power, sent to jail. I controlled myself and said, okay, don't worry. I prefer not to be computerized than to go against our policy. But UP may be whatever the state UP may be, it's the strongest state in our country. Almost every prime minister, except for one or two, happens to be from UP. Even Narendra Modi thought better to stand election from UP to become prime minister. And most of Ultimately, they relented. They came back to me. All right, sir, we will give you Linux laptop, and they gave Linux laptop to us and Windows laptop to rest of the countries. Now, the experience of Linux desktops in state and Windows laptops in the rest of the country was vastly different. They realized that Linux laptops were much superior in courtrooms than Windows labs. So in 2009, the committee decides to give a laptop to every judicial officer. And again, without, of course, consulting me, they decided to give a one laptop to everyone on a Linux laptop. A great decision. So the chairman of the Justice Rucha, he called me, we are giving, that the you sort of are very instrumental in all this. We are giving a Linux laptop. I looked into it, he showed me the laptop. And that laptop has a very fundamental flaw. Neither anybody, the NIC, nor anybody in the E-committee had ever worked on a Linux laptop or Linux desktop. They didn't know the problems of these ones. Now, you can't play music in a Linux desktop laptop. You can't play video on a Linux desktop. It's all proprietary software. You can't play YouTube there unless you have a special plugin installed there. Those plugins were not installed. So these laptops could never play any music. You could never see any video. You could never see any picture. You could never go on YouTube. Yeah, they're useless laptops. Absolutely useless. Laptops is the part where you want to see a picture, you want to see this, and sometimes you see certain pictures which you don't want to see in public. In private, you see them. That kind of a thing. You can't see them. What's the great point of having this kind of laptop? Useless. Second problem used to be in those months, they had a very, very complicated password. One mistake, and it used to hang. Well, again, you call an expert to remove that defect. And then again, the third problem used to be, when it used to close down, it used to encrypt the entire data. When it used to open, it would sort of decrypt it. It takes a long time that one could go off, sleep. We refused this laptop. We are not going to use this laptop. Then we have already purchased, we have invested so much money. But you customize your own CD and do it. We customize it, remove these defects, everything was all right. And so far as our judicial officer were concerned, they were very happy. But many of the state's judicial officers were not happy with the laptop. And they forced the High Court to change operating system to Windows, which they did. The E-committee had own experience. The laptop and a desktop in the state and the rest of the country. And about 2013, they realized that FOSS is a much better one, and they started recommending Ubuntu. Had they asked me, I would have said that Linux Mint, but they started doing it Ubuntu. LibreOffice as the word processor, and Apache HTTP as a web server. This is what they recommend. Let's see, it happened more than a decade ago. Let's see what's the position here. All courts websites, they happen to be on a Linux server, Apache HTTP. All court sites are managed by the courts. They are on the NIC server, except that Allahabad High Court, which is his own server in our own premises. All desktops in district courts, they happen to be on Ubuntu. And all laptops of a judicial officer, except for Delhi, they give money to their judicial officer, you purchase a laptop of your choice, they are on Ubuntu. Some of them are dual boot because some people want to have Dragon voice recognition system at that time. It was very prevalent. Of course, it's no longer necessary. Now, almost everything can be converted into Google gives you that kind of a service. 99, mostly them, High Court and higher courts are a mixed bag. All courtrooms, desktops in Supreme Court are on Ubuntu. Most of the high courts, they are on Ubuntu, except for some so-called forward states like Karnataka. Karnataka uses Windows, High Court, Kerala, Telangana, Andhra Pradesh, they have Windows. The rest of the high courts, they use Ubuntu, but I think they are the forward courts. These high courts are the backward courts still stuck in the Windows. And, but thank God, the word processing is LibreOffice. So at least some open source software they're using. So far as judges are concerned, our higher courts is their choice. Nobody touches them. You choose your own laptop. You choose your desktop for your stuff, and everybody wants to have a, Apple laptop. It's a big snob value. I don't know how many of you go to Starbucks to have a cup of coffee. You don't go to Starbucks to have a cup of coffee with a Linux laptop. You'll be picked out. Nobody goes to the Starbucks with a Windows coffee. You go to Starbucks having a laptop, iPad, iPhone. There you work. You have a less coffee and you work. That's a snob value. So judges do have, basically they have Apple laptop, and their staff mostly has Windows. Some of them have LibreOffice, some of them have Amazon. This choice, but very little of them. But majority of the courts, majority of the officers are using FOSS. Now, many people, when Berlin was going to open source way, there was a conference and I went there. When there was a conference at South Africa, Pretoria, I was there. There was a conference at Brazil. I couldn't go there because the chief didn't give me the permission, so I couldn't go. So, and I was there. People kept on asking me when I used to give my talk. They used to ask me, "How come you fought with the e-committee? You took a risk. Why did you do that? Was it economy? Was it the money reason? Was the stability? Was the virus reason?" I said, "This is not only this, but it was much more." So what's that? And I said, in the beginning of the last century, a sari-clad Indian rose up against the British Empire. Churchill called him naked fakir. And his philosophy was, means are more important than the end. To the objections, after all, means are means, it's the end that matters. He would say, means are everything. And his philosophy is very deep-rooted in law as well. Lord Denning was one of the greatest judges of the last century. In 1979, in Westminster case, this is what he said. Would somebody like to read it for me? Read it, not for me, for all of us. Please, just read it, lovely. See, in the IT world, end is storage, dissemination, and retrieval of information. Means are software, formats, standards. They are the goal. If you don't have them, you will never come to a good end. That was one of the reasons why we adopted them. We have to have 3 minutes more. Okay, sure. Let me explain to And that would be end, because I was told the beep will come and you have to stop. So I asked. This very old story comes from Panchtantra. It is a common thread in all cultures, and it is part of the Aesop fables also. It's a story of a hare and a tortoise. They were great friends. One fine day, over a drink, tortoise said, let's have a race. Yeah, okay. Why you want to race? Let's have a race. So they had a race. Hare obviously took the lead, and he, after some time, he thought he would take a rest, and he went off to sleep. Tortoise came slowly and slowly and crossed the line. And from the moral story is, slow but steady wins the race. That's how the Panchtantra story ends. That's how the Aesop fables end. But in modern times, few more chapters are added to it. Here I was obviously very angry with him. Why did he go off to sleep? And he says, okay, let's have a race again. And this time he did not rest. He did not go off to sleep and won the race in jiffy. Moral of this chapter is, it's good to be quick, it's good to be fast. And he was drunk with his victory. I have won the race. I have won the race. Then the tortoise one day suggested, let's have a race again. Sure. Can I choose a course? Choose whatever you want. I have no difficulty. And this time tortoise chose a course which included a river. Hare came very fast to the river and stopped there. And he didn't know how to swim, and he stood there. Tortoise again came, swam across the road, won it. Moral of this chapter is, everyone has got a weak points, everyone has got a strong points. Consolidate strong points. Hare was very perturbed that he lost the race. How to win the race again? What to do? कैसे जीतें? Race कैसे हराएं tortoise को? And troubled all the time. They were great friends, you know. Tortoise was also very worried. Yeah, my good friend, he's somehow, we're not enjoying our evening drink at all. So he suggested, let's have a race again. For the same course. What's a great point? He said, I don't know how to say it. He says, we change the method of race. Okay. This time, the method of race was changed. The hare, the tortoise was on the back of the hare till the river. It will reach there. On the river, it was a hare on the top of the tortoise. So both of them finished the race very quickly. It was very enjoyable. And the crux, moral of this chapter is, consolidate your strong points. And that's FOSS, open standard, open formats too. And FOSS is exactly, FOSS does something which again I would like someone from the audience to read. Someone read it loudly. Please do. Loudly. That's why this is the crux of my talk. Please give a microphone to him, gentlemen. Read it loudly. That's the crux of my entire talk.
Consolidate strong points, prevents hoarding of technology, invites others to participate in its development, it's make love not war in a typical way, and are key to the future.
That's the reason why we fought the equality. That's the reason why we adopted FOSS. And I very strongly believe they are key to the future. And this particular line, it's make love not war, it's not mine. Don't think that it's mine. Originality is never original. It's always copy. How many of you have read Linus Rawls' biography of a revolutionary. Please read it. Please read it. It's one of the most inspiring books that I have read. He did it. He released Linux when he was still a student. It's a fantastic one. And this particular line is to make love, not war, in a practical way. This line, particular quote, is been taken from there. And thank you once again for giving me this opportunity to tell you about it. And I must tell you, initially, I said a word that I will not come and speak when I saw the topics. I said, my topic is the most out of place thing. But then Shri, he insisted that I should come. That's why I'm here. And I'm glad I'm here. I was able to visit some of my relatives here, some of my friends here, and I could see them outside. Thank you so much. Ben. Please. Any question? I would love to. If you don't ask me the question, I would think that probably my talk was useless. If you don't ask me a single question. Well, that's Murphy's law. If things can go wrong, it will go wrong. That's exactly happened to that microphone.
Thank you for the presentation. It was so fantastic, and for me, it's more like storytelling. I heard about FOSS in code, especially the Allahabad code. We come from a compliance background, FOSS compliance background. So FOSS, we see what FOSS is because of all these things, how it's growing very fast. But still, why compliance is never taken parallelly? It's not growing as parallelly FOSS is growing, the contributions that's happening. So what's your point of view on this? Compliance in the sense the licenses, the SBOM, CERT has recently came up, SEBI has came up, all those things.
No, I tell you the problem with the Linux. 3 years ago, I've been for the last about 20 years, I've been using 20 or 25 years, I've been using Linux laptop. I work on a Linux laptop, and I purchased 5 years ago, 3 years ago, 4 years ago, I purchased a Dell laptop because Dell is the only company which sells to a Linux laptop. I purchased it, it's with warranty, and I used to upgrade the licenses. Should I answer it? Okay, I was told to stop. Okay, so I went to the guy there, Dell repair shop. I said, please correct it. Linux laptop, I can't do it. I said, what are you taking so much money from me? 11,000 rupees. So I can't repair it. I said, is there any Dell shop in the entire national capital region which can do it? Sorry. Not a single shop in the entire national capital region can do it. I said, is there anybody in national capital region which can repair my laptop? Sorry, there isn't. I said, am I stuck with this laptop? He says, bad luck, sir. Of course, I rang up my Allahabad. Okay. I said Arindam name. I said, Arindam, yaar, this is what these guys are saying. He says, okay, put the video. He put the video on. He just tell them, just write down these commands, and within 2 or 3 minutes, the problem is sorted out. In the entire northern India, I'm again saying, if you are from northern India, it's something of big shame. The Allahabad High Court has the finest help for FOSS. Not triple IT Allahabad, not IIT Kanpur, it's Allahabad High Court. And it's so simple to do it. Had he not been there, if I was not the chairman of the computer committee, had I not known them so well, I would have left it. Ultimately, I would have taken this. Problem is this: you have all kinds of licenses. You mentioned MIT. I think MIT's license is similar to BSD. Basically, BSD is more common than MIT. So generally, you see that GPL is it copylefts software to the most extreme, BSD to little less, and most of the software today are released in a dual. Like Android is in dual. I think it's in Mozilla or Apache. One is Apache Mozilla, and the second one is BSD. And that's why. So you can own it. Apple is again it's taken up from the Unix, which is basically BSD. So licenses are not a problem. Basically, the problem lies kind of a mindset. Like I tell you, you ask anybody, oh, what will buy an Apple laptop? I have an iPhone. I have this. It's not value. That's the reason. I don't think licenses are very neat. Oh, I can't understand.
I think, but there are a number of organizations who have faced legal issues, who have done out-of-court settlements because some of them were not able to provide the attributions properly, copyrights, or the license text not being distributed, even with the GPU. In the definitely.
There's no problem. In fact, ultimately it used to be think that GPL is just a contractual. I mean, in one of the court cases, ultimately I'm getting the case where we have a model railway system, and ultimately they say that GPL is a copyright. In fact, all the licenses of the open source or the free software are protected by the copyright, and as well as the contractual right also. Like when you download a particular software, there's a contract between you and this and copyright also. But not so far the proprietary software. Proprietary software is not protected by copyright. That's generally protected by, I'm saying protected by trade secret.
Thank you.
Hi everyone, so we have a lunch break now. Please be back by 2:30 p.m. We'll be having a panel discussion. Yeah, thank you.
Hi everyone. Hope everyone's back after lunch. So we have a wonderful panel here. The panel is going to be discussing about OSS Health and Sustainability in 2025. We have Neha from Frappe, Kailash from Zerodha, and Chad, head of open source at Ente, and Ansh. So the objective will be to understand the state of open source sustainability and community health. Over to the panel.
Hello, audible. Yeah, audible, right? Sorry, it was a bring your own chair panel. Alright, thank you for joining in. Lot of conversations around FOSS and sustainability we've been having for the past 5 years. God knows how many of you have been having it for the last 10, 20, 25 years. The idea of the panel is why are we still talking about this? Just to explore what have we been doing in the last, over the last few decades. What worked, what did, what's next? What can we do to, will we still be talking about this next year, 5 years from now? Is there hope in some of the models we've been figuring out? Alright, I'll introduce the panelists. We have Neha from Frappe. Neha is the Chief Operating Officer at Frappe. Frappe has been Frappe is one of the co-founders and has been one of our primary supporters. They are active industry partner of the FOSS Foundation. We have Kailash from Zerodha, who also recently won the first fund. Zerodha is long-time patron and again the co-founder of FOSS Foundation. We have Chad here with us, who is the head of open source at Sentry. He started his open source career in 2001. He has done a lot of work in the open source sustainability space. He made a crowdfunded startup around open source donations for Gratify. He recently launched the open source pledge. He is also on the board of the open source endowment. We will be talking about some of these things in some detail. Just in terms of setting context, right? We are not going to be focusing on a VC angle here. We are talking about sustainability as an actual sustainability. Sustainability which is not driven by external factors which may not be around tomorrow. So we started this. What does sustainability mean in 2025 and why are we still talking about it, right? Just from a 5 to 10 year lens, people on the panel think that we have slightly been able to move the needle. Are things a little easier for people who are just starting out, their open source products, projects, companies, or just a side project which they hope to run out of donations. We'll start with Neha from an organizational / product perspective, right? What are the lessons you've learned from scaling an open source business over the last 10 years?
Thank you, Ansh. And before I even begin answering this question, quick introduction. For those of you who don't know Frappe, because you've asked me the context of Frappe, we've been building open source business software. One of our first products was Yatindra, but today we are like full stack open source company building business software, productivity apps, developer tools, and you saw the Frappe Studio as well. And we've also been into infra tools. So it's been an 18-year-long journey of sustainability. And last year was the first year we turned profitable. We've been growing, but profitability is something we hit for the first time last year. So I'm pretty excited to share more on how and why and what helped in this whole journey. But having said that, just a disclaimer, I'm very new to open source as a topic. I'm not a developer either. But I think having spent 2 years working in a company with the values of open source, I've come to believe in values of open source and the larger good it can create. So I'm really honored to be sharing stage with Kailash and Chat. And happy to talk. So let's talk about the topic you shared. So talking from Rappe's perspective, I think one thing that we always believed since the beginning and even today is one key thing that Frappe needs to get right to sustain or sustainability means should mean for any other company as well. Other thing, because we are a commercial company, at the end of the day, the other thing that in the context of sustainability we got right was the viable business model. Right? Building a viable business model around open source took some time, specifically in the ERP domain. It took some time where we tried multiple things. We started with services. We then moved to support, SaaS. We've tried everything you can think of, actually. And like towards the end, what really worked for us is recurring hosting as a service. So we have a Frappe cloud platform on which you can host your app if you choose to, and that worked really well. So I think getting the business model right was really important for Frappe to be where it is. The third thing that really helped is when Gowda started using, as well as they give us some seed funding. I wouldn't say that was the money we needed for, like Frappe needed for, existence as such, but it was definitely something that helped us take bolder bets, invest in ideas which we couldn't have invested otherwise, like investing in multiple apps, investing in building a bigger team, right? So it also added a lot of trust from customers who were usually speculative about open source. So all of that helped. So I think judging by Frappe's journey, if from a 5-year lens, all of these things, if it continues to happen, we will have more companies like Frappe, and I'm super excited to see that future.
The 5-year lens is just an arbitrary number because it's the 5th anniversary. We're hosting we want to come up with the 5-year lens. So 5 years ago, you announced 2 FOSS funds at IndiaFOSS 2021 was to compensate your tech team's contribution to open source. The second was to donate 2 FOSS projects that you love. Last year, you announced a much bigger fund targeted at globally, critical infrastructure projects. What's been your experience? What are the learnings?
I think this is what I can't figure out. I think you should have center aligned that is bugging me. It's right aligned, sitting to the side. You should have center aligned text. In 2020, first edition of IndiaFOSS, there's a small little where we as in Zerodha, the for-profit org, formally announced that we were going to support open source projects. In fact, we had been. The day we turned modestly profitable, all the projects that we were deriving value on, stuff that we were using to build our enterprise, we've been sending them money. First, it was a few $100, then it was a few $1,000s. As we grew, as we became more and more commercially viable and successful, we started, sending money out. But it's very easy. One big lesson that I've learned is that wanting to give money to open source projects is one thing, but actually pulling it off, giving money is exceptionally difficult. There's logistics, there's operations, there's undeveloped social infrastructure, there's taboo around giving money to a project. When you write to a developer saying, we love your project, we find value in it, we'd like to give you some money, some people get offended, like, we don't want money. So even the ability for FOSS projects to communicate or signal a financial need globally doesn't really exist. It has changed. A lot of these things have changed in the last 5 years. GitHub sponsors, although it's a centralized platform, or Open Collective. These platforms, these initiatives have brought some semblance of a structured way of soliciting financial support. And I think it's a great thing. Big lesson for me has been that we all know the systemic lack of funding that megacorps use FOSS to build everything but rarely give anything back. Everybody gets that. But I'm talking about specific lessons and nuances that we learned. So setting large financial companies and organizations aside, people who ideally should fund FOSS, there's a lot of social awkwardness. There's a lack of social framework around FOSS funding in the FOSS world. Maintainers, developers, users, people who'd like to give, people who'd like to take. There isn't really a formal, non-awkward mechanism yet. I've seen a big shift happen there. When we launched the FOSS fund last year, we'd specifically written about this. In the announcement, we'd specifically highlighted the big issues with the social aspect of funding, soliciting funding and giving funding. And funding.json, it's a small technical experiment, but it is specifically aimed at trying to solve this social problem more than the money, transfer money, give money problem. So there are nuances here, and it's only after being embedded in this, it's only after being creators and users and funders of FOSS over so many years that we've even come to realize that there's a whole, many layers of nuance that have to be tackled. And I think in the next 5 years, or maybe the next decade, we're going to see seismic shifts. The fact that this panel is happening there, the fact that there are so many big things happening globally, as Chad will share with us, these are all big signals. I think that the taboo around open source funding, the stigma around even discussing sustainability for FOSS projects have been, I think, reasonably thoroughly broken in the last 5 years. And all these models that we're talking about, experimenting with, these have all emerged because we've now overcome, when I say we, the ecosystem, have largely overcome the social aspects of it.
Yeah, we'll go. This segues perfectly right on to Chad. Why don't you share a global perspective of what sustainability looks like for projects today? How are companies outside India seeing it? Is it just as bad outside? What are the models that you've seen come up in the last few years? Do you think there's any hope for the next 5 years? Will we see significant systemic changes in the ecosystem?
Sure, thank you. Oh, this is great. This is really fun. I want to start by talking about maybe a little definition of sustainability, because I make a distinction between open source subsidization and open source sustainability. And I love, Neha, what you're sharing with us about Frappe. I was talking to some of your colleagues at lunch and learning about your business models. Most of what we have seen to date is the subsidization bucket. You've got an open source project, it's a community project, you're working on it, you're not thinking about money, kind of like you were saying, a lot of open source people, maintainers don't want to think about money. Okay, so there's this community open source thing, we all got to eat, we all got to sustain this. And then, so we build things around the project that subsidize the project, okay? And so that's great, and we should be doing that. And it's wonderful in all these models we should explore. They're all great things. I think, when I think about sustainability, I'm looking at how do we directly fund, take this community thing and plug it into the global economy directly, not buffered, not subsidized by something adjacent, but directly. And this is what we see, with things like FOSS Fund, where you're putting money directly to a project. We'll be talking about this more. I think of it in terms of a gift economy instead of a market economy. It's a different logic around exchange, a different logic around money. And I really see it as, for those of us who are developers in the room, if I can use this analogy or metaphor of tech debt, if you've got a system that's running along and chugging along, you make these decisions to, okay, well, we need to ship this feature, and we got some tech debt in the stack, but we're going to keep moving forward. And eventually that tech debt catches up with you, and you have to refactor in order to scale the system further. And I feel like that's where we're at with our economy, with our global economy, is we've got this market economy that's taken us so far, and what open source is showing us is that there's some weaknesses or some inefficiencies in that. And the only way to get through that, to fix it, is to refactor, which is a big deal, okay? So we've got subsidization, and we've got all the learnings and the things to keep moving forward there. And that I would see as kind of all right, well, we can't think about this now, we just got to ship the next feature, right? And yes, we need to do that. And at the same time, we need to be thinking about the bigger refactor. We need to be looking at the 5, 10, 15 years and to me, a really exciting, amazing opportunity. And so even in the past 5 years, we've seen movement towards this. Again, these programs and projects that didn't exist 5 years ago, like FOSS Fund, like Open Source Pledge, like Open Source Endowment, new platforms. We've got GitHub sponsors, we've got Open Collective. There's a new one called Thanks.dev that's moving things forward. There's some other experiments like this. So I think we are seeing this. I think it's an idea whose time has come, and I think that these kind of societal changes or refactors kind of sneak up on us, and then the wave crashes, and it happens faster than we think. So grab your surfboard, surf's up.
Absolutely. Chad has a talk on open source being a gift economy tomorrow morning here in Audi 1, so please catch that. Just going deeper into what you've said, I think we should just talk about what the models we've seen over the last few years. Yesterday we were talking about NPM fund, GitHub YAML, all of that. Governments in the EU have tried to fund open source. We've seen the NLNet grants. We've seen Savrik Tech Foundation do a bunch of really huge grants. What are the models do you think? I think we can just discuss what models do you all personally lean towards. Right now, I feel like today it's a lot easier for an open source project to ask for donations and not get a huge pushback. So there is, change that we are noticing in the ecosystem. But what sort of models do you think are most likely to succeed, in making open source more sustainable, so to say? We'll go with Neha. Neha, Frappe is a thought leader. Frappe is also a role model for every other Indian open source project, not just because of how you give back to open source, but because how Frappe has succeeded as an open source company to finally becoming profitable, keeping the engineering values, the ethics, all of that alive, staying completely open source, right? So just from that perspective of being an Indian company that also has a global ecosystem of partners that are abroad, what sort of models have you tried to become sustainable over the past?
So when we started, as I said, the project started as a hobby project for our founder, for his family business. So coming back to your question, basically what you're asking is what worked, right? Initially, and what didn't work, okay. So initially, from what I understand, being open source was a big benefit because it helped discoverability. It helped people try our product and give us feedback. And we had customers reaching out to us from any corner of the world. So that was one thing that worked. Being open source allowed us to be discoverable. I think I also hear from some of the older teams that we used to do bounties on GitHub platform where we get your feature prioritized if you pay us. Those are the earlier things that we did that worked. Being in the ERP domain, it's a very high-touch business. You need to really go on the ground and help people implement. So that's when we started the services business, where we built the whole team, which will go implement, support, customize ERPs for end customers, online, offline, both. So services was, I think services kept us going for the longest time because it was something that was really important. Customers wanted only us to help them out. And we didn't even have an ecosystem built because these kind of products need an ecosystem even for it to sustain. So we offered services. We also had a SaaS model. Like if you don't want to go for the open source version, we have an easy to use per user priced model. Again, that didn't work because most companies will go for self-hosting when it comes to open source. The pricing didn't make sense in the early days. So all of those things then led us to, I think as I earlier mentioned when Zerodha came on board as one of our investors, that was something that gave us a lot of courage to take bolder bets, take more risks. And so what really worked for us eventually was this recurring revenue model that we got from Frappe Cloud. That helped us in many ways. Like number one, by that time, around 2020, we had a partner ecosystem. So we could quit services. That was one thing. It helped us to allow focus on product, what we do best. Another thing, it helped us to do is move our quit services as well as quit SaaS. So we completely moved to Frappe Cloud as our business model. So less distraction, less operations, focus on product innovation. All of that eventually helped us reach where we are. Community has played a huge role. I cannot deny the role the community has played in not just like directly helping us, but helping us in so many indirect ways, which I can share later. Yeah, I don't think I've missed anything. So these are the things that worked for us. Yeah.
Yep, thanks. Again, going back to Chad. All of the global models that you've seen, you know, all of these fun experiments, what were the ones that made you hopeful, regardless of how, you know, they turned out? You've also worked very much on the sponsorships angle of projects, the corporate accountability, donations. What has been your experience with that?
Sure. So I think in terms of a few big buckets of models, I kind of think of, on the one hand, this is going to be a little corny because it's rhyming. So we've got, on the one hand, taxation. So we've got things like in Germany, they have the Sovereign Tech Fund, which is now being discussed at the EU level. So this is taxpayer money being used to fund open source projects as digital infrastructure, right? Sovereign Tech Fund is working on that. They're the furthest out front. So that's taxation. On the other side, I think of commercialization. So this is, you know, what I see Frappe doing with, sounds like the cloud offering, again, supporting the open source offering. So taxation, commercialization. In the middle, I think of social validation as a model, and this is where, you know, if I can bring in the open source pledge comes in. You know, so Zeroda's a member of the open source pledge, was talking over lunch, you know, with some folks from Frappe about how to get you all in the open source pledge. We've got 32 companies now. So I come from a company called Sentry. I'm employed by a company called Sentry. Sentry, like you were saying, Kailash, you've always given to open source and kind of, you know, matured that program over years. Same for Sentry. You know, it's kind of funny to hear similar stories, and I'm so glad that we're connecting the dots, you know, now globally. Because we need this social validation that it's okay for companies to give money to open source, and you're not weird if you do. If you're running a company and you support maintainers, that should be more and more normal. So I think of that as the social validation lever. So there's models that, you know, function through government taxation. There's models that function through commercialization, more in kind of the subsidization side, as I think of it. And then there's these social validation models. A new one that I want to bring in, and maybe you all can help me figure out where this fits in. We're launching something at soft launch now. Kailash is involved with it, and there's, I think, we're up to what, over 50, I think almost 100 participants now. We have this thing called the open source endowment. So endowment is another really interesting model. Does anybody know what an endowment is? Show of hands. All right, we're going to talk it through. So an endowment is how many universities are funded, or hospitals, nonprofits, things like this, religious organizations. You have a principal, and then you live off the interest, basically. So Harvard University has the largest endowment in the world. They have $54 billion sitting in the bank, so to speak, and then they fund their projects through the interest that they earn off of that capital. And so that's the endowment model. So a friend of mine, Konstantin Vinogradov, who's a venture capitalist working in the open source space, prior to that, he made an endowment for his university, and so he was able to connect those dots when he came over here to open source, and he was like, wait a sec, endowments are so common over here, why is there no endowment for open source? So that's another model that we're exploring right now, looking to do a full launch of that, hopefully in the next 6 months or so, so you're getting the inside scoop. But that's another really interesting model that we're exploring to fund open source. How's that? Yeah.
Kailash, just from a very hyper-local Indian context of funding FOSS over the last 10, 15 years, right? What are some models that we can that you can sort of apply to the Indian context? over the last 5 years, we've seen a lot of companies, at least some companies, starting to give back to FOSS apart from Zerodha. And also, but on the other side, we are seeing open source companies coming out of India, successful companies. A lot of sponsors here are open source companies. So what are some models that you are starting to lean towards for achieving a sustainable open source ecosystem?
I'll go back to what I said earlier. There are many models, subsidies, commercialization, subsidization, donations. These things, different models work for different contexts, different cultures, different programs and projects. I don't have an inclination towards a specific model. I'm still more interested in the social aspects. As I said, the entire world is today built on FOSS. $1 trillion valuations are built on FOSS. So I was asking him earlier, why is it even a matter of discussion today that in 2025, that $1 trillion corporations in the Silicon Valley, for instance, still don't give even a pittance to open source projects that benefit them. So it's not and there are all these models, commercialization, licensing, donations. So it's not a lack of models. We've had these models. They work in different spheres. There is money. All of the tech world, the entirety of the tech world is largely built on FOSS, mostly built on FOSS. So there is evidence that FOSS generates massive economic GDP value. All of this has evidence. Then why doesn't it still happen? I strongly feel it's a socio-cultural problem. It's a social problem. And the model I would personally lean towards, maybe over the next 5 to 10 years, is coming up with ways to, not even subtly, but shame companies companies that use FOSS, but who don't give back. I'll cite a very specific example. There's a big company that is in our industry that is they've just filed their IPO prospectus. It was big news the other day. There are competition. So there's a 500-page PDF document, and everybody's looking at it, analyzing it. I did Control-F, open source, open-source, FOSS, etc. And there is in fact one clause. So when the PDF reader matched the first highlight, I was shocked. It's the first IPO prospectus where there's a mention of open source. However, the paragraph, it was legalese. The paragraph was them disclaiming that we use open source software. Open source software may have bugs, so it might bring risk and viability, so we are compelled to disclose it here to investors. And I was really shocked. That was the only mention. There was an entire section dedicated to technology, tech prowess, capacity, etc. But we all know that everybody has built, like 90% of everything is built on FOSS. So for me personally, models don't matter. Different models will emerge, different models will succeed at various levels in different spheres and contexts. It's the social problem that is critically important. And you guys ran like a funky billboard somewhere.
Very funky branding. I was going to go to him next. Like, do you think it's working for you, this shaming companies?
Yes and no. So what we're referring to is the launch of the open source pledge almost exactly a year ago. October 8th last year, we put up 3 billboards in San Francisco. So some of the most expensive billboard real estate in the world. And one of the billboards said, oh my gosh, I'm sitting next, it wasn't a COO, so I'm safe from Neha, but we had, and you're not one of these, we had, what was it? Chief Excuse Officer, CEO, and with this grotesque, monster face. Then we had, yes, Chief Tightwad Officer for the CTOs. And what was it? For the CFOs, the Chief Financial Officer, we had Chief Freeload Officer. And we had these grotesque billboards. And they were, oh yeah. So, I mean, that was a double-edged sword. We got tons of more attention off of it than we would have with a much tamer campaign. To be honest, there are folks, it left a bad taste in their mouth. Some companies that maybe would or should be part of the open source pledge and join our club of cool kids that are actually paying for open source that haven't yet. So I think we're shifting. I think that was definitely important. That was our launch rocket, right? That was important to kind of get things out there and get the name out there. And now we're shifting. We just changed the homepage from the kind of shading, pay your share. Now it says, we pay maintainers together. or something like this. Because we've got 32 companies now, right? There's 32 companies, like, you know, you talk about that. So, okay, so first of all, I absolutely agree. It's a social problem, right? And so, yes, we all know how to solve technology problems in this room, right? But now it's kind of strange for us. Like, we have to think about the social problem and how do we make social change? Well, that gets us into activism and things. And how do we, you know, tell a story and spread a message and things like this? And there's sort of there's the positive and the negative. And I don't think, again, that it's mutually exclusive. I think there's a role for both. But I mean, personally, to me, like, open source is so much about freedom, right? Open source is so much about autonomy and people coming together freely to share and to work together in community. And I think that spirit is, in the long run, so much more powerful. That it's like, hey, you know, trillion-dollar tech companies, if you don't want to be a part of our club, okay, but like, we're having a lot of fun in here and you're not here, so, you know, like, I think, honestly, this really just clicked for me in the past couple months when I sort of stepped back and looked. It was like, we have got 32 companies. So it's like, because I was having my own doubts about this. And then it was like, well, Kailash believes in it, and David Kramer believes in it, and 30 other company founders believe in it. It's like, maybe there's something here, you know? And I think the more that we kind of build that positive, we're a community of companies that are doing something together, and grow that, and then find the folks around the edge that, you know, are the next ones that will be attracted to that. I think in the long run, that's really what's going to build this up and make the change. But the funky billboards are fun, don't get me wrong.
By the way, we also did a billboard recently, and it was to mock some of the companies who were open washing, and it was also pretty fun to do. We called ourselves like the real open source because they've been advertising everywhere.
Yeah, we should have a wall of shame at IndiaFOSS, maybe.
Sorry, when I say shame, it's not about hurling insults. That's also one model. I mean, perhaps some people should do that. It's about making organizations feel ashamed of the blatant exploitation of value that they do. And how you deliver that varies. Different people will have different ideas. It could be campaigns, it could be positive messaging, it could be slightly negative messaging, it could be anything. But the idea is to make, if you don't do this, you're uncool. That's the social understanding must reach that point where if you're using FOSS and if you're not supporting it, you're uncool.
I think we have to remember too that companies are composed of people, you know, and especially with the pledge, like, it's got to be top down. You got to have the leadership of the company has to care about it and be clued in. And, you know, Jeff Bezos doesn't care about open source or whatever. You know what I mean? It's like, until it comes from the top. And so it's going to be that slow, over time, relational, you know, you talk to your friends, we talk to our friends, and we all kind of build this together. But we have to remember, you know, FOSS is people, and companies are people, and that's how this is going to spread. It's going to, you know, we're going to see it out there on Twitter or X or whatever, you know, it's going to hit. But we have to remember that behind that is people talking to each other and deciding together to act and work on stuff.
We'll come back to company accountability, but we briefly touched upon government's funding FOSS. I think this is for both of you. Tech policy is a major focus of the FOSS United community of the IndiaFOSS conference. Do you think there is scope that we can still convince our governments to start, you know, they acknowledge the importance of it, at least in terms of written policy, maybe not of implementation. Do you think we can even convince them to start, you know, funding open source?
I can share the Indian context. I don't think it's a matter of convincing anymore. I think it's a matter of pushing for it to be enabled, especially in the last 2-3 years, especially after the whole AI explosion. And most definitely after DeepSeek coming out of China, tech sovereignty, FOSS sovereignty, AI sovereignty, these have become hot topics at the highest echelons of the state. And I've started seeing the word open source, not FOSS, not free software, specifically open source, appear in bureaucratic stuff where you wouldn't expect them to, you'd never expect to see those things. that's happening. So from a it's a very geopolitical thing. I think it's open source is now a statecraft strategy. I don't know if it's good or bad, but it seems like it's a good thing. So the next step, if you think, when I say you, if the state as a missionary thinks that FOSS is important for a state's existence, continued existence, progress, even from a national security perspective, and it takes it seriously, then the next step is to, of course, start supporting it in whatever manner, and the easiest thing is to set up a fund. I think it's likely to happen, but how well it will be executed, it will come down to that. How well it can be pulled off in a country like India, where the FOSS ecosystem itself is still extremely nascent, it will have to be seen. And have to be careful, because it's a fine line between FOSS for national sovereignty, but Indian FOSS versus non-Indian FOSS, these things can all happen. But FOSS, the idea of FOSS, the work, the spirit transcends boundaries, transcends geographies. So it's extremely important that the FOSS community here exert its agency and voice to direct some of these things that are very likely to happen in the right direction.
No, I think one thing I've been going around saying is that the reason we have so many proprietary products in our government schools, in our government departments, is a result of extensive lobbying of these of these proprietary companies. I didn't mean that. It's just a result of extensive lobbying. Maybe all of us should have an open source lobby where, we penetrate these channels and we push for open source software. It is highly possible. But Neha, do you have any thoughts?
So I am not very aware of what government is doing for open source, but I do know, like from Frappe's perspective, I don't think it is enough yet. Like I don't see many things happening which could be happening. For instance, the first thing that they could be doing is adopting open source themselves more aggressively for efficiency, because I think paying licensed, there's lock-in, there's a high amount of fees involved in licensed software. The other thing that I feel is other governments are also, I think, promoting, supporting, adding trainings very early on. Like I remember for me, the idea of a computer was just Microsoft, because that's what I learned all through school. But I wish I had probably learned something different in the early days, or I wish there were more open source technologies being adopted in even engineering trainings early on, so that that's a good way government could be doing that. And the reason I say that is because some of the other countries where Frappe is adopted, like KSA, I think they have done. We have benefited a lot from how they promote us in their country today, as opposed to yet, but that's changing, I would say. Like one of the things that is happening is I think more and more government institutions are coming with open source is what they need. Similarly, enterprises are now taking bolder bets. So there is some change happening, but I think there's a lot more that can be done. And I think you mentioned a good point, which was lobbying. So it needs a lot of resources to meet the right person and make sure that there is, for example, I had met this person from the Ministry of MSME, and I remember for me to navigate and understand how can these technologies be part of the trainings for small businesses, there's a portal. There's a huge process. There's a lot of legwork. There's a lot of effort that needs. And a lot of companies are making that effort, but somehow that's not something we do, and we probably don't even want to. We don't even want to get into that right now. Maybe there'll be a time when everything happens, right? So that's what I would say.
FOSS unions.
Absolutely. Do you want to expand on that?
We were having a fight yesterday with a bunch of people, and the idea of a FOSS union came about. Very unclear, just a blurry idea. I keep going back to the whole social construct, right? There's an open source project, there's a FOSS project maintained by 3 people, used by 1 billion people, used by megacorps. Log4j is a great example. And when it broke, when it went wrong, we all know what happened, we all know the scramble. And there was immense pressure on the tiny group of maintainers who were in charge of this, and suddenly the weight of the entire world fell on their shoulders on one day, and they were in the spotlight for the wrong reasons. Would it be nice if there was a collective, like a union of FOSS maintainers, open source, free software, different ideologies all together who had a stance? Collective is a very loose word, it's a nice word. Union is a stronger thing. Just a random thought. Refuse to supply free labor to megacorps.
Got the cheers. Ready for the spicy take? Not that that wasn't spicy, but I'll offer this as pushback. I was thinking about it, and then when you were saying that, I was thinking, well, this is maybe a counterpoint. I keep coming up with these threes. This is my third three. There's three ways that companies can reciprocate for the gift of open source. So in this gift economy of open source, the first gift is the software that we put out in the world as maintainers, as open source developers. And a gift kind of invites a reciprocation. So there's three ways to reciprocate. And one of them is the one we're talking a lot about, which is money. You can give money to the maintainer, because honestly, that's the one we're worst at right now. But there are other ways to reciprocate and to participate in this gift exchange of open source. And the main one is code. So most of the open source code in the world gets written by employees at companies on company time, okay? So I think it is important to keep that in mind, that while Amazon or Microsoft or whoever is not reciprocating with cash to the maintainers of Log4j or whoever in their particular circumstance, and we should focus on that, we should change that. You know, on the other side, what was it? Even back when they bought GitHub, it's like Microsoft was one of the top contributors on GitHub, right? Facebook, top contributor on GitHub. So companies are giving a ton to open source through their code contributions that come from their salaried employees or their employees. The third way to reciprocate and to give back is through product. So I know at Sentry, at my company Sentry, we're developer tools companies. We give free Sentry credits. You know, or Frappe, I don't know if you have a similar thing, like you can give free product to open source projects. And so that's a third way to reciprocate and to give gifts back. You know, but I think it does kind of highlight, and then this is a tie-in to the kind of the government question. You know, it seems like at first open source was about individuals sharing in this community and sharing code back and forth with each other. And now, you know, we've kind of got companies to the point where all the companies in the world are sharing at that code level. They're not maybe giving the cash that we want to see, but you know, most of the companies in the world are working on Linux together, right, or whatever it is, contributing code. And so now you've got companies sharing at this code level. And so it is interesting now when we're talking about digital sovereignty or whatever. I was at the United Nations a couple months ago. They, every year now for the third year, have an open source week. They have a whole week dedicated to meetings about open source at the United Nations. Absolutely no code gets written the entire week. You know, I don't understand what happens, but I mean, I was there for it. Still don't understand what happens, but it's a lot of people talking about digital sovereignty, a lot of people United Nationsing, and yeah, like, but like you said, you know, we need to help the governments understand what open source actually is, right? That it is this collaborative thing, that it is this give and take, and it's like, yeah, if you do need to fork, yeah, you can fork, but it's like, it really is about contributing and growing this thing together. So it's interesting to see, like, we're here, man. I don't know what's higher than governments for open source to go. I mean, yeah, I was talking to Steph, last little anecdote. Steph Mafuli is the executive director of the Open Source Initiative, and he and I were standing on the street waiting to get let in. And he was telling me, he's like, yeah, I had these meetings yesterday. You know, they're on the 27th floor of that United Nations building over there. And I said, how many floors are in that building? He said, 27. I said, so you're telling me that open source has made it to the highest levels of the United Nations. So, yeah, that's where we are.
I have a small spicy disagreement there. I think corporations...
Excited for the Q&A.
I don't think it's fair to equate individuals with corporations. An individual does a FOSS contribution, they create FOSS. A corporation does a FOSS contribution. They're not equal. I think that's a fundamental mistake perhaps. If it's a commercially successful corporation, they should just give money more than code. That's what I've come to realize. It's not a level playing field. Two individuals maintaining a library and Amazon maintaining a library, in the FOSS scale of things, they're not equal. So companies should just give money. And also give code, sure. Even if companies don't give code, I think we will still have a thriving FOSS ecosystem globally. My view over the years they've changed to arrive at this. Corporations should just give money first, then code.
We have 10 minutes, including the Q&A, so we'll quickly wrap this up. I'll merge my last two questions into one. 30 seconds, all of you, if you can tell us your take on corporate accountability along with the initiatives that you are all part of. So Chad, I would like to hear about open source endowment, open source pledge. Neha, we'd love to, because you also run your own platform, the Frappe marketplace, we'd love to know how you are ensuring the apps on the marketplace, sustainability for them. What are the ways you've been giving back to open source? And then we'll move on to Kailash and learn about funding JSON, FOSS fund.
Yeah, so corporate accountability with the open source pledge. I think about should, may, and must. This is RFC 2119. This is 30 seconds, so I'm giving you the fire hose. And must is legal, is the law. And we don't have that in open source. So companies, they don't have to give if they don't want, but they really should. It shouldn't be optional, they should. The way we get to should is with this social pressure, this social validation one way or another. The open source endowment is primarily about individuals at this point. Maybe we'll bring companies into it later. But yeah, that accountability of the pledge is really about the community demanding this of companies. We need to make noise and demand this of our companies that they support open source.
So yeah, I think at Frappe, we've, as you said, we've built a marketplace where anybody can build apps and list them on the platform. That has been helping a lot of...
We have time, 10 minutes.
So that's been helping a lot of open source apps get discovered through the platform. In addition to that, we've also started an incubator program through which we help companies with capital as well as with assistance in building products on Frappe framework. That's also something we've been doing. And lastly, we've also, this year since we turned profitable for the first time, we ended up contributing to some of the technologies that we've been adopting internally. That has also been something we recently did for the first time. But I don't think it was because of I don't think open source has an obligation to give back, but it was probably just like a way to support in that sense. Yeah.
I'd forgotten what you asked me.
What are the initiatives you are involved in, and if you want to comment on corporate accountability?
I think I've already expressed my views on corporate accountability. Initiatives, everything we've discussed here, one way or other, directly or indirectly, trying similar things, or there's an involvement. Funding.json is a very interesting technical experiment. I'm quite excited by it also. It's meant to be, it is an open spec, open standard. Just like you have a robots.txt on your website, you publish a funding JSON, signaling your financial needs. It captures your projects as an entity, who you are, institution, organization, etc. Specific financial asks. You can even describe the kind of channels via which you can accept payments. You can also publish your financial history as a project. We've tied this to FOSS fund. To apply to FOSS fund, you don't fill a form. You just publish this JSON file, and there's a crawler that picks it up. So while we are doing this, while we're using it as a means to get applications for FOSS fund, we really hope that this experiment proves itself reasonably successful in encouraging projects to explicitly state their financial needs and solicit payments, licensing, funding, whatever it is, via a more structured mechanism, cutting through the social awkwardness and the opaque black box that is interfacing with people, asking them, or organizations asking them, do you want some money, or can we pay you, or do you have services, etc., etc. So really hoping that that kicks off. excited because some of the biggest open source projects in the world have adopted this. They've created funding.json files and published on their website, specifically to apply to FOSS fund, but I'm hoping that it becomes a thing. Other systems also pick it up, other entities also pick it up.
Absolutely. Questions? Yes, we have questions.
Yeah. So my question is that, so whenever like a person is starting a community project, so he will be like inclined to share the project to the world and also like make sure that people are like using it. So he will start using a FOSS license, I mean open source license. But let's say if the project is like becoming popular, like I see like all the popular projects, Redis, Terraform, even like including Sentry, they're like shifting away from open source licenses. So whatever the models that we just spoke about, so aren't they actually like working with them? So then the product is not self-sustainable. Then like using an open source license, how can a product be self-sustainable? That's my ultimate question.
I mean, I think the short answer, since we're very short on time, AGPL is a little controversial, but an AGPL plus the CLA, which is probably what you all are doing at Frappe, is the best way to technically stay open source while maintaining a proper risk posture to protect your business model.
And just to add to that, I think the learnings I shared, I feel like for me, because I'm not from, I don't have years of experience in open source. For me, open source sustainability is just running any other business sustainability. Any small business needs to sustain. So finding a right business model where you can add more value through services, add more value through trailings, add more value through not the application itself is the best. Like those are the things that worked for Frappe. And that's something you can maybe explore.
Fair source. We invented fair source to cover this without muddying the waters of open source. Fair.io.
So like one follow-up question to chat. So how is like FSL like working for you, and what's the community's like perception on this license?
I'm sorry, let me feed that question back. How is our licensing working for us?
Yeah. Like I like read through the blog like why you have like actually moved to FSL.
Yeah,
just
FSL.
To like protect yourself like from the top.
License,
yeah. It's to like protect yourself like from the top cloud companies, so that they just don't deploy your products as a managed services.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's working great for us. Again, because our intention was to be a single vendor and control the project while sharing as much as we could. So we need to protect our business model, because a lot of open source projects is not, well, we're over time. I don't know how deep you want to get into this. Maybe we can, happy to discuss, you know, in the hallway afterwards. But short answer, functional source license is working great for us. And anyone that wants to check that out, fair.io. Do we carry our own chairs off as well?
1 minute.
We have another minute?
1 minute, yes.
One last question. Okay. So FOSS is a community I was following for a couple of, last 4 years at least, and keep coming here. So I have a question that to the FOSS, those who are connecting this, are founding and everything. So we are youngsters, we have a lot of ideas, and we have idea of creating something for open source and leave it to the open source and take it forward. So we are kind of a poor engineers who have an idea and who want to do it. So will FOSS be having any future idea of roadmap to identify those kind of project ideas and present to you people and give the right fund for them? Definitely we know is whoever you want to build an open source product or whatever it is, it needs initial funding to start it over and put an effort over there. So FOSS have any idea for that, and can we expect from the FOSS this FOSS India 25 program?
99% of the FOSS projects in the world, the most valuable ones, are built by people who like building it. Nobody pays them to build it. So the very idea that to create FOSS, you need funding, it's a flawed idea. Some things may need, but if you're looking for a project specifically if you're looking for a specific project that requires funding to even kickstart, I think that's a matter of, that should be considered as a matter of business, not really FOSS. So if you'd like to build something, firstly it's a matter of time and effort, then comes money. As a specific, I'm saying this because you said youngster, new ideas, new projects, etc.
Cool. So we have some idea of giving a solution of the entire platform engineering kind of stuff. So in that case specifically, so definitely we have to explore it. So and the cloud space and infra space is not sufficient, right? So in that point of view, coming from.
I think it sounds like you're trying to start a business. Different way to look at it altogether. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thanks everyone, we ran out of time. Just a few call to actions. We have a grants program. If you're an open source project looking for funding, please reach out to us. Please check out FLOSS Fund. Funding.json.org. If you're a company that wants to set up their own open source fund, please talk to Chad about the open source pledge. Please talk to us at the FOSS United booth about our FOSS pledge. We are revamping our 2-3-year-old FOSS pledge, trying to make it more binding for companies. If you want to talk about sustainability more with Neha, she will be at the Frappe booth right opposite to this auditorium. And all of the models we discussed today, all of these projects, they are at IndiaFOSS. They've tried all these sorts of models. Please talk to them, ask them what worked out for them, what didn't, and that is the best answer you'll get to find out what's going to work for you. With that, Nemo and Nikhil are going to talk about building a FOSS UPI app in India. I see there is a lot of excitement. I'll hand the mic over to them. Thank you.
Hello. Hello.
Yeah, that's all.
We can start? All right. Time start? Check. Oh wait, intros done. Intro here. Cool. All right. Yes. I was checking if the time is. Whenever they start, I will start. Hello everyone.
Wow.
Oh.
Can you give us a USB-C adapter? Yeah, it worked. Oh, okay. You there? Telecom. Good. I will not touch it. How much time have we eaten? We don't know. 2 minutes. Sorry. All right, I will try to make up the 2 minutes. I will not touch it. Welcome to our talk. We're going to be talking about building an open source UPI app. And even if I don't touch it, flickers. Come on. Let's just run through a demo. All right? While we figure this out. So we are going to preview a demo, gods. I can just give PDF. We're going to run through a demo. I'm Nemo, this is Nikhil. We both have been working on an open source UPI for a while. And I'm going to try to run without my slides. So the first slide is demo. We're going to try to do a demo. In case the demo doesn't work, we'll do another attempt later on towards the talk. I was here at the IndiaFOSS stage back in 2023, 2 years ago, trying to chart a roadmap for the for a FOSS UPI app. And we have the demo ready.
I guess.
Yes.
So the demo, the background of the demo is that there is a random number generator, and we are paying it to the sound box. It should be loud enough to like all the people to hear. Although I'm not sure if this demo is going to work or not, because we have been setting it up for a while now. Let's pray to the god, demo god, and hope it works. So I hit enter. 36.
All right. Can you click on the rightmost thing?
Yeah.
Right. And then click present. No, rightmost. Yes. Maybe on right. This doesn't work. Rightmost thing under the hamburger menu. If that works. This doesn't work, so you can't use it. The arrow's pointing to the right way. I don't have my laptop. But I will keep speaking. They'll figure out. Somebody will figure out. So I was here 2 years ago giving a talk. That the thing on the bottom that you see is the slide from the first talk, where we try to chart a roadmap towards having an open source UPI app. Yes, something's wrong. So the question comes, why do we need an open source UPI app? The reason you need an open source UPI app because UPI, despite pretending to be an open protocol, is not really one. There's a lot of openness associated with it in words and in marketing materials, but in truth, I need something to be open when I can hack on it, when I can change it to my needs, when true software freedom is available to me, which is not the case with UPI. There are other reasons as well. One of them is accessibility. They had a very nice research paper from several researchers based out of Delhi who had actually done accessibility research across several large UPI apps. And they found various shortcomings. You know, the apps use things like scratch cards. They have images instead of text descriptions. They do not actually use audio features or voiceovers properly. These are kind of problems that impact a huge percentage of population, and they're not able to use UPI as it should be. And UPI is something that I believe is pretty much almost a necessary for part of living in India at this point, right? You know, digital payments is what you need to do on a day-to-day basis. Payment is such a critical part of your life that not having the same level of access actually hurts. There's also freedom, which we all need. We need to have freedoms to be able to tinker with the code, to look at what's running on my device, right? If I cannot edit it, I do not have the freedoms to make use of it in interesting and innovative ways. I would like to have hackability with my payments. I would like to be able to set cron jobs. I would like to be able to use voice agents to speak to them and, you know, send a voice note over chat and make the payment happen magically. I would like to do all those. I would have a Playdate device which I would like to initiate and do fun payments. I would like to have all these kind of interesting ideas, but there's no way to put them in practice unless you figure out a way to automate UPI or run an open source UPI stack, which is what we've been trying to do. So there's two pathways to this, and I've talked about this before in the previous talk. And the first pathway is using something called *99#. This is a service called Loop run by NPCI, and it basically it uses a protocol called USSD. USSD is an ancient protocol, so if you have used some of those old 2G networks, this used to be much more popular, where you could send out a code and get responses and text in return. And it still uses the same infrastructure, which means it is very outdated technology, and it's not really supported on modern LTE or 5G networks. It's not just us, other people have made attempts. This is a project by Himish, I believe running on GNOME plus Fala, which tried to use the *99# APIs on top of a Linux modem to transfer and use it to make a UPI app. Unfortunately, because it's too unstable, you need a Linux modem. Most laptops will not have it. You need a third-party modem on top of it. An unreliable API like *99#, the experience doesn't work out. You cannot deploy it at scale. So the second approach is reverse engineering, which is what we have been doing. The last time I gave this talk, I put out a call for hackers. I said, please help me hack this. I cannot do this alone. And it turns out people saw this talk, and I found a bunch of other interested hackers who have been doing the exact same things I've been doing in parallel. And this has been a consistent story of a journey together. We have all been independently working on not just UPI, but other projects as well. Independently, we would have the exact same spreadsheets made to or exact same nodes done in parallel independently. So we started doing reverse engineering. And there are two things that you need to figure out. The first is the NPCI common library, which is the underlying building block of all UPI apps. This is shipped as part of WhatsApp, as part of Google Pay, as part of even Swiggy these days, because any app that uses the UPI pin pad, as you may have seen it, the common standard screen where you type your UPI pin code, is powered by the NPCI common library. So you need to figure out how that works. The demo that you saw today, or heard rather, runs 100% code written by us. It does not have any binary blobs. And in order to get there, you need to go through the entire stack. So once you break through the common library, rather, you figure out how it's working and figure out what it's doing and implement it. The other half is dependent on the specific applications you're targeting. So what we're trying to do is take an existing implementation of a UPI app and then redo it from scratch. In order to do this, you need to understand it really well, how it's doing it, and you need to understand it as an outsider. We do not have access to source code. We do not have access to any documentation. We're just looking at what it's doing and trying to replicate it. So the second half you need to do is the PSP API. PSP is the payment service provider. So for example, GPay, WhatsApp, PhonePe, etc. And API in the sense, there's whatever network traffic that we see on the application. So for example, when you transfer money, right? It's, at the end of the day, it's some network blobs. It's some network traffic. You just need to figure out what it is and send the same bits over the network. So each and every app has its own networking protocol. In the sense, they may have their own API in the backend. They may use gRPC versus something else, or HTTPS. You need to figure out how that specific app is working, and you need to multiply that by the number of apps you are targeting. As I mentioned, we have realized on our journey together, we've all been doing the same work across different apps, and we would bump across stories where we hit the same hurdles across different apps, and it was a very fun experience. Anything to add? So we'll do a quick round off. So in the last 2 years, UPI has done a lot of work on their end as well, and I want to do a quick run through. The first is a new feature called UPI Lite, which is a very bad name. It should just be called UPI Wallet. If you haven't used it, it's basically a way for you to withdraw a lump sum amount into your offline device wallet and then use it to make subsequent transactions. Another feature was UPI Lite X, which is also a bad name. It should have been called UPI Offline. It was launched to very little fanfare, and it has been slowly being deprecated. We feel it wasn't well designed, but we don't hear it in the marketing or anywhere else anymore. There's a third feature called UPI Circle, which again is a badly named product. It should be called UPI Delegated Payments. It lets you do the same thing as what a wallet lets you do, but it lets you delegate the wallet operations to a third-party account. Currently, very limited support. I think 4-ish apps currently support it, but lets you. These are the kind of ideas that innovation that UPI is bringing at their end, and it's important for us because we can use these things as building blocks for our work. So, for example, what we are working currently towards is using the UPI Lite work to have an offline device wallet which can live outside your existing device. So, for example, if you have, I don't know, an ESP32 device that you're hacking on, and you want to make transactions using it, you can just register it for your wallet itself, which means you have limited risk in terms of how much transactions can happen there. It doesn't need a PIN because that is how UPI Lite works. And it fits very nice checkboxes in how we actually would like to roll this out. So since the demo guides have worked for us earlier, I will not repeat this demo. We're doing good on time. We'll do the CL demo in a bit. But the last time I did this talk, we spent a lot of time in questions. And the questions were themed on two parts. They were hinged on legalities of what the work that we are doing, which is an obvious good question. And the other was the security aspect of it. I'm a security engineer, and the work that we do is legally not necessarily gray, but it is legally interesting, right? And I don't want you folks to ask these questions, so which is why I've come up pre-prepared with these answers. So the first, most important question before is around legality. Is what we're doing legal? We believe yes. And the reason we believe yes is section 52(1)(ab) of the Indian Copyright Act. It basically says, I'm going to read this out completely. This is important. The doing of any act necessary to obtain information essential for operating interoperability of an independently created computer program with other programs by a lawful possessor of a computer program, provided that such information is not otherwise readily available. This specific paragraph is, if you do these things, it is not an infringement of copyright in India. This was put in, I believe, an amendment in 1999 or so. It's been there for a while. I really like this. India has extensive copyright exemptions. There has been, I don't think 52(1)(ab) has been specifically checked in court, but there are other exceptions have had historic wins regarding copyright law in India. And I believe what we are doing is interoperability work, which is why what we've been doing, if you see in the 52(1)(ab) at the bottom, that is the name that we've given to a tiny collective of reverse engineering hackers. We have 52 labs, and we're trying to do these kind of interesting things. The second is the security aspect. So if you are, going away from, for example, the security of the Play Store integrity checks, or for example, on iOS, whatever DRM checks iPhone has on place, and the other anti-root checks, and lots of other checks that UPI might mandate on a specific device. You're giving those up in order to get what I would call software freedoms. We are doing this as an acknowledged risk. When we push out this code today, and we plan to do it later today, if you decide to run this code, and this is going to be an opt-in choice, you don't necessarily have to use it. If you feel comfortable using your existing UPI apps, feel free to do that. But if you want to have an additional financial freedom in how you operate your bank accounts, in how you use your money, and you want to take that limited amount of acknowledged risk. For example, I would like to use this via secondary bank account, right, which has limited amount of money. Even if, for example, because the keys for this specific thing, I might keep that on an ESP32 device which has no encryption, right? And if the device gets stolen and the keys get stolen and somebody manages to break into it, fine, I'll lose a little bit of money. But I'm willing to take that risk against the financial freedoms that I would gain. And I believe this is a choice that should be available to all of us here, right? It is not a choice that should be made by somebody else, how I operate my bank account or how I use my money. I believe I should be able to set cron jobs to pay my landlord. So what does the work involve? These are the 4 steps, and we loop over this over and over. We recompile the apps. We write specifications against how we believe those apps are working. Those specs are horrendously bad. Then we try to implement those specs, and we fail. And then we debug what is the mismatch between these things, and we keep going through this loop over and over again. And we have multiple people in our team, so we try to have somebody else write the spec, somebody else do the implementation. And it's fun work. And we're going to do something of a CL demo. How do I connect the laptop now? Do you want to run up there and try to do it? Do you have a mic?
Sure.
Let's open another tab.
Go up there.
All right. So I'll just give a brief of what we're trying to show. The 2 parts that we've broken through. First is a common library. The second is the ESP layer. We are trying to do a common library demo, which is just the library that actually encrypts your pen pad stuff. So whenever it's on the first tab, you'll have to press escape. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, I'll let Nikhil take over.
It's very funny to talk from here, but okay. What you see on your screen is basically the CL component of the UPI app. Whatever we just ran,
Sorry?
Zoom in a little, please. A lot, sorry.
Yeah. So the shell script that was ran initially to do the payment, there was a CL component of it and there was a TPAP component of it. TPAP is basically any third-party application provider which lets you do UPI transaction, which is not the banking application itself. There are two main APIs that CL provides. It's not really documented well anywhere, of course. These two are called get challenge and the other one is called get credential. Let me just zoom in a bit. Yeah. What get challenge lets you do is basically before even you go to the UPI pin entry screen, you will have to generate something called a K0, which is basically kind of a certificate that you are telling the TPAP backend that every other request that will come later on will be signed with this particular K0. The way you generate it is there are three fields that you have to define. One is challenge time, which is oftentimes it's going to be initial. There is some code that is that shows that maybe it's not initial, it can be something else, but it's never used anyway in any other application. So it's always initial. You have some device ID, it can be of any varied length, and then you have a PIM certificate. And the moment you click confirm, you will get these three fields, which is K0, your token, and the challenge. This is challenge that you have to send to the TPAP backend in order to register your K0, which is the first key that you see. Now you can use this same K0 in the get credential. This is the part that gets triggered when you actually enter the pin. You actually enter the pin in the pin screen and you hit enter. This is what that gets generated in the background, and it is then passed through the TPAP backend. You enter your transaction amount, you enter the transaction ID, payer, forget the example.com, it should be @ some UPI or whatever. Your application ID, your phone number, the device ID again. Credit type can be pay or there is a balance inquiry credit type as well. And you enter your same K0, your UPI PIN, and there should be an NPCI PIM key, which is of course not here. This demo is not gonna work, but okay. When you hit confirm, it's going to fail right now, but you will get something similar that you saw in the get challenge. This particular thing, like something that starts with 2.3-v1.8. This is a CL string, and you get something similar for your credential as well. That credential is kind of a checksum that lets NPCI verify that you are actually the one who is sending this particular request, this particular payment request from this person to this person, and for this amount. The same thing happens when you check for balance as well. Yep, pretty much that's it.
Get me back to my slide.
Sorry?
Get me back to my slide, please.
Oh, your slide, okay.
We have 3 more minutes. Yeah, and presentation. Thank you. So that was the CL. The important bit here is we wrote this code in Go, and it's running over a vast execution thing in the browser, which means it's really easy to port across different environments. So 2 things. This broke here, but the work that we have done, we are labeling it under something called 52 labs. 52.1 AD being the copyright interoperability exemption section. And if you're a hacker, if you're the kind of person who has done reverse engineering work, if you know what Frida is, if you have dealt especially with mobile development, if you'd like to contribute to these kind of things, please join us. We have a hacker sign-up form. You can show up here. And we've been working on lots of interesting things. We have friends here who have been working on reversing plan to our stuff, who have been trying to break into interesting sound boxes and how they work, and looking at security implications of all these kind of interesting Indian Nest things. For example, looking at electricity meters and how they're transmitting information. But if you're interested in all these interesting questions in the Indian ecosystem, please show up. The second thing is if you're an application developer and you think we are not app developers, we are hackers and tinkerers. We do not feel that we are smart enough to build a really good UPI apps that are accessible and usable by everyone. But maybe you are. If you'd like to build such kind of apps, not just for iOS or Android, but for browsers, but for old school devices, maybe for game consoles, scan this. It takes you to a GitHub page where you can click the subscribe link if you're logged in, and we'll be posting all the code and all the documentation, etc. that we have over there, and you can just subscribe and they get notified over email whenever it happens. I think this is my last slide. We have roughly 5 minutes left for questions.
And questions.
Yes. Thank you.
Hi, thank you so much for the presentation. Could you talk a little more in detail about how exactly your reverse engineering process works? Like, how did you find out about, I mean, how did you like learn about how the common library works and like how you need to get the K0 to initiate the payment, etc.?
There is no set guideline to do it. That's the good thing about reverse engineering. That's what I feel. You can take any approach you like. There are certain set of tools that you have to use, of course, but the approach does not really matter. Some people, like my friend here, who will mostly, I think, just start reverse engineering on the wild. Like they do not know anything about the app. Maybe have used it once or twice, but they will just start reverse engineering. I take a separate route. If the application is making internet calls, HTTP calls, I try to somehow log the HTTP calls, so I have some reference. For example, if you open up a compiled binary, right, it's just gibberish. You don't really know anything, right? But the endpoints that it is calling, those are not going to be gibberish. So at least you have an endpoint. You will start searching for them, right? So that's how you get in. You have a set of reference to basically figure out what the gibberish compiled thing is. And slowly you build up and you start writing your script as well on the side to like replicate everything that, like smaller by smaller. It's not an easy thing. By easy, I don't mean like it's necessarily hard to like learn and do. It's just a lengthy thing, right? Like for example, this CL thing, it took me like a month continuously to basically make it working, like the WASM binary that you see. So yeah, it's just that.
It's a lot of banging your head against the wall.
Yes, oftentimes you won't understand what's happening, and yeah, that's reverse engineering for you.
Thank you so much for the talk. It was very, very cool. Are you using LLMs to somehow reverse engineer, like the compiled binaries or the HTTP call dumps somehow?
I've tried it a little bit. It's good at some things. It's horribly bad at others.
Yes.
But like I've used it in other pursuits more often than in reverse engineering. Yes.
Later in the day.
If you subscribe to this link, yes, you will get notified of the drop as soon as it happens.
Great talk, guys, and super project. I was curious to know what, in your experience doing this project, I do remember there was a lot of chatter about the NCPI SDK like a couple of years ago and things like that. And also from NCPI's side, I'm curious to know what your experience has been. Like for anyone or any company or any project wanting to be part of the UPI ecosystem, like is this the only way to do it? Like
No.
have they essentially closed the doors for everything else? Like how does that usually work?
There was, when we started this project, there was a thread on Codema, which is the FSCI forum where people try to consider a petition to get the Kerala Bank to actually have a open source UPI app. But feasibly, it is very, very hard. Like it's not necessarily hard because of the technological challenges involved, but CS, for example, is just distributed as a binary block. And that rules out like things, interesting cases. Like you can't, CL is written, for example, in Java, you get a binary jar block, and running it on an ESP32 is, no one's going to do that, right? So, like those kind of pathways require this kind of work.
So specific UPI apps is what you're emulating. Okay, last question which can just be answered by yes or no. Will this WSM code run on Firefox 58?
iOS, yes, we will figure out.
Cool.
But even if not, like it's plain Go code. We have this things you can rewrite it in.
Yeah, cool.
At the end, it's just a shared object. You don't want WASM, you don't use WASM. You can write a C code for it, Python code, whatever you want.
Cool.
Thank you, Nikhil and Nemo. One fun fact is Nemo actually maintains two products called End of Life of Date, which documents end of life dates and support life cycles for various products. And BLR.today, maybe some of you guys might have used it, which is kind of like for events, a calendar for events happening in Bangalore. So Nemo maintains it. Cool. And yeah, since they're looking for contributors, I think students, it's a great way to
get noticed and do some contributions and maybe get hired? About the next talk, so I've been reading a book called Thinking in Systems, which talks about complex systems, easy systems, for example, economies, teams, companies, how to run them. Like it's called systems thinking in general. So the next talk, usually when we think of systems, we think of how to run companies, how to run teams, how to run maybe complex systems like economies. But the next talk is interesting because this is about a less discussed system maybe, or a less obvious, less, a system that I don't see being discussed too much. So this is a programming language, specifically JavaScript, and we have Ujjwal, who is serving as a co-chairperson of TC39, the JavaScript Standards Committee, and co-editor of ECMA 402, the JavaScript International Spec, to talk about this. Over to you, Ujjwal.
So, do I start? Okay. Hi. How's everyone doing? Okay. Tired already? No? Not excited for this talk? I'll try to change your mind. But welcome to the talk, and thank you for hosting me in this city. Really nice to be here. So this was supposed to be a long talk by itself, and then I got some great suggestions, so I added more stuff. So it's very long now. The solution to this, without spending an hour talking to you all about stuff that you might find boring, is to just focus on the bigger picture. So yeah, I'll go through a lot of details. That's because, I don't know, I love these nitpicks, but if there's something you are intrigued by, and I just gloss over it, just keep that in mind. We can talk later, but let's focus on the big picture, right? So, okay. But without cutting the most important part short, like, where do we start? Let's start by gazing myself a little bit. Who am I? I'm Ujjwal. Here's my most recent photo. I don't know. Reading the first version of the JavaScript spec. On the internet, I go by Rise of Kukil. It's not ideal nickname, but it's the one that I have. I'm from Delhi, and I live in Akorunia, which is a fun place, I promise. I have spent a number of years, my short career, dedicated to open source software, to the open web, and trying to make technologies accessible to people. And the rest of my time I spend playing video games. That was permanent brain damage sometimes. And I work at Igalia. So one quick thing, like, do any of you know about Igalia? Quick show of hands, like, does anybody? Okay, very few people know about Igalia. So just to start off, like, let me say a little bit about who we are to even make the rest make sense. What is Igalia, or what do we do? We're an open source consultancy. We mostly work on web projects, but not necessarily. It's also a worker-owned cooperative, which means that every worker owner is an equal part of the collective and not trying to dominate each other. We work across different low-level projects and open source ecosystems, but as I said, mostly around the web. Then there's a lot of teams that work in the kernel, in multimedia space, in graphics. There's a lot of different things that we try to work on. Basically, as long as it's open source and we can figure out a sustainable way to work on it, we will. Yeah, the web platform, which eventually leads us to the course of this presentation, right? We work on compilers, on JavaScript compilers specifically. Fun fact, JavaScript has compilers. They're not just interpreters, they're more complicated than that. There's multi-layered compilers, for example, and on the programming language design itself, which is what we're gonna talk about, like how do we even design a programming language, and how could you be involved, or like anybody could be involved into this process, which is extremely arcane, right? So JavaScript. Do people like JavaScript? Like, I don't know, show of hands, or show your enthusiasm. Like, does anybody like JavaScript? Come on. No. Oh, yeah, okay, thank you. Right, like, it's a nice programming language, it's cute, it's approachable, and it has made programming fun for a lot of people, myself included. But it has a problem, and there's a lot of mystery surrounding different aspects of JavaScript. While we hate on some parts of the programming language's design, we rarely appreciate the work that goes on behind it, right? So that brings me to the talk. How is JavaScript? What's going on? So first of all, like, did you know that JavaScript is standardized? Anybody? Yeah. So what's a standard language like, right? You might have heard that C and C++ are standardized languages. Rust, on the other hand, well, it's starting to be standardized, but Python, for example, or Ruby are not standardized programming languages. They have one project that basically aims to run the language, and that's that. Like, you reverse engineer the project in order to figure out what the language even is, or how it's defined. But JavaScript is standardized because there's so many parties, right? And how does it even work? So what is a standards body even? Have you worked at a standards body? How do they work? Features that you might have in mind, like the pipeline. Like, why is there not a pipeline operator in JavaScript? It's because we can never agree on how it should work. And we'd rather not add a pipeline operator that half of the people hate than add something. It's just a different sort of approach to doing decision making, right? And that's the most important part, I think, of this process. Then there's different stages at which all of our work is maturing, right? There's 4 stages of maturity that signify the life cycle of the proposal. And there's these different task groups that are working on more specific areas. So for example, I work on task group 2 a lot of times. It's dealing with internationalization, how different languages work on the web and in JavaScript, but also so many other task groups that deal with very specific subject areas. And to go around and try to approach each other and get work done. But what is the work that we're doing anyway? There's different places that you can look at. I mean, if you're interested in this kind of stuff, I'm pretty sure it's not hard to look any of these up. But please feel free to ask me for any links, right? This is the GitHub, which, I mean, everything is on GitHub, right? And it's async, and any proposal, like you can see the pattern matching proposal, it's a very controversial proposal, at the same time very beloved. It's still in works, and yeah, all of the proposals, like, all you need to do is just go there and file an issue or start talking to people on existing issues. And there's the actual spec that you can read, and it's a bit complex, but it's fun. But anyhow, yeah, I was telling you this, like, there's a bunch of meetings that we do all the time to try to figure it out, but at the end of the day, the real work's going on GitHub, like asynchronously, right? But what is the stage process like? So I talked about stages, and yeah, well, fun fact that you'll find out, there's there's more than 3 stages of development, but everything starts at stage 0. So because we're programmers, we start counting with 0, not at 1. And stage 0 means that it's not even a real proposal, it's just an idea that you came up with. The important point here is to not put the cart before the horse, to focus on the problem that you're solving instead of coming up with random solutions. Hallucinating solutions, like an LLM, is not going to help you add something useful to the language. Rather, focus on a pain point and fix that. So that's where every proposal starts, right? Stage 0. just an idea, just something that you wrote somewhere, and then you have to pitch it. There's a lot of stage 0 proposals. Some of them are pretty old. This might mean that they're unpopular. This might also mean that there's some controversy. But stage 1 is when we call it a proposal. That's when things get serious. That's when you present it to the committee, and people start building stuff, right? They're making major changes to the proposal during this phase, but also they're working on polyfills. They're working on demos. They're trying to see and feel how something might look like in the end. But one thing to note is that it's not quite done yet, right? It's just stage 1. So there's a lot of caution that you should be operating with, but at the same time, like it's fun. Like this is something that we probably want to see in the language. An example of this is signals. Anybody use signals? Front-end engineers. And this, I don't want to spend too much on this, but this proposal, I think, represents one of the best ways that we can operate, by looking at what people are already doing out there without the standard, without the language coming in, and try to emulate that within the language so that they have a basis to work on that is common and sort of works for everyone, rather than having to develop their own solutions. Like in this case, every framework has their own signals, and React has no signals. I don't know how React would work with signals, but the important point is that signals can be a core part of the language. Like promises are now a core part of the language. It didn't used to be like that back in the day, and other things. But yeah, signals are, if you don't know, that's how they work. Basically, it's a value that can reflect changes and push changes across the board. So, you know, reactivity, but as a building block of applications. There's decimal. Decimals are popular, but at the same time complex. I don't think I have to spend a lot of time explaining why decimal is cool. I think this expression says it all. Right, if you didn't know, in JavaScript, 0.1 plus 0.2 is not 0.3. That's problematic at the very least, but this means that JavaScript needs high precision decimals in order to do scientific computing, in order to do machine learning, in order to do different things that we cannot do at the moment because we have 64-bit floating point numbers only. And no matter what you use, no matter you use TypeScript and you think that you're using an integer, you're not using an integer, because guess what? These do not exist. At the end of the day, every number in JavaScript is a float 64, and that's the problem. There's a lot of different stage 1 proposals. I'm sure you can find something fun out of it. Like we talked about TypeScript. There's type annotations that are trying to bring that syntax in. There's pattern matching. There's many other stage 1 proposals, but they're very early stage proposals. Stage 2 is when things start getting a bit serious. This is some kind of a real commitment by the committee that there's something that they would actually want to see in the language in the future. We don't commit how far away that future is. But it's going to happen, right? Like this is when things are not just hallucinations, they're experimental, right? It's alpha. So it's better than that, right? Idea is that the semantics, how does this feature work? How is the API going to look like? What is the name of this function? How do I specify this? How do I put it in text or write an algorithm in pseudocode? How it's going to work? These are the things that you're doing at this stage. So you're really fleshing out a proposal and you're starting to play with real solutions. You might not pick one, you might pick one at this stage, but you're fleshing them out. An example of this is iterator chunking. Don't have to go in a lot of details, but you know, there's iterators and you can break them into windows or chunks, whatever you like to call them. I don't know if it's a British thing, but chunks. Extractors. Extractors are fun. I don't know if you know the concept. I think in a lot of interesting functional programming languages, these are widely used. I think you might have seen them in Rust as well, right? You can extract a value out of a call. So fun, and also not controversial, so it might be happening soon. And then, so that was the really bad Easter egg joke. There's a new stage, and that stage is stage 2.7. Between 2 and 3, we added 2.7 because we didn't come up with any other name. And we're nerdy, whatever. So 2.7, and why 2.7? Because there's a problem here, right? Stage 2, we already started deciding what the feature is going to be like, but we don't have any tests for this feature. So this means that anybody who after this point is going to start implementing these features or start to depend on these features, any tests at this moment, right? There's this small awkward window when no tests exist. And in this moment, anything can break. So you don't really want to do anything in this stage. But it's already stage 3. So that's the solution, right? There's stage 2.7, which is supposed to be a small interstitial stage. But the idea is that we're only writing tests. We're not changing anything. We stopped deciding. And we are not yet implementing. So it's an interstitial stage. Why introduce it? To help test and to basically give people a bit of a breather between these two very intense phases to just let the spec settle down. It makes the point. We have the full spec text. You know how the feature is supposed to work, how it's specified, and you start writing tests so that on the next stage, people can run these tests against their implementations. There's these two different places for test 262 that I want to point you folks to. So there's this cute little website called test262.fyi. You can look it up right now, or maybe not right now, but after this talk. And it actually shows this really pretty graph that actually lets you see where the different browsers are at, and you can look at specific proposals, and you can see how far done are they. So this is like an old screenshot, and it shows that only all of the actual tests are on GitHub as well. And actually, this is one of the best ways to get involved, right? You know what the language is. You know that they want, well, we want people to help out, write more tests. More tests is always better. So what's a better way to get to know the language, really get to know it, like read the pseudocode and understand what's going on, and to contribute, to get started in this group of people, than by writing tests. Just some examples of stage 2.7 proposal, upsert. I'm pretty sure you've done this a lot of times. Basically, something that you have to do a lot of times is like to check if a value exists on a map and add it if not. And yeah, there's a new API for this. So these are like the non-controversial stuff. Shadow Realm sounds complicated, but it's just a way to have like a detached iframe, so to say, a different context in which your code is going to run. So it can be more secure this way, right? And math.sumPrecise. So apparently adding things is a problem, as we realized it, and now we can precisely sum things. Even though we don't have decimals, we don't really need decimals to figure out that the sum of these three numbers is 0.1. But right now JavaScript can't do this due to precision. Then there's stage 3. I already mentioned it. This is the stage at which tests already exist, and people are actually implementing the feature and pushing it into browsers. I'm sorry, I need to go. An example of this is deferred evaluation. Fun feature. You can say defer before a module, and it's going to lazily load this module. So instead of running and executing all of this right away, it's going to only run it when it's called, like in this case. Stage 3 proposal, temporal. And I don't have to say much about temporal, just to say that it's like when polled, it's the most popular one among JavaScript developers. But yeah, fun proposal that has to do with dates and times and everything. So yeah, and time zones. I mean, we solved the time zone problem. But yeah, like it's a fun proposal. I wanted to go deeper into it, but I can't. Decorators is class-based sort of decorators that you might be familiar with from different languages. And then it's finished, right? Like after a point, we build the feature, we add it to different browsers, and we are satisfied with how things are. We gather more feedback from users and call it a day. So it's added to the core language, and the proposal itself is finished in stage 4. So yeah, there's a few examples, transferring array buffers and stuff, but that's pretty much it. I had a case study after this. Yeah, basically every other feature is going to end up in the next version of the JavaScript spec. We just released ECMAScript 2025, but yeah, like there's always work going on, and there's some proposals that are always going to be 2, 3, 5 years out that we're still working on right now because we need to flesh things out. There was this case study about temporal and what it aims to solve, but we can't go over this. But feel free to catch me outside if you're interested in this. But yeah, there's a lot of people who are involved and a lot of effort that goes into like a single proposal. In in Temporal's defense, it was the biggest one, but also, yeah, there's so many people. There's students who are actually contributing, and yeah, there's so much to do in the area, like any bit helps. So yeah, there's a few ways that you can help. You can help with tests, I already said that. Hang out at GitHub and just talk and let yourself known, because if you're writing JavaScript, your opinion probably matters more than some academic who is only interested in it for theoretical reasons. So make yourself heard. Yeah, sorry. These are just proposals that we've been working on, and thank you.
Any questions, anyone? We have a little time for Q&A.
Hey, how long does it typically take for a proposal to go from the beginning to the end, like throughout all the stages, and just in general compared to other languages that may not have a standards body, right? Like, yeah.
So in other languages can be like relatively fast without a standards body, like there's a smaller group of people that you need to convince. In JavaScript, it's like there's a few proposals that are very straightforward, they're very beloved like across the board, and usually they're very simple. So that way, like these proposals get fast-tracked in a way. Like I think the shortest time, because every one of these stage advancement technically needs to be its own meeting, and every meeting is like 2 months. So let's say like 4 to 8 months is like minimum amount of time that you can actually blaze through. But there's a lot of proposals, like we talked about Temple, we talked about decorators. All of these proposals are in the pipeline, also pipeline, for 10 years or so, right? So some of these things, like they can be very controversial, and it's sometimes very funny what the controversial bits are. Like for example, one of the proposals, like the most controversial bit was completely like something that was a non-issue for users. It was just like, which operation do you use? Like, do you use set or do you use assign to like deal with the result of a decorator? So it's like, is this kind of technical and theoretical disagreements that may stop us, and security concerns, like obviously is a big problem. Right. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. We have an announcement. So whoever has pre-ordered merch, please go to the first floor to the help desk. We are distributing it. Hi, so the next talk is by Anand. He is a software quality evangelist with 25 plus years of experience in the software testing field. He is passionate about shipping a quality product, which I think all of us should strive for. And yeah, and specializes in product quality strategy and execution, and also builds automated testing tools, infrastructure, and frameworks. He's also a contributor to the Selenium project, writes a lot of testing related blog posts. You should check it out. And yeah, he definitely is a testing guru. So Anand has built a tool called Tejaswi, which is a powerful open source test automation framework designed for multi-user, multi-app, and multi-device orchestration. So yeah, over to you, Anand.
Thank you. Hi everyone, good evening. Can you all hear me okay? Yeah, awesome. So thanks for the introduction. I don't need to say much after that, except that one change since the last year or two, maybe around 2 to 3 years, I've changed my title unofficially. Instead of software quality evangelist, I'm calling myself a software quality bartender. Okay? And that is very important, especially in the age of AI. Not that I like to drink a lot, a little maybe okay, but it's really what the craft has become. It is not about one tool, one solution, one approach anymore. Problems are complex. solutions require to be innovative in order to get the value in the desired time that is available to you. That's what a bartender does, right? You go to a bar, you say, I want a cocktail. Based on the cocktail, the bartender is going to pick up the ingredients in the right proportion, mix it up well, and serve it to you. I have my choice. Your drink might be different. I could choose to call it myself a chef instead of a bartender. Doesn't matter. The approach is the same. What is required, you're going to use the right ingredients available at that point to build the solution that is required for the user. That's what I do. I am a consultant in the quality space. I've been in the industry now for more than 25 years. And I know for a fact one tool does not solve all problems. There is no one solution for a problem. There could be multiple ways of approaching it. And what you build today in one context, you might need a completely different approach in another context. Because the people are different, problem statement is different, product is different. There could be so many different factors to it. So that is what I do. I work with various different companies and organizations to help find what that problem statement is and how to build a proper solution that can work in their context. We have got a very short time today. I would love for you to connect with me on LinkedIn or Twitter, and we can continue the conversation further as well. So this topic that we are going to talk about is related with the actual problem statement that I encountered working for a client. This is, of course, in the post-COVID era. We started living in a hyper-connected world. Earlier, everything was go to office, that is where work happens. You leave the office, work ends over there. But not anymore. You could be working from anywhere, any part of the world. You are connected, and you are having collaborations, you're having interactions with your colleagues to find solutions to the problems that you're working on. Now, in these types of interactions, you could be in various different devices would be used to have that interaction, right? You could be on your phone, you could be on your laptop, it could be in the browser, it could be a native app, a desktop app, it does not matter. What is also very relevant is that it's not just about what type of interface it is, it's also what type of operating system or platform you're working with. That also is seamless. It does not matter how that interaction is happening. It is seamless way of interaction and collaboration to solve problems, to get together and work on different solutions. So let's take an example of this. Does anyone not do online shopping these days? I don't see any hands. Of course, we all do that, right? So let's take a scenario, a simple scenario. I want to place an order. It could be any type of app. It could be Blinkit, Amazon, Flipkart, Snapdeal, anything, does not matter. You place an order from your device. It could be your laptop or your handheld device. From there, the order is going to get processed. This is a very simplified version of the architecture, of course, right? But eventually, once the order is processed, payment is made, the order is going to go to the warehouse where the items are there. They are going to package that and ship it to your local delivery center, where someone is going to pick up those packages and they are going to deliver it to you to your home or wherever the address is. Correct? Complicated, but a relatively straightforward flow we are all very accustomed to over here. Now, in this case, the user might be on actually on a completely different type of app on a different set of devices, and likewise for each stage of this workflow that is happening. And yet that interaction is happening in a seamless fashion. Correct? With me so far? Now the question over here is, as a quality person, if you are part of this ecosystem who's building this capability, you need to ensure all the pieces are working correctly together, they are integrated correctly together, and the order is correctly processed, the item is correctly delivered, and hopefully it is not returned back by the user for whatever reason it might be. Right? You need to ensure all those pieces are working well together. How do you make that happen? How do you test that? One way to think about it, I'm going to place an order, I'll go to a different system, I'll check the warehouse if they have received the order, then I'll check the local delivery center if they have received the order. It's all a manual flow. But you need to be able to automate this scenario because we are living in the world of automation. Automation promises to reduce a lot of manual testing, and we want to validate if all this journey is getting automated in a very easy fashion. It's working consistently as well. Now, the challenges that come across in building these types of automation, the automated test to simulate the real user scenarios, is you need to think about who are the different personas. Is it a signed up user? Is it a new user? Is it an admin? Is it a super admin? Is it a warehouse processing agent, or whatever different personas might be, depending on each stage of that life cycle. You need to understand what type of devices they'll be having, and there's going to be more than one option in most cases. If there's a browser, which browser, does it even matter? We had a great talk about JavaScript, which is standardizing across all the browsers and ecosystem, how the web is going to work. So maybe browsers is not as much of a problem, but how is that really going to work well? What are the different applications that we need to test? Because there are different systems that are involved in this complete workflow. Do we need to test those thoroughly as well or not? And how is the interaction between all of them going to happen? I place an order, but there's a power outage, or my network suddenly goes down. What is going to happen in that case? We need to think about all these types of interactions in form of a real user journey simulations. So this is where, for the real user scenarios, now I've been in the open source space for a long time. I also worked with various product services organizations. I could not come across any tool which allowed me to automate and simulate these types of scenarios across different applications, different users at the same time. And that is where I ended up building something on my own, and that automation framework, I called it TestWiz. Okay? This is there on GitHub, and this is your solution, how you can automate the end user, real user scenarios, and it's open source, of course. So let's take a quick peek into what does this really mean. How does TestWiz work? In a simplistic way, it's using a declarative way of writing the test. You focus on the what, not the how, right? Focus on the what, make sure the instructions are very clear and speak the business language. As an example, this is a BDD scenario. Cucumber JVM is a stack over here. In the given when then format, you are very crisply and precisely able to describe what is the business logic that you are trying to orchestrate for that simulation. Now, this type of capability is available plenty. There will be thousands of tools and technologies that will allow you to automate this type of thing, maybe in a better way as well. But this is not the use case that I am truly focused on. What I'm really focused on is how do I really get to the next stage about the real user interactions, the multi-user interactions. Okay? So now in this case, there's certain kind of nomenclature that I'm enforcing in the framework, how the tests need to be written. First, the annotations determine which platform the test is going to run on. This test can run on Android as well as web, and the clear, precise business functionality allows me to run this regardless which platform the test is executed on, because the business flow is the same whether it is on web or a native app in this case. Okay? Now, when you have this kind of capability listed out, to run the test is very easy. From command line, you just specify the set of parameters that are required to run the test, and you will run it from your command prompt or terminal window. Advantage of this, because you are able to run the test from command line, you can very easily run it as part of your CI systems as well. So let's look at a quick demo of what does that really mean. So here's a test that is running now. I'm going to just skip forward a little. The test is running from command prompt. I had 2 emulators running on my machine, or simulators in this case, and the test is running on one of the devices because I ran just a single user test for this. Okay? This is straightforward. This is where now the magic is a very strong word, but this is where the interesting part starts off, the multi-user interactions. We are used to using platforms like Google Meet, Zoom, Teams, WebEx, for those who might have used WebEx. These are all clients that are available on various different operating systems, and there's a browser interface as well. But everyone can seamlessly connect on those and have a meeting, have discussion, share documents, share the screen, chat. All of that capability and interaction is possible. This was my use case, what I needed to solve, why Tejaswi was built. The multi-user scenarios for this type of application. So now in this case, we are going to collaborate with different personas on the same meeting, and that person can be on Android or iOS devices. And here's an example of that. Same BDD format, but now we are expanding the nomenclature of how the test needs to be written. In this case, the step is indicating the persona, who is the user that is going to run that particular action, that business functionality. So over here I'm saying given host signs up using API, I'm creating a new user every time using API, and then that user is going to log in and start a new meeting on an Android device. Likewise, I've got a guest which is coming in and joining it from Android, another Android device, okay? And so on. The test continues, and the persona on each step is defining where the action needs to happen, on which device the action needs to happen. The management of all these devices and the interaction is taken care of by Tejaswi itself. So now, let's take another example. Here in this case, earlier it was Android, but in this case, we are saying host is there host is created using API, but then the host logs in on web and starts a meeting. There is a guest, another participant who's going to join the same meeting from a different device. In this case, guest is also from web over here, okay? You can decide which platform the user is coming from, and the interaction is going to happen accordingly, okay? So let's see an example of that very quickly. Again, a similar test, but now the nomenclature over here has changed. I'll actually just back up a little bit. Over here, the nomenclature has changed where the annotation is multi-user Android. Earlier it was only Android or web. Now I'm saying it's a multi-user scenario, and the test is executing accordingly. Run the command from command prompt or terminal window. Again, similar as before, but now in this case we see the first device is used and the test is executing. The meeting is started over here, and you are the only person in that meeting. When you continue the execution, now you see the next device is picked up automatically. That person, the guest, is going to join the meeting which the host has started on the earlier device, and now you are able to validate there are two people in the meeting. And the test can now continue with the orchestration, whatever interactions are required between such two people in the meeting. Now there is no limit to how many such people can be there in the meeting. It all depends on the infrastructure that you have, or whichever license you might have for cloud service, how many devices or browsers you have available with you. It's all about orchestrating what is required for your test, okay? To take it to the next level, these examples were so far Android or web, but you can have multi-platforms also come together. In this multi-platforms, you could have the host on one, a host is on web, and guest is on Android. Simply by changing the platform, you are able to continue with that interaction, and the test will proceed accordingly. So in this case, let's look at what that test looks like. Okay. Again, the tag over here is multi-user Android web. It's a single app test. And as we continue the interaction, now you see over here, on the first device, the test has started running. But instead of the second user coming in on the second Android, a browser is open, and we are going to connect to the same meeting from the browser, and we'll be able to do the validations required between these two platforms as well. So now very easily you'll be able to interact with these types of scenarios. In many cases, your scenarios might have multiple platforms, but what you end up doing is you log into the browser as one user, then you log out, You log in as another user to continue the transaction. You log out, switch back to the earlier user. There's a lot of management of login, logout required for you. But that is still not going to solve this type of a problem where multiple people need to interact at the same time. Testing chat messages, for example. If I send a message, does someone receive it or not? And can the person reply to that message or not? Those types of scenarios become very important to validate. Taking it a level forward, as you do releases of your apps, you might have different versions of the apps also available over there. Right? Multiple versions of the app. You want to test the compatibility between those. Or in this case, the Amazon case, for example, what we had earlier, different types of applications. I'm placing the order from my device, then I'm going to log into the warehouse processing system from another device and verify I have received the order over there. And likewise, continue with the interaction. But as part of one test orchestration, I can complete the full flow. I don't need 4 people to do this manually one by one to verify if everything is working correctly or not. Okay? So that becomes very easy. And likewise, different versions of the app itself, you'll be able to maintain compatibility or validate compatibility between all of those based on this. Okay? So for multi-user the scenarios also, and this is a very easy way to proceed. Now, we have these types of tests automated. I mentioned because it's command line driven, it is very easy to run the tests regardless whether it is on your local machine or as part of your CI infrastructure. It could be any CI infrastructure. Browsers, devices can be local or anywhere. It does not matter. TestWiz also integrates with Specmatic, which is an open source tool for contract driven development and testing. Very powerful. You should check it out if you are doing any API testing. That will add a lot of value. It generates a lot of tests automatically for you as well. But we integrate with Specmatic to do intelligent stubbing on the fly as part of execution as well. We also integrate with Applitools for visual AI. If you have an Applitools license, you can just provide the Applitools configuration and you can get visual AI also validations done using that as part of the same test execution. We also integrate with Report Portal, which gives you real-time reports and dashboards about what is happening with your test execution. So with the Applitools integration, very powerful way of doing validations as part of your automated tests, of your functional tests. Applitools will allow you to reduce your code that is written for validations by up to 90%, if not more. All you need to write the code is for the interaction of your application to have it perform what functionality you want to implement. But all the validations can be taken care of by Applitools, which includes UI, UX, and functional validation all at the same time. Okay? You can also use the ultra-fast grid to scale your validations across all the different browsers automatically. Okay? This works for all types of platforms, web, native apps, desktop applications, Electron apps. All of this is possible using the Applitools stack for visual capabilities. From a reporting perspective, I love Report Portal. It is again open source. They have a commercial angle to it as well. But Report Portal is open source. It is free to set up in your organization. And literally within a few minutes, you can get Report Portal set up on your machine or in your infrastructure and have the teams configured to use that very easily. I love it because it becomes a central dashboard for your test automation results. And it will give you real-time analysis of what is happening with your tests, as well as you'll be able to get progress of what is happening, what the failures are. It has analysis capabilities as well. Once you take a decision on the test failure, with the analysis capabilities that it has, it can automatically tag failing tests with what type of issue is, what could be the reason for that issue that was reported as well. So the result analysis is also very powerful way in Report Portal, and you can build very good, interesting visualizations on top of it, which will help you understand what is your execution, what is the quality of your product, where are the problems, and take quick decisions on that. These reports and dashboards can very easily be configured, and you can create on the same Report Portal server, you can create separate teams or separate projects for each team that you might have in your organization, and the data will be segregated, but one reporting server for everything. It also gives you trend analysis, which is again a very big missing capability in any automation tool or reporting tool that you would see. You have to build a lot of that capability to get value out of it. But with report portal, you can get trend analysis very easily also out of the box. Okay. So to summarize, TestWiz, open source, useful for automating the real user scenarios. These real user scenarios can be multi-user, multi-device, multi-app, multi-platform. And one very interesting capability that again, I have not seen it available in any tool that I have come across so far, is you can set up your tests as a hard gate. Typically, when you automate tests in your application, you will have some failures in the test, right? That failure could be because a test is poorly implemented or your application has changed, or it could be a flaky test as well. But to get true value of your automated test, you need to be able to rely on it and say, if the test has passed, I do not need to look at that functionality manually at all. I can blindly trust it. No one needs to test that capability manually, and I can go ahead with the release. Automation is valuable only if you're able to do that. If you're able to achieve that and say, yes, the tests have passed, I can proceed. But if a test has failed, I'm going to stop the build over there, I cannot proceed. Reality is, tests are going to keep failing, and you need a way to segregate your passing tests from your failing tests. And that is what I call as a hard gate capability. You set up your hard gate very easily within TestWiz, and with that, you'll be able to run all your passing tests automatically as a separate build, and your known failing tests as a separate build. The idea is passing tests should always pass, all the passing tests should always pass, and all the failing tests should always fail. Only then you are in control of your automation. That is what a hard gate capability is, and TestWiz provides that capability out of the box to implement it. Okay. TestWiz will support all the platforms, all the web browsers, mobile web browsers, Android apps, iOS apps, Windows desktop apps, and Electron apps as well. So how do we proceed from here? Okay. First thing, if you are building any application code as a developer, as a tester, you need to automate tests from a functional perspective. There is a Git repository I have created called Getting Started with TestWiz. This uses TestWiz as a library. It has sample tests. You simply clone this repository, delete the sample tests, and you start adding your own tests on top of it, leveraging the TestWiz capabilities. That's the easiest way to get started to use TestWiz. Second, of course, TestWiz is open source. You might come across capabilities or features that are required for your application testing to be worked in a better way. Raise a pull request, raise an issue over there on TestWiz, and we can work together and build more capabilities in the framework itself so others can also benefit from it. So with that, I'm actually going to pause over here. I don't know how much time we have for questions, but again, as before, I would love to connect with you. I would like to know if this kind of capability is going to be helpful and valuable to you. If you need help setting it up or trying it out, just give me a shout out and we can connect async and we can make this happen for you. Okay? Thank you. I think there's a question behind.
Who has a question? Great talk, by the way. I had one question. I saw you described the test as a configuration where you said this should happen when this user joins and that happens. But how do you actually process that in your backend?
So this is a simple code that you would write, the typical automation code that you will write, right? The reason I specify it in a declarative form, so let me just go to that slide and refer to it as an example. Okay, so declarative style means I'm talking about the business rule. I want to search for a product. I want to place an order. That's a business rule, right? It's a business functionality. Behind the scenes, that functionality needs to be implemented. On Android, it might be different. How do I go to the search bar and search for a product? On iOS, it might be a slightly different flow. On web, it will be a very different flow as well. Mobile web is different, right? But if I just specify my intent as a business rule, my test becomes independent which platform it is going to run on. That's the first part, right? Now the annotations define what platform you are running the test on. Now, in the earlier case, where I had just a single user over here, it is either Android or web. As a configuration parameter, when I'm running the test, I'm specifying which platform I'm running the test on. So the code behind this implementation takes that configuration parameter and say, I need to sign up for a new user via API. How am I going to do that? Over here, platform Android, iOS does not make sense. It is API. But the next line, I log in with a fresh setup. Am I logging in on Android or web? The implementation flow will separate. I removed actually the architecture slide, the framework layer slide, how that separation happens. So I call this pattern as a business layer page object pattern. Typically in automation, you use a page object pattern. I find that very limiting. So I came up with this term business layer page object pattern. And that is what I implement. I'm implementing business rules. That business rule is going to understand which is the platform I'm going to run on. Accordingly, it is going to go to the relevant pages to get the implementation done.
Okay, and are these as defined, like set of defined business rules, or it's like you have integrated in LLM or an AI which can?
Right now, it is not integrated in any such tool because this was built before ChatGPT and others came into being at that point, right? But now you can very easily leverage the LLM tools to come up with these scenarios, but you still need to implement it. See, the LLM tools today are not yet mature enough to build this type of automation out of the box for you. You still need to think about your framework architecture and how the code needs to be structured to make it reusable. LLM and the tools will give you great solutions if I want to do this only on Android, only on web, only on iOS. But now you add the complexity. I want to run the test only once. I want to write the test intent only once. But based on configuration, I want to choose where to run it. That's where complexity starts coming in. That is the complexity that TestWiz solves.
Thank you.
Great question. Thank you. Any other question?
What kind of infrastructure is required to run TestWiz? Like
this under the hoods, TestWiz under the hoods uses Appium, Selenium, Rest Assured, integrates with Apply Tools and Report Portal. It's a standard tech stack that you would have for any automation tool, open source automation tool, right? For web or mobile apps. That's the infrastructure that TestWiz requires, nothing else. There's nothing different. TestWiz takes the headache of managing your drivers and the interaction between the drivers away from you. You focus on simply writing tests and not building the framework. Because framework building is, after you do it once or twice, it is an overrated activity. It is a wasted activity for any organization, because organizations are paying employees to write tests to test the application, not to build a framework. Right? TestWiz takes that headache away and manages that infrastructure for you. Okay? I hope that answers the question. It's standard infrastructure, whatever would be required for running web or mobile tests.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Any other question? Okay. So if not, thank you very much for this opportunity. Great event. I was here last year as well. I actually showcased this as on a booth last year. This year I got a chance to share it in the from a stage as well. So thank you for the opportunity. Have fun, everyone.
Thank you, Anand, for the talk. Next, we have Bruno Anup from Bruno. Fun fact, he named the company after his pet dog, Bruno. So he'll be talking about technical retrospective on what it took to build a file-based API client from the ground up, the design decisions that shaped it, and the trade-offs we made along the way. Yeah.
Am I audible? This is the slides. That's fine, I can. Yeah. This doesn't work, is it? Check. Yeah. Check. Yeah. Awesome. Hey everyone, I'm Anup. I'm here to talk about Open Collection. Open Collection is an open standard that we are introducing for working with API collections. A quick intro about me. I'm the founder and CEO of the company Bruno. It's an API client. We've been building it for the past 4 years. Just a few stats. We have over 2 million developers on our platform, over 37,000 GitHub stars, and over 100 weekly downloads. Every single month, 500,000 developers use Bruno for that as an API client. Thank you to the community for all the support and love here. Cool. So today, I'm going to be talking less about Bruno and more about Open Collection, the standard that we want to introduce. And let's start with the problem statement. What are the problems today, and why are we even thinking about a new standard? The problem today is you have the API docs. If you work as a backend engineer or a front-end engineer or any, it's mostly unavailable sometimes, or it's frequently out of date. The problem with this is that onboarding becomes slow. So if I join a company, the time that it takes for me to understand the source code, the time that for me to understand what are the different APIs that are available, is currently not the best, what we have. There are currently no business flows. We do have collections, but they are stuck in desktop apps. And today, there's no way that you can have a hostable standard for API collections. Whenever I talk about this, the first thing is that, but we have Open API, right? It's widely adopted. The thing is that it defines API contracts, endpoints, but it's just a list of APIs. So if I, so just let's look at this. So you have a bunch of API, you have login, logout, products, and other things. It tells me what the APIs are there and how I can, what is the contract of that. But it does not tell me anything about the business flow of it. You don't use these APIs in isolation. It's always that it's one after the other, and there is a sequence, and there is a business context on how you need to use it. And OpenAPI does not do this. It's just a fact, and it's something that we have lived with, and it's a struggle. This again, repeating the same thing, the API docs today that we have, they don't show real journeys. They say what APIs do we have, but never on how do we use it. And for instance, business flows are like, how do I create an account? How do I purchase an item? How do I book a ticket? Each of these flows have 3 or 4 different APIs that you have to call. And today, OpenAPI does not do that. There is an existing solution, so that's just collections. So you have requests and folders. It's basically Bruno tools like what Bruno and Postman do. You have an API collection, and you organize folders, and you place requests one after the other. The problem with that today is that it's desktop only. So if you want to kind of have a API collection, you need to use it on a desktop. There's no standard. Bruno, we have our own format. Insomnia has its own format. Postman has its own format. So there's no standard that anybody has kind of evangelized to make it even interoperable and between tools. And it's also not self-hostable. So if you take a collection, Bruno or Postman, today, as of this date, you cannot host it statically on a server. That's a problem that Open Collection is trying to solve. We are building an open standard for API collections. It's going to be a single YAML file. You can share and host your API workflows. It's not targeted to replace OpenAPI. The goal is here to complement OpenAPI. As we design this open collection, what are the core traits that we want? We want it to be open source. We want it to be tool agnostic, that any vendor can actually pick this up and build anything on top of it. We want it to be Git friendly. This is because we want to collaborate using Git. We want that to be human readable, and we also want that API collection to be self-hostable, that you can just host it anywhere that you want on any platform that you wish. So talk is cheap, show me code. So I've told what is the problem, what we're trying to build, and let me show you a prototype of what we have so far. All right, so this is open collection. This is how it would be when you render it. One thing that you would notice is that I am rendering it at localhost 3001/open collection. This is a Nest.js app. You will see that we are rendering Swagger doc at the same endpoint. We'll go to the code base in a minute. So here, while these are a bunch of APIs that our service has, these tell us the business scenarios that you would have with this service. So for instance, I want to create an account. So to create it, you have to register a user. It's a post call. This is the body of it. You need to pass these headers. This is the URL. We also have a built-in playground. So you can click on try. And I can just select the environment, hit send, and we have a conflict. So I'm going to, let's say this is test 1, and let's try to make a request, and there we have it. Notice that I've not used any GUI API client here. I'm still on the browser. Then you have login, browse products. I can get a list of all products. I can book an order, which again is a sequence of APIs that I need to execute. And this is what open collection is. It's again collections, which we are standardizing with an open standard. Let's look at kind of how this open collection looks like. I'm just going to show you a YAML file of it. All right, so this is a Nest.js app. Here I have opencollection.yaml. This is again a giant single YAML file that describes the open collection. But if you want to understand, okay, where is the specification? You could go to spec.opencollection.com. This is again a work in progress that we are writing the spec for this. So for example, you have a collection at the root level. These are the properties, and this is how the root level looks like. In each of the collection, you have a bunch of items, and these are the definition of these items. You can go through the spec. But again, you also want to kind of explore visually. So we actually built in-house a JSON schema viewer. It's a really good way to visualize what this format looks like. So at the root, you have name of the open collection. What is the description? It has environments, which is an array. And I can go to that. It's an array of type environments. Each environment has a name and description. And it has a bunch of variables. And that variable is of that type. I can come back. Let's look at the different items that can be in our open collection. So it's an array of items. And it can be one of these items. It can be a HTTP request, a GraphQL, a gRPC, a folder or script. I can go to HTTP request and see, again, it has a URL, it has a method, it has a params. This is just taking that flat YAML file, and I'm just kind of visualizing this in a horizontal way. I'm just going to take a quick tangent. So every time when I speak to, again, students, they come and ask me, like, how can I contribute to Bruno, or what issue should I pick up? That's always the wrong way to look at, like trying to come into open source. The best way is to build something for yourself, and you will find something that you don't have. In my case, I was building open collection, and I wrote a JSON schema for it. This is the JSON schema. And sorry, I'm going to the Explorer. Let me go to the source. So I've written a JSON schema, but I wanted to make sense of this JSON schema, and there was no tool good enough for me to actually visualize this in this way. So I went ahead and built this for myself. There is also, you can go through the Explorer. So I can, let's say, go here. It's again a visual way to explore it. There are a bunch of environments and a bunch of items in it, and you can understand what this schema does. Our website is kind of still in progress, opencollection.com. We'll be releasing it over the next week. Let's look at the code that's rendering this open collection in our Nest.js. So if I go to the source folder, so I have, let's say, this app.module.ts, sorry, app controller. And what's happening here is that we are setting up a get route called open collection. And I'm reading a HTML file from a certain path, which we'll see what that is. We are loading the open collection.yaml, and we're just rendering that HTML back. Let's take a look at that HTML. The HTML is just this. It's just a boilerplate here. You have two files from our open collection CDN. You're getting the CSS file, and you're getting the playground. And you're just putting a div, and you're just passing the collection. This is all that you need. What this means is that we will be able to use this in any tech framework, that be it Go, Python, Flask, or Django, or .NET, or anything. Every framework should be able to easily set up a route called /open_collection that's just going to take this 30 lines of HTML and inject it. And you are going to maintain your open collection in your code base. And it's going to be a single file. And so when you run it, just like how people can go and again do localhost /swagger and get this, you could go and do localhost 3000 /open collection and do this. This means, again, in large deployments, companies, let's say you have 30, 50 APIs, you can just go to that endpoint. Today, I believe most of you go to those endpoints and look at what the Swagger is, but then you use collections on a desktop tool. But once this is there, it just, again, becomes so easy to go and try some things or even have documented business scenarios of how this API collection is expected to be used. Again, note that I've not so far talked about Bruno. Actually, we're just friends. Bruno works on top of Open Collection. What we are doing here is that Bruno has been a file-based API client. Your collection is stored as files. We've taken all of our learnings across all of these 4 years, and we are promoting this standard. So the same file that we just saw rendered on the web, you can just open the same exact file in Bruno, and you'll be able to use it. And it's a standard that we are promoting. That brings me to the conclusion of the talk. You can go to our repository, use Bruno /open collection, visit our website, or visit Bruno website to know more. Thank you so much. Are there any questions?
Hey, Anup, great presentation. So my question is more around the creation of the collection. So I think you showed us a separate, most of the presentation was around how to use the collection, right?
Yes.
Around creation of the collection, I think you showed a separate interface and flow around that. How are you thinking about the user experience around modifications? So suppose I use a collection, I figured out that, okay, either I want to add one more API call to a particular user flow. How does that user experience look like?
So it's the same thing how you do with OpenAPI today. Today, there's no tools. So you're kind of manually editing it, and nobody likes it. What we would expect is you use Bruno to just open this and make the change via Bruno. So you don't have to worry about the file. That will be magically taken care of for you. But you have the flexibility and freedom to actually do this. And with the way that we are seeing the evolution of LLMs, you can just chat with it and say that, can you update my open collection with this endpoint, and just chat with it, and it's just going to write it for you.
Thanks.
Cool.
Hey, Anup, I think you mentioned about business flows or
yes.
user flows. How is that actually implemented, or how does a user get to see that?
So this is, again, something that you'll have to curate. When I mean business flows, I'm saying that every API will have a business flow. In this e-commerce API, there is a flow to browse your products. When you want to book an order, what are the different APIs you want to call? That's going to be defined by the user in that API spec. And you can hand edit it, or you can use Bruno to make that edit. Did I answer your question?
I was thinking more like, is there like, you can map dependencies that first it needs to do API call 1 and 2 and 3, like a dependency?
Yes, so we will, everything that Bruno supports, so will be there in scripts. For instance, if I do a login, I can write a script to set a access token, which is going to be used in all other things. So I make a call, I get my login token, I'm setting it into an environment variable, and every other request can just use it.
Okay, all right, thanks.
So is this open collection is a standard only for REST API or for gRPC and WebSockets also?
It's going to be for gRPC and WebSockets too.
Okay.
So I strongly, again, this is where I would really appreciate community feedback and collaboration. So for instance, if you go to the JSON schema viewer, you can see in items, we have type item and we have these things, HTTP, GraphQL, gRPC, and you can have a folder, which is again an item in open collection, or you can have a JavaScript file itself. So we, as we grow, we continue to expand this. What would be again really helpful is kind of like, we are in this prototyping stage. I think by the end of next month, we'll be mostly at a stage where we'll release a beta. Again, hackers and hobbyists, if you resonate with this problem, that I want to have for my team or in my company, that at the endpoint, I want to have a documentation that's going to be rendered, I would encourage you to try this spec. I think by the end of this week, we'll have more clear documentation on the website. Would really appreciate community feedback on our GitHub tracker.
Will there be any Python library will be released for to generate the YAML file? Like?
Yes, so that's something that we might do, or we would appreciate the community. So we are going to focus on defining the standard and the tool, so everybody else can just work on top of that and build tooling around that. Just like how OpenAPI has so much tooling in terms of security, in terms of renderers and different things, we are going to work on standardizing this, and we expect we'll be providing some official things, or as a company, our proficiency and expertise is in JavaScript, so we'll have a lot of JavaScript stuff. But when it comes to Python, Go, and other things, we expect the community to kind of create tooling around it. Awesome. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you, FOSS United, for giving this opportunity. If you want to talk to me or hang around or talk about open source, how to start a business around it, monetization around it, or just want to know the journey, I'll be at my booth at Bruno. Please do come by. Thank you.
Thank you, Anup. So Bruno had given a talk last year also. Please go check it out. And also, FOSS United has supported Bruno a lot, I think, in their early stages. And this year, they're back as a sponsor. Okay, next talk is by Zainab. She is the co-founder of HasGeek. So HasGeek is a community of very deeply technical devs and engineers who have been active for pretty long time. They organize a couple of conferences, Fifth Elephant, RootConf, etc. So she'll be speaking about the culture of peer review that they have developed at HasGeek and share the learnings of this journey, specifically insights on openness and volunteering.
Slideshow. Okay. Okay, it's usually a bummer to have the last, second last talk. Nilesh is of course, at the end of this presentation. But thanks to those of you who have stuck around, and I really hope that I can sort of finish this in less than 15 minutes, and then not come in the way of Nilesh, and then the ending of this conference. So what I'm going to speak about, which the introducer mentioned, was building this culture of openness in peer review. When I was thinking about this talk, it struck me that, it's about roles, rules, and returns. So let's see how far we can get in this journey. What was the problem that we were trying to solve? The problem that we were primarily trying to solve was to say, how do you make this process of the peer review itself public? So if any of you have, how many of you have published in a peer-reviewed journal? Please raise your hands here. Okay, Jayadev is one. Okay, there's one more person there. All right, so the typical process in a peer-reviewed journal, if I understand correctly, because I've published in a peer-reviewed journal, is that the comments that, first of all, you don't know who your reviewers are. Most of the times the reviewers are anonymous. And secondly, you get sort of a bunch of comments on your draft saying, improve this, improve that, these claims are not right, substantiate with data, etc. And so by the time, and so the process itself is something that's hidden from the consumer, the end consumer. And it is something that the end consumer just gets to read the final article and whatever the findings of the article are. Now, in the case of HasGeek, what we were trying to do was to say that because we want practitioners, people like yourselves, who are actually in hands-on day-to-day practice, how do we kind of open up this very process of giving feedback to the public? And I think the learning that we've had particularly this year has been that there's the aspect which says that, at the end of this whole process of all the submissions, there is a conference which is a showcase, and that's a consumption experience. But where is the participatory experience? So the problems that we were trying to solve is, how do you make this review public? How do you move the conversation that you have from closed spreadsheets to more public forums? So let me try to give you an example over here. Here is our bulky spreadsheet that we created for this conference we ran on SRE and systems and security last year. And you can see this is all of this saying, okay, this person has to comment, this person has to comment. None of these comments are necessarily showing up over here. Wrong funnel. Okay, so here you can see that, here are people who've submitted their work based on the work that they've done. So they've said, okay, I would like to speak about, how do you move databases from Kubernetes in Flipkart's DBaaS journey. You have some comments over here, but it's by and large extremely thin. Similarly, what you find over here is, let's see the next one. Here's someone who's talking about how to move, from sidecars to serverless. This is Achal's experience of what they did at Tecton. Now, if you see, the feedback here is extremely transactional. There's no feedback. This is just a transactional conversation about slides. Similarly, here, what has happened is the person who had tried to champion the slides, the submitter here has put in some sort of comments about the slides, but there's no substantial conversation around here with respect to saying, okay, what is the problem you're trying to solve? Why is it interesting for the audience, etc., etc. So essentially, what was happening for us until about the end of last year was that this process of saying, okay, we're going to organize a conference, but we're going to keep this review process hidden from the public, and not intentionally, but it's because, we're trying to manage this, and the final outcome will just be this, sort of a talk that people will consume, just like you're consuming my talk over here. And so we said, that's not the way to kind of build a participatory community. So how do we open up this review, and how do you turn this into a conversation where you do not come in with the assumption that the person has a well-formed idea, that you actually help them go through that journey, and that journey itself becomes public. And I'll show you a few examples as we go through this today. And finally, the fact of, if you look over here, there are about, this conference last year received about 75 submissions, which is based on the work that people were doing. And typically the selection is, maximum you take in about 20% of the submissions. Now, what do you do with the rest of the 80% submissions? Is it throwaway? Or rather, do you treat this as an asset and say that, hey, we're going to build this, and we'll have conversations around this through the year, and that's how we will sort of build the community. So these were the three problems we were trying to solve. Before I move further, I'd like to qualify that the context that I'm referring to over here is that what we have been trying to build at HasGeek have been these sort of knowledge-based communities where people want to come together to discuss a particular problem space. So that might be platform engineering, it might be as niche as supply chain security, or it's about how do you use AI in software lifecycle development. And there is there's a desire to learn and share from tacit knowledge, which is that this is not knowledge that is out there in the public. It is something that you have learned over the course of your own practice, which you think is insightful, and that insight is something that people want to learn more about. So that's by and large the context, and so it may not apply in this case. It may not apply to sort of a more generic community, but this is generally the context in which we are operating. Now, to move quickly. The way in which this whole peer review process works is that there is a variety of actors, and what I will do in this presentation is just walk you through the role of the reviewer, and as it happens, Murphy's Law. Okay, we're back. So what I will do is walk you through just one of the actors over here, and happy to chat with you about the others if you have an interest afterwards. And so among the actors that we have the editor, who's essentially the steward of the community. They champion the audiences. You have reviewers, who I'll explain sort of in the subsequent slides. And you have scouts, who are basically people who kind of get people from their network to submit ideas, and who want to, and who basically, it could be a manager in an organization who wants to get their team members to speak, or it could just be, hey, I have a friend who's got an interesting idea, let me get them forward, etc. And then we have an actor called the auditors, who basically are the people who review the reviewers, and then you have an ops coordinator. But like I said, in this talk, we'll just speak about the process, the reviewers as the role. So what is the incentive for somebody to participate in reviewing? And please note that this is a completely voluntary activity, in the sense that you're not necessarily paid for your time to sit and listen and give feedback and to write your notes about feedback, etc. So the incentives to review are, I think, everybody sitting here would sort of agree that the industry in which we operate in technology is fairly siloed. It's very one operates in isolation. Whether you are inside an organization or whether you're in a domain space, you generally do not know what's really happening, to organizations outside, unless your friends and other companies who are sharing with you what's going on. So there is generally a need to know what's happening in a domain or in the industry, and so that becomes an incentive to review. Then there's an aspiration to say, hey, I'd like to contribute, because if my contribution helps in shaping someone else's work, in their career, in their influence, then it gives me that sort of a satisfaction that I was able to contribute. But this contribution is something that I'd like to do in a very limited scoped role, which means that I need to know how much time I'm going to give, what is my role, and where is my boundary sort of begin and end. And then of course there is always a need to say, hey, I was a reviewer for someone, and that goes into my personal branding later. So this is typically the sort of hierarchy of needs that we have, and what we essentially look in most of our reviewers is whether, all right, so then how do you kind of align the incentives that people have with respect to saying that, hey, I'd like to know what's happening in the industry? So what we end up doing is create this sort of a funnel or a pool of what we call submissions, where people come and sort of submit their ideas, the work that they are doing, and this becomes an incentive to say, okay, here I can pick and choose from a pool of submissions that I'd like to review. Now, what we also do over here is to induct the reviewers into their role and into rules. And this is extremely important, because if you fail here, then you basically fail the entire process. And so who is a reviewer? Typically, it's a past speaker or past presenter who has received feedback and who knows how to give feedback. Or it's somebody who's an ecosystem contributor who's kind of been there, been around, and has a strong need to contribute back. It's also an individual who elevates and pushes the bar for discussions and sharing knowledge. So if you remember the context that I shared over here, which is to say that we're trying to build communities of practice where people want to share tacit knowledge, the idea is that the reviewer is somebody who wants to kind of push the bar and say, hey, I'm not interested in just learning about what tools you use, but I want to know what were the outcomes over here, where did you fail, where did you succeed? So essentially, kind of get to more honest discussions than just posturing. And then, reviewer is somebody who strives to create high quality content and experience for the audience. And this sometimes even contradicts, the editor's vision or roadmap, but that's a healthy tension to have. And then there is, of course, the rules. What is it that you're reviewing, and how do you actually go about reviewing? And here, we sort of are very anal about following some of these rules, which is the depth is far more important than breadth. You can always, sort of skirt over a lot of, a broad area, but what matters is how deep do you go into this, and how nuanced is the experience and is the argument that you're making. Then details versus claims. So if somebody says, hey, you know, I saw this XYZ outcomes, where are the metrics? What are you know, what is the proof that substantiates that, you know, this was a success in, you know, your sort of understanding of whatever success is. So essentially, you know, sort of push the boundary to making it more and more honest and not just posturing in the sense of like, of making claims that are not substantiated. And similarly, you know, the metrics and data points matter. So if you say that, you know, there is a success in the organization, then where are the data points to show what constitutes a success? What outcomes did your customers experience, etc. So, and then among the other rules that we have is that, oh, I'm just going back and forth on my slide. Okay, and then among the other rules that, that are there is, what is relevant is that for the reviewer is to essentially help a submitter to kind of tease out the very ideas and the very sort of insights that would otherwise not be so obvious to others. So the idea is that if you are sort of, you know, in the consumption experience, you have something that you take away at the end of listening to a presentation or a session. And this is not just something that's shallow enough over here. So the rule is that you have to really help sharpen the takeaway. And if you were sitting in the audience, you know, what is it that you would take in as an insight? And then, of course, we have to manage conflicts of interest. Let's say a submitter is from the same organization as the reviewer, in which case then we call out the conflict of interest and replace the reviewer with someone else. So these are sort of by and large the rules, and this is something that we follow very strongly now in our induction process with reviewers, in a way to just ensure that, you know, the points of failure are sort of fewer. Does this mean that this process works foolproof? Well, you know, in some cases, you know, there's always challenges. And so I have mentioned failure here, but I mean, this could, you know, very well just be challenges. You have people who sort of are enthusiastic at the start, but then who become uninvolved for various reasons. And, you know, then it becomes a communication overhead because what you're managing is 15, 20 people at a time. If the onboarding is not right, then it leads to hiccups where if you do not specify the rules clearly, then you find that, you know, reviewers can contradict each other. And then I think the most important thing that we've seen is that, you know, while there's enthusiasm to say, hey, I'm going to do review, you know, it actually comes to it and saying, hey, you know, you got to post your comments in public. So for instance, you know, here is a submission that someone has made on building production grade LLMs, blah, 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 with DSPY. And you can see that here, you know, the feedback is all out there, which is open for you also to see, and it's not just on my computer, which is, you know, sort of asking a lot of, you know, details and a lot of questions about saying, okay, you know, why are you doing this? And, you know, why is it, you know, how is it that it will help the audience, etc. So, so going back to, you know, the points of failure is that many a times people are enthusiastic to say, yes, I'm going to participate to review, and then it's like cold feet saying, oh shit, my comments are going to be public, it's not going to be private. And then also the fact that, you know, you have to ask for details in public. You have to kind of give your feedback in public so that, you know, if you didn't expect this transparency, then, you know, you kind of stutter and totter in the beginning. And then, we've also seen in our experience that, you know, when it comes to organizing a conference as large as IndiaFOSS, if you haven't sort of like, you know, quantified the number of reviewers you have, you find that lesser number of people are doing more work, in which case then the overheads increase. And because, you know, the context in our case is sort of building these practice and, you know, knowledge-based communities, if the expertise is mismatched, then you have a subpar reviewer for the submitter. And then, of course, you know, there's the gender dynamic that is always a challenge, which is that when you're building these communities of practice, particularly in the area of technology, you have few women reviewers, and so the gender dynamics sort of get skewed more towards having male reviewers than having, and fewer female reviewers. So I'm going to try and conclude over here in the interest of time, which is that our overall learnings have been that it's really important to be able to onboard your reviewers, both in terms of their role and the rules, very clearly at the outset. And the expectations that everything you're going to kind of discuss is going to be in public. We've had reviewers who've, you know, sort of, is that the warning bell? Yeah, it is the warning bell. Okay, so we've had reviewers who've, you know, sort of said, oh, can I resort to ChatGPT to write our comments? And we're like, no, you speak in your own way. So if you've sort of read the Clue Train manifesto, what matters is your own authentic voice. So there is this sort of, you know, pushing happening saying that, hey, you know, use your own authentic voice. Role clarity is important, and you also need to scope and bound the role, because your reviewer is coming in as a volunteer. If you're asking them to do too many things, then, you know, that's where collapsing happens, and it leads to overload, and then, you know, there can be points of hiccups and tottering and, you know, lack of success. And finally, success is really proportional to the investment of all the actors. In this case, you know, the reviewers play a very important role in terms of not just the quality of content that comes forward over here, but also the quality of interactions that sort of leads to that, and then also the success of the presenters out there. And if, you know, the metrics and, you know, tracking these outcomes of success are not very clear, then the reviewers also do not know in terms of, you know, what are they really contributing towards. So the end learning that, you know, we've had in this process is, it's not the good feelings that matter, because usually people say, oh, you know, as a community, it's very nice, we all come together and, you know, it's very nice feeling. But what matters is the outcomes, and it's important to kind of quantify and give metrics to the outcomes if you would like to have your reviewers and the review process to be invested. So yeah, with that, thank you very much, and I'm done.
Thank you, Zainab. So the next talk is by Nilesh. I've actually gone through your Twitter before getting to know that you're talking here. I like your, what is it? The description. I love machines, math, and music. Okay, so so the title of the talk is how do we resist the planned obsolescence problem? Does anyone know what planned obsolescence is? Yes. Huh. So yeah, so there is this, I read it somewhere, the Phoebus cartel in the 1920s. What they did is, it's all bulb companies, they came together and decided that we'll artificially limit the life of bulbs to, 1,000 hours. So Nilesh would be talking about that and what he's doing to improve the situation. Yeah. Thank you, Nilesh. Go on.
Hello, everyone. Nilesh here. All right. So I want to show you some examples first. This is a tweet I screenshotted today. This guy is saying that I would pay a lot of money for a luxury TV if only it didn't come with crapware, right? So what is meant by crapware? The software that comes bundled with TV that you cannot get rid of, right? This is a while ago, my friend says, hey, how do I get my Apple Watch repaired? And Apple officially calls it a non-repairable product, and they always wanted to buy a new one. And some guy posted on Reddit that, okay, the official repair cost could be something like 22,000, but is it really unrepairable? No, you can go to a third-party repair guy, and then for 6,000 you can get a non-Apple screen repair. So what's going on, right? This is the kind of screws that Apple puts into the devices. This was a very big change, and people have probably gotten used to it. But these are all non-standard screws, right? The whole idea was to make it harder for you to open up your laptop, right? And so yeah, there was a recent documentary on Netflix. I don't know if many of you saw it. They talked about the multiple issues in the industry, in the economy, but they did cover this phenomena, which is our products are becoming less and less repairable, and you know what is going on. So this is the founder of iFixit, and he was sharing his story of what got him to start this company, right? He says, I'm a normal person that got radicalized by an earbud. What do you do with an earbud, right? Once your battery runs out, you don't find it replaceable, right? You just have to throw it away. And this idea has sort of become sort of a theme, right? So yeah, what's going on? Here's my way of framing it. Nobody wants to sell hardware alone. Hardware has a really long life cycle, parts are there, people know how they work, and they can put them together, they can replace. So everyone wants to sell hardware plus software plus subscriptions, right? And why software? Well, software gets obsolete faster, right? Wi-Fi 6 is out, so now you want Wi-Fi 7, and therefore you cannot use your projector anymore. But a projector is a very simple device at a hardware level, right? You just want HDMI in and a display out, right? So there's a tendency in the economy to make, bundle the software in, bundle the subscriptions in, and to make the hardware less modular, less repairable. So ultimately everyone is after the subscription money, right? It's your TV, it's your fridge, it's everything, right? So this is the phenomena of planned obsolescence, right? And it's not limited to electronic products only, right? This is the same company building measuring cups. The one on the left, which is still readable and usable, is 40 years old. The one on the right is 4 years old, right? So you will notice this phenomena many, many times or many, many places once you just become aware of it, right? So the definition, if you will look it up, okay, what is the story of planned obsolescence? And this is the story of Phoebus cartel, right? Where the manufacturers of light bulbs came together in 1925 and then say, our bulbs have life cycle which is very long, right? And we need to agree, all of us should agree that nobody will make a long-lasting bulb, right? And if they do, there will be a fine and penalty. And this is sort of the classic case of planned obsolescence. Now, of course, you can argue that, okay, the bulb that lasts shorter has a more brightness, right? But the point is, the cartel's direct motivation was to increase profits by forcing customers to buy bulbs more frequently, right? And this phenomenon is there. So this incentive is there. But we also see in the latest stage that a very clever marketing trick that has worked well is to apply the adjective smart to make it sound good, because it's bundled with software and bundled with subscription. So they say smart this, smart that, and I think the opposite of smart should not be dumb when it comes to consumer appliances. The opposite of smart is actually unsafe, right? Safe, right? So here's a tweet, right? Why is my LG washing machine sending 3.6 gigabyte of data every day? Right? And it's upload, by the way. It's not download. Right? Who can guess what this product is? Yes, that's right. It's a smart soap dispenser. Why does the internet need to be involved in this? All right. So I found this tweet very funny, right? The way engineers think about this bundling, and they want things to be modular so that things can be debugged and fixed and all. But the masses, I mean, your family members probably say, oh, smart is better. You know, let me just get a smart projector, a smart TV, or smart bulb, whatever, right? So, yeah, so these are the problems, and then there is a response to it, which is the right to repair movement, right? I'll skip the video here. You might have heard of this. And Government of India also has a right to repair portal where they are trying to sort of standardize a few things and all. But I have a different take on this, right? I think rights are downstream of culture. If rights are granted to you, they can also be taken away. So what has to change is actually the culture, right? And so I got annoyed by this early this year, and I started building a wiki, crowdsourced wiki, just to trying to document in which category products are more repairable or less repairable. I was interested in things like water purifiers and vehicles and things like that, right? And somehow it got a lot of reactions and a lot of engagement, right? So this wiki actually came together, and there's a community that has come together, and it's a reasonably sized, and we are starting to document things, right? But like I would like to see or hear from you, right? Can you guess which product people are in India are most annoyed about? iPhone is one, okay. Fridge, okay. So it's the water purifier, right? The whole problem in this industry is that nobody wants to sell a purifier whose cartridges are off-the-shelf replaceable, right? Everyone wants to sell you an AMC, which is the annual maintenance contract, right? And this is a blog by an electronics geek, and he says, the indicator light that you get on your water purifier, which says, hey, it's time to change the cartridge, it is not connected to the cartridge. It is a simple timer. So it doesn't matter how much water you purified through that material. In some 6 months, it will start blinking. There is no logic that is connected to the life of the product. It's just there to indicate you to, okay, time to buy. So yeah, that's one. So yeah, the idea of this sort of a wiki was, okay, maybe we can also do more things, right? Can we track different levels of fixability, right? Does the product give better than average warranty? Is it made of standard parts that I can buy? Is it assembled in India where I can get some technical support? Is it certified by the Open Source Hardware Association? We start writing things down on what happens in the OS category. Can I buy a Linux smartphone? There are local groups that have started, so people are helping each other in terms of finding this just resources, right? Who can repair what? This is an example that I discovered, which is air purifier. You can, during the pandemic, this design was actually sort of publicized, and you can actually make an air purifier which is better than the commercial one that you can buy in terms of quality, right? And this is called the Corsi Rosenthal box design, and of course this is slightly expensive, but in India we have Jugaad, right? So some guy figured out this. You can just buy a HEPA filter, put a exhaust fan on top, use double tap, and it works better than, and it's less noisy, and everything is about this is better than what you can buy in the market, right? So yeah, this is a page on smartwatches, and actually in the open hardware room, you might have met Kailash. He is the creator of this e-ink open smartwatch. It was there in the IndiaFOSS 2024. Yeah, can you guess which city's community is most active on our WhatsApp? I heard Delhi. It's actually Pune, right? So people are actually sharing all the repair experts' contacts. But I wanted to give you a way to think about this, right? In the US, in the Europe, you will see companies like iFixit, hey, stuff, you should be able to repair yourself. I don't think that is the right framing for India, right? It's not that I want to fix my own stuff. I want my stuff to be fixable, right? And why is that the case? So there are 5 things that make repairability possible, right? Parts should be available, information, knowledge, manuals, code, etc. should be available. There should be expertise in terms of repairing the item. It needs tools, you need equipment, and you also need time. But the movement should not be about you trying to bring all 5 of them, right? If you're consumers, you only need to bring 1 and 2. We have enough of expert repair industry and ecosystem around that the rest can be solved easily. So, and lots of people sort of give me this argument, hey, I don't want to repair, and I keep telling them, I don't want you to repair also, right? But unless you buy the right product, right? Unless you buy the product which has parts available, which has manuals available, your local repair guy cannot do anything, right? So it's a joint sort of a thing that we have to do, right? As consumers, we have a role to play, and there are repair experts that we need to support, and they will not be able to do it unless we do the right thing, and consumers will not get what they want unless the experts are there, right? But it has to be a disjoint thing, right? And that's what I sort of wanted to present as a main idea. Don't think of it as me saying, you will be the DIY guy. No, you don't have to be. You can still buy your phone, you can still remain focused on your other activities, your other interests, but please pay attention to whether parts are available and manuals are available. So that's all I'm saying, and here's the QR code to our community, and you guys, I'm happy to hear more from you. Yeah. If there are any questions, I see a question, yeah.
I think more than the question itself, I wanted to appreciate how you pointed out the difference between how we can approach this in India versus Western countries. And a lot of the time, there's some third-party guy who's sitting, and it's not just, he's not just like up to date. In fact, most of the times, the third-party guys are better than going to the official service center.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Like my laptop, when I take it to the service guy, third-party guy, he's like, he opens it right in front of me, 2 hours, the job is done.
Yeah, but they are under tremendous pressure because all of this is becoming harder and harder for them.
Yeah.
Because if you buy a scooter, everything is being sold like an iPhone, right? It's hardware plus software plus services. And you can't really change much if your parts are not around, right?
Yeah, that is true. And the other thing, I go to the official service center, they'll give me a job card, and there'll be someone in the front desk, back desk, and you come back 3 days later, what am I supposed to do for 3 days not work?
Yeah.
So that's one thing. So what I finally ended up doing is, I went and asked my service guy, hey, you tell me which laptop I should buy, so it's easy for you to fix.
Yes, that's a really good thing to do, yeah. But it's so annoying. I from projectors to purifiers to almost every product, it's just, I'm not able to buy as much as I want to buy, right? Because there are certain things that I just want to be possible. I mean, you take, let's say you're considering buying a luxury TV, right? And you have the capacity to buy. But if you consider the life cycle and the total cost of ownership, right? If you buy, let's say, a 3 lakh rupees worth of TV, but it runs out in 2 years and 3 years, that's a much higher price than what you thought, oh, it will last me 10 years, or I'll get parts replaced, right? It's just not sensible in terms of even pure consumer behavior. Yeah, any other comments or questions? Oh yeah, there's one.
Thank you for the talk, it was amazing. One thing that you said that was really like resonating, what was that it doesn't start with corporate action, like it needs to be a societal or a cultural change.
Yeah.
But then you also mentioned that, like, we don't necessarily need to be the DIY. Don't you think like the DIY aspect can be a driver for
Absolutely,
this?
absolutely. So if you have that inclination and time and energy, of course, it's your key ingredient in this change if it has to happen, right? Definitely. But I do want to include all those people who don't see things the way you do, right? I'm an engineer's son. I like breaking things apart. I like putting them together apart, right? But I also know that people are busy. People have occupations, and then there are things. So everyone has a role to play. I'm just saying that we should not expect everyone to become a DIYer, right? That's not the moment. Moment is we will buy the right product, and the industry and market will actually take care of it. And it's just a healthier ecosystem. You do not want to put so much trust in the sort of a supplier of your product, right? There has to be an ecosystem around it. That's all. All right. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Nilesh. So today's talks are done. I'll just do a small brief of what happened today and what's going to be happening tomorrow. Today we had a couple of invited talks, FOSDEM, what it is, why we do it and how, by Richard. And then we had an amazing talk by Senior Advocate Yatindra Singh, Adoption of FOSS by Indian Courts. Then we had a panel discussion about OSS Health and Sustainability in 2025. Then we had dev rooms on Android open source project, hardware and compilers. So tomorrow we'll be having, so Chad, who was in the panel discussion, he'll be talking about open source as a gift economy. It's basically how open source is not a market economy, but a gift economy. Then we have Kailash talking about human-oriented markup language. He'll present HUML, a new and experimental, simple, strict serialization language for documents, datasets, and configuration. It prioritizes strict form of human readability. It looks like YAML, but tries to avoid its complexity, ambiguity, and pitfalls. And we have a panel discussion on AI and FOSS, then dev rooms, based on FOSS and science, open data, geopolitics, and we'll have an open discussion at the end of the day. Yeah, thank you guys.
Pretty well.